Fundamentals of Macroeconomy. 1.1 Introduction. Economics is the study of how societies use scarce resources to produce valuable goods and services and distribute them among different individuals. Certain European and North American countries are very rich. Per person income is high, which leads to higher living standard, while countries in Africa and Latin America are poor. Have you ever thought of the basic reason behind it? Even if the African countries are very rich in mineral resources like coal, iron, or other metals, they are quite poor. While if you see Japan, it has very fewer natural resources, but it has high per capita income. The basic reason behind this difference in the standard of living of these countries is that the government and the people in these developed rich countries have efficiently exploited the limited resources of land, labor, and capital for the betterment and development of its people. Economics is divided into two major subfields: microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics is the study of decisions that people and businesses, individual economic agents, make regarding the allocation of resources and prices of goods and services. For example, the study of what mix of products an individual purchase with a given amount of money is part of microeconomic study. Microeconomics would look at how a particular company, whether small or big, can maximize its production and capacity so that it can lower prices and better compete with its competitors in its industry. Macroeconomics, on the other hand, is the study of the national economy as a whole. Macroeconomics examines a wide variety of areas such as how total investment and consumption in the economy are determined, how central banks manage money and interest rates, what causes international financial crises, how an increase-decrease in net exports would affect a nation's capital account, and why some nations grow rapidly while others stagnate. The study of variables at the country level such as gross domestic product, GDP, and how it is affected by the changes in the unemployment rate, interest rate, and price levels is part of the macroeconomic study. The UPSC syllabus is about macroeconomy, which is concerned with the overall performance of the economy. 1.2 Economic organization. The three problems every human society, whether it is an advanced industrial nation, a centrally planned economy, or an isolated tribal nation, must confront and resolve three fundamental economic problems. Every society must have a way of determining what commodities are to be produced, how these goods are made, and for whom they are produced. Indeed, these three fundamental questions of economic organization, what, how, and for whom, are as crucial today as they were at the dawn of human civilization. Let's look more closely at them. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 2. What commodities are to be produced and in what quantity? A society must determine how much of each of the many possible goods and services it will make, and when they will be produced. Will we produce pizzas or shirts today? A few high-quality shirts or many cheap shirts? Will we use scarce resources to produce many consumption goods, like pizzas? Or will we produce fewer consumption goods and more capital goods, like pizza-making machines, which will boost production and consumption tomorrow? How are the goods to be produced? A society must determine who will do the production, with what resources, and what production techniques they will use. Who does the farming and who teaches? Is electricity generated from oil, from coal, or from the sun? Will factories be run by people or robots? For whom are the goods to be produced? Who gets to eat the fruit of economic activity? Is the distribution of income and wealth fair and equitable? How is the national product divided among different households? Are many people poor and a few rich? Does high income go to teachers or athletes or auto workers or capitalists? Will society provide minimal consumption to the poor, or must people work if they are to eat? 1.3 Economic systems. What are the different ways in which a society can answer the questions of what, how, and for whom? Different societies are organized through alternative economic systems, and economic studies the various mechanisms that a society can use to allocate its scarce resources. We generally distinguish two fundamentally different ways of organizing an economy. At one extreme, government makes most economic decisions, with those on top of the hierarchy giving economic commands to those further down the ladder. At the other extreme, decisions are made in markets, where individuals or enterprises voluntarily agree to exchange goods and services, usually through payments of money. Let's briefly examine each of these two forms of economic organization. In the United States, and increasingly around the world, most economic questions are settled by the market mechanism. Hence, their economic systems are called market economies. A market economy is one in which individuals and private firms make the major decisions about production and consumption. A system of prices, of markets, of profits and losses, of incentives and rewards determines what, how, and for whom. Firms produce the commodities that yield the highest profits, the what, by the techniques of production that are least costly, the how. Consumption is determined by individuals' decisions about how to spend the wages and property incomes generated by their labor and property ownership, the for whom. The extreme case of a market economy, in which the government keeps its hands off economic decisions, is called a laissez-faire economy. By contrast, a command economy is one in which the government makes all important decisions about production and distribution. In a command economy, such as one which operated in the Soviet Union during most of the 20th century, the government owns most of the means of production, land and capital. It also owns and directs the operations of enterprises in most industries. It is the employer of most of the workers and tells them how to do their jobs, and it decides how the output of the society is to be divided among fundamentals of macroeconomy. 3. Different people. In short, in a command economy, the government answers the major economic questions of what, how, and for whom, through its ownership of resources and its powers to enforce decisions. No contemporary society falls completely into either of these polar categories. Rather, all societies are mixed economies, with elements of market and command both. Today, most of the decisions in the developed and developing economies are made in the marketplace. But the government also plays an important role in overseeing the functioning of the market. Governments pass laws that regulate economic life, produce goods, educational, and police services. Most societies today operate as mixed economies. Command socialist economy, market capitalist economy. Mixed economy. 1.44 sectors of economy from the economic point of view. A mixed economy is divided into 4 sectors. 1. Private sector. All the enterprises owned by the private individuals or group of individuals belong to the private sector. The private sector consists of companious firms enterprises in India which are not owned by the government. 2. Government sector. This sector includes public administration, police, defense, framing of laws, and enforcing them. Apart from imposing taxes and spending money on various infrastructure and healthcare services and education, etc., government also undertakes production activity through its companies like Coal India Ltd, Seagull, National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC, etc. So, all the companies owned by the central or state governments, i.e. public sector undertakings, PSUs, also belong to the government sector. 3. Household sector. A group of persons who normally live together and take food from a common kitchen constitutes a household. The size of a household is the total number of persons in the household. We should always remember that households consist of people. These people work in firms as workers and earn wages. They are the ones who work in the government departments and earn salaries, and they are the owners of firms and earn profits. So, all the human beings, population, belong to household sector. Suppose a person named John works in Coal India Ltd. Seagull, which is a government company, then John belongs to the household sector, and the company CL belongs to the government sector. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 4. Reliance Industries Ltd. RIL is owned by Mukesh Ambani, but Mukesh Ambani belongs to the household sector, and the RIL, which is a passive object and on whose name all the business is being carried out, belongs to the private sector. 4. External sector. This sector consists of the exports and imports of goods and services flowing into the country or out of the country. It also includes the financial flows from and into the domestic country. Let us understand in detail the private sector first. 1.5 Private sector. All the firms or enterprises owned by private individuals or entrepreneurs belong to private sector, and their basic function is production of output, i.e. goods and services. To produce output, any enterprise will require certain inputs. An enterprise may require one input, or it may require hundreds of inputs to produce the desired output. All the inputs that an enterprise may require are broadly divided into 4 categories, i.e. entrepreneur, capital, natural resources, and labor. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 5. Figure. The 4 factors inputs of production combining together to produce output, and the classification of output, goods and services, into consumption and capital goods. The 4 inputs that an enterprise requires to produce output, goods and services, are called the 4 factors of production, or the inputs of production. These 4 factors of production are the following, as shown in the figure. 1. Entrepreneur. The person who takes the risk and starts a new business. This person takes the risk to bring in capital, labor, and natural resources together in the form of an enterprise and in return expects profit. The entrepreneur is a human being and he belongs to the household sector. 2. Capital. In today's world, capital can be physical, financial, or intellectual. But from an economic point of view, only the physical capital goods are considered as capital. So, capital includes the building, machinery, equipment, etc. The return for the capital is called interest. 3. Natural resources. Natural resources include land and raw materials which are naturally available and are not produced through man-made processes. The return for the natural resources is called rent. 4. Labor. It is the human labor which may be physical or mental, i.e., it can be unskilled, semi-skilled, or skilled. When a human being provides his labor to the enterprise, in return Hasha expects wages. The labor, who is providing the labor services, is a human being and belongs to the household sector. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 6. 1.6 Types of goods. Intermediate goods. These are semi-finished goods which have been produced by a process but cannot be used as it is and need to go through further production process to be converted into a final good. For example, steel sheets. The steel sheets cannot be used as it is and needs to be transformed into final products like automobiles, appliances, etc. Final goods. These goods do not undergo any further transformation in the production process. Final goods can be of 2 types: consumption goods and capital goods. 1. Consumption goods. Goods which are consumed by the ultimate consumers or meet the immediate need of the consumer are called consumption goods. They can be of 3 categories. I. Durable consumption goods. Consumption goods which do not get exhausted immediately but last over a period of time are called consumer durables. Life of consumer durables is generally more than 3 years. For examples, home appliances, consumer electronics, furniture, etc. 2. Non-durable consumption goods. Consumption goods which get consumed immediately and whose life is generally less than 3 years. For example, cosmetics, food, fuel, paper, clothing, etc. 3. Services. Services are intangibles and are a kind of consumption goods only, as it is consumed immediately. For example, education, banking, telecom, healthcare, etc. 2. Capital goods. A particular good will be capital in nature only if it possesses the following 3 characteristics. I. It is a produced durable output of a man-made process. 2. It again acts as an input for further production process to be sold in the market. 3. While acting as an input, it does not get transformed or consumed. For example, tractor. Tractor must have been produced in a factory, so it is a produced durable output. Tractor again acts as an input in the production of agricultural products like wheat and rice. And while acting as an input, it does not get transformed and remains as it is. Wear and tear of tractor happens over a long period of time, but we cannot say that the tractor is getting transformed or consumed. In strict sense, the economists consider only the physical capital as the capital, but in today's world, intangible capital is increasingly becoming important. So, capital can be divided into three categories. I. Physical capital, capital goods. 2. Financial capital, money. 3. Intellectual capital, patents, copyrights, etc. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 7. 1.7 Investment. That part of the final output which comprises of physical capital goods is called gross investment. So, investment in a country is not measured as money put in a business or any economic activity, but it is basically that portion of the final output, GDP, which consists of capital goods. Consider the following diagram. Suppose there is only one factory, capital good, in a country, which is worth Rs. 1 lakh and is producing consumption goods worth Rs. 700 and capital goods worth Rs. 300 in A. Consumption and capital goods. A particular good can be consumption as well as capital good. For example, washing machine. When a person is using washing machine at his home for washing of his own clothes, then it will act as consumption good. But if the same washing machine is purchased by a businessman for providing laundry services, then it is acting as a capital good. Because in the latter case, washing machine is being used to produce washed clothes for the market and not for own consumption. So, whether a good is consumption or capital also depends on the purpose for which it is being used. If a good is being used to produce some other good services to be sold in the market, then it will be a capital good. For example, when we purchase a car for our home, then it is consumption good, but when Ola Cabs purchase a car to provide transportation services for the market, then the car becomes a capital good. Intermediate and final good. A particular good can be final as well as intermediate. For example, tea leaves. When a person is purchasing the tea leaves for his home consumption purpose, then the tea leaves will be a final good. But when a tea seller is purchasing the tea leaves to prepare tea and sell it in the market, then tea leaves is intermediate good and the tea is the final good. The distinguishing characteristic whether a good is final or intermediate is the last transaction in the market. In case of tea seller, the last transaction in the market is of tea, so tea is final good. But in case of the person purchasing tea leaves for home purpose, tea leaves is the last transacted good in the market. So, tea leaves will be final good. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 8. Particular year, say 2019 to 20, in an economy. This means that the GDP in 2019 to 20 will be Rs. 1,000, which is the total production of both consumption and capital goods, and the gross investment in the economy will be Rs. 300 or Rs 300 Rs 1,000, 30%, as investment is measured as the percentage of output, which consists of capital goods. Now when the factory runs for a year, then wear and tear happens in the factory, which is called depreciation. Depreciation is also defined as consumption of physical capital. In the above example, rupees 1 lakh worth of capital goods produce Rs. 700 consumption goods and Rs. 300 capital goods. But during this production process, suppose there is wear and tear of Rs. 50 in the factory. This implies that to produce Rs. 700 of consumption goods and Rs. 300 of capital goods, there is a loss of Rs. 50 of capital goods in the economy, i.e. net production of capital goods, investment, in the economy is Rs. 300 minus Rs. 50. Net investment equals gross investment. Depreciation equals Rs. 300, Rs. 50 equals Rs. 250. The chart represents gross fixed capital formation, investment, of India in the last few years 2014 to 15 2015 to 16 2016 to 17 2017 to 18 2018 to 19 2019 to 20 2020 to 21 2021 to 22 2022 to 23. 30.1%, 28.7%, 28.2%, 28.2%, 29.5%, 28.5%, 27.3%, 28.9%, 29.2%, 30.1%, 28.7%, 28.2%, 28.2%, 29.5%, 28.5%, 27.3%, 28.9%, 29.2%, 25.5%, 26%, 26.5%, 27%, 27.5%, 28%, 28.5%, 29%, 29.5%. Investment as in the above example, year, say 2019 to 20, in an economy. This means that the GDP in 2019 to 20 will be Rs. 1,000, which is the total production of both consumption and capital goods, and the gross investment in the economy will be Rs. 300 or Rs 300 Rs 1,000, 30%, as investment is measured as the percentage of output, which consists of capital goods. Now when the factory runs for a year, then wear and tear happens in the factory, which is called depreciation. Depreciation is also defined as consumption of physical capital. In the above example, rupees 1 lakh worth of capital goods produce Rs. 700 consumption goods and Rs. 300 capital goods. But during this production process, suppose there is wear and tear of Rs. 50 in the factory. This implies that to produce Rs. 700 of consumption goods and Rs. 300 of capital goods, there is a loss of Rs. 50 of capital goods in the economy, i.e. net production of capital goods, investment, in the economy is Rs. 300 minus Rs. 50. Net investment equals gross investment. Depreciation equals Rs. 300, Rs. 50 equals Rs. 250. The chart represents gross fixed capital formation, investment of India in the last few years 2014 to 15 2015 to 16 2016 to 17 2017 to 18 2018 to 19 2019 to 20 2020 to 21 2021 to 22 2022 to 23. 30.1%, 28.7%, 28.2%, 28.2%, 29.5%, 28.5%, 27.3%, 28.9%, 29.2%, 30.1%, 28.7%, 28.2%, 28.2%, 29.5%, 28.5%, 27.3%, 28.9%, 29.2%, 25.5%, 26%, 26.5%, 27%, 27.5%, 28%, 28.5%, 29%, 29.5%, 30%, 30.5%, 2014 to 15 2015 to 16 2016 to 17 2017 to 18 2018 to 19 2019 to 20 2020 to 21 2021 to 22 2022 to 23. Investment as percent of GDP. In the above example, if the country imports capital goods worth Rs. 100 in the year 2019, 20, then the gross investment will be Rs. 300 plus Rs. 100, i.e. Rs. 400, and investment percent will be Rs. 400 rupees. 1000 equals 40%. This is because Rs. 400 worth of capital goods is getting added in the economy. But if we also export capital goods worth 40 rupees, then the gross investment will be Rs. 300 plus Rs. 100, Rs. 40, i.e. Rs. 360, and investment percent will be 36%. Investment in the economy is also called gross capital formation. Gross capital formation equals gross fixed capital formation, machinery plus equipment plus new construction plus intellectual property, plus net acquisition of valuable metals like gold, silver, platinum, gems, and stones plus change in stock inventory. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 9. 1.8 Circular flow. For simplicity, let us assume that as of now there is no government and external sector, and only the private sector and the household sector are present in the economy. Case I assume that the household sector is not saving anything, and hence all the goods and services produced by the private sector will be consumed by the household sector. First a step will happen, then B, then C, and then D. Suppose the enterprise produces the burgers as it is demanded by the people in the household sector. To produce the burger, the enterprise will require certain inputs like entrepreneur, the owner of the enterprise, the capital, the machine to produce burger, the natural resources, land and water and other intermediate goods, wheat, salt, etc., and laborers. The entrepreneur and the laborer belong to the household sector. Suppose the capital and the natural resources are also being provided by some individuals who belong to the household sector. So, all these four-factor services, entrepreneur, capital, natural resources, and labor, are being provided by the individuals belonging to the household sector, and which has been represented in the above figure by arrow A. By using these inputs, suppose the enterprise produces a burger which it wants to sell in the market for Rs. 100. Market price equals Rs. 100. Since the burger is sold in the market for Rs. 100, the whole amount of Rs. 100 generated from sale of the burger will be distributed among the people who are providing the four-factor services, i.e., entrepreneurship, labor, capital, and natural resources. Since the burger is being produced with the contribution of these four factors, inputs, the Rs. 100 generated by selling it in the market will ultimately be distributed, by arrow B, among these four service providers as profit, say Rs. 40, wages, Rs. 10, rent, Rs. 20, and interest, Rs. 30, and will go to the household sector. Hence, interest, rent, wages, and profit must add up to the value of the product produced, i.e., Rs. 100. Expenditure Rs. 100. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 10. The household sector will now spend this Rs. 100, by arrow C, to purchase the burger worth Rs. 100 produced by the enterprise, and the enterprise will return, by arrow D, the burger of Rs. 100 to the household sector. The amount of money representing the aggregate, total, value of goods and services is moving in a circular way, and hence it represents the circular flow of income in the economy. The two arrows on the top, C and D, represent the goods and services market. The arrow C represents the flow of payments for the goods and services. The arrow D represents the flow of goods and services to the household sector. The two arrows on the bottom, A and B, of the diagram similarly represent the factors of production market. The arrow A going from the households to the firms symbolizes the services market that the households are providing to the enterprises, and the enterprises are using these services for manufacturing the output. The arrow B going from the enterprises to the household sector represents the payments made by the firms to the households for the services provided by the household sector. In the above case, the households were producing the burger and purchasing the same burger from the enterprise and consuming it. They were spending all their income earned during the production process on the purchase of goods and services. They were not saving at all. In such a situation, the production in the economy will remain stagnant, i.e., they will produce the same one burger worth Rs. 100 each year and consume. Now, suppose the households want to increase their consumption of burgers, but this will be possible only when the private sector, i.e. the enterprises, produce more burgers, and the burger production can be increased only when there are more burger machines, capital goods, in the economy. Hence, The private sector must produce burger machines first in order to produce more burgers in future. Let us see how this is possible. Case 2. The household sector now decides to spend only Rs. 70 for its consumption purpose and save Rs. 30 out of the total Rs. 100 earned. The household sector will be providing the same factor services. Their value of work done is same, i.e. Rs. 100. And the enterprise will be producing goods in total worth Rs. 100 only. The value of the burger, i.e. Rs. 100, is called the gross domestic product, GDP, of the country for that year. Since the amount of money representing the aggregate value of goods and services is moving in circular way, if we want to estimate the aggregate value of goods and services, GDP, produced during a year, we can measure the annual value of flows at any of the lines indicated in the diagram. For example, if we measure the GDP by the aggregate value of spending that the firms receive for the final goods and services which they produce, by line C, then this method is called the expenditure method. If we measure the flow at D by measuring the aggregate value of final goods and services produced by all the firms, then it is called product method, value added. If we measure the total factor payments at B, then it is called the income method. Thus, we can measure the aggregate output, GDP, in 3 ways. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 11. But now the enterprise will produce burger worth Rs. 70, because now the household sector wants to consume burgers worth Rs. 70 only, and other goods worth Rs. 30. By arrow B, the enterprise will return Rs. 100 as factor payments to the household sector. The household sector will spend Rs. 70 through arrow C, and the enterprise will return the burger worth Rs. 70 to the household sector through arrow D. This burger will be consumed by the household sector. Now there is Rs. 30 savings left with the household sector, which they may deposit in a financial institution like banks, and there is Rs. 30 capital goods lying with the enterprises. The other enterprises present in the private sector will borrow Rs. 30, which the household sector has saved in banks, from banks, and will purchase the Rs. 30 capital goods from the enterprises. The Rs. 30 goods produced by the enterprises will be capital good in nature, and not a consumption good as it has been produced for the private sector, and not for the household sector. This Rs. 30 of capital goods, which may be burger machines, will help in increasing the production of burgers in future years. So, if the household sector will save Rs. 30, then the same value of capital goods will be produced in the economy. If the household sector buys only Rs. 60 consumption goods and saves Rs. 40, then the enterprises will produce Rs. 60 consumption goods for the household sector and the rest Rs. 40 goods they will produce for the private sector, which will be capital goods. This implies that savings is equal to the production of capital goods in the economy when there is no government and external sector. So, if an economy wants to produce more capital goods, then it will have to save more also. Greater the saving in the economy, greater will be the production of capital goods. As we know, that portion of the final output which comprises of capital goods is also called investment. Hence, savings will be equal to investment, and higher the savings, higher will be the investment. This shows that if an economy wants to produce more goods and services in future years, then it must produce capital goods, i.e., investment, first, which in turn implies that the economy should save more. Higher the savings, higher will be the capital goods produced in the economy, which will propel the economy on a higher growth path. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 12. When India got independence, our economy was producing 95% consumption goods and 5% capital goods, i.e., savings was only 5%. At that time, we wanted to increase the output of the economy to serve millions of starving populations, and hence we started saving more. More savings led to an increase in production of capital goods in the economy, which further increased the production of goods and services. In 2019 to 20, India's savings was around 28% of the GDP, which means India was producing around 72% consumption goods and 28% capital good, i.e., investment. China has consistently been able to produce more than 40% capital goods out of the total output, GDP, of their economy, which has propelled China into the fastest growing economies of the world. 1.9 gross domestic product, the total final value of goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in a specified time period, generally a financial year, is called gross domestic product. GDP can be calculated by 3 methods. 1. The product or value-added method. In this method, we calculate the aggregate annual value of goods and services produced, and to arrive at this, we add up the value of all goods and services produced by all the firms in an economy. Let us take an example. Suppose there are only 2 kinds of producers in the economy. One is the farmer who produces wheat, and the other is the baker who produces bread. Assume that the farmer who produces wheat do not require any input other than the physical labor. Suppose the farmer produces Rs. 100 worth of wheat, out of which he consumes Rs. 50 of wheat and sells Rs. 50 of wheat to the baker. And suppose the baker do not require any input other than the Rs. 50 wheat which he purchases from the farmer. The baker uses this Rs. 50 of wheat completely and produces bread worth Rs. 200. Farmer Rs. 50 plus Rs. 50 consumed equals Rs. 100 wheat produced. Baker purchase plus value addition equals Rs. 200 bread produced. The farmer has produced Rs. 100 of wheat for which it did not need assistance of any inputs. Therefore, the entire Rs. 100 is rightfully the contribution or the value addition of the farmer. But the 200 rupees bread produced by the baker is not entirely his own contribution, because to produce this bread the baker has purchased wheat from the farmer worth Rs. 50. So the value added by the baker will be equal to the value of production of the firm, baker, value of intermediate goods used by the firm. Since there are only 2 firms in the economy, one is baker and the other is farmer, To calculate the GDP, we will add value addition by both these firms. GDP equals value addition by Baker plus value addition by Farmer equals Rs 200, Rs 50 plus Rs 100 equals Rs 150 plus Rs 100 equals Rs 250. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 13. Value addition by the farmer is Rs 100. Value addition does not depend on whether the farmer is selling the wheat in the market or consuming himself. Value addition is basically the value price that somebody's work will fetch in the market, and it includes profit also. By the standard definition, GDP should be equal to the final value of all goods and services produced in the economy. So, we can cross-check the above example. GDP equals final value of all goods produced equals final value of wheat plus final value of bread equals Rs 50 plus Rs 200 equals Rs 250, which is same as above calculated from the value-added method. Out of the Rs 100 wheat produced by the farmer, only 50 rupees wheat consumed by the farmer is final good. The wheat that the farmer sold to the baker worth Rs 50 is an intermediate good and not final good. 2. Expenditure method. An alternative way to calculate GDP is by looking at the expenditure side of all the sectors. Whatever goods and services are produced in the economy are ultimately purchased by the four sectors of the economy, i.e. household sector, government sector, private sector, and external sector. So, if we add the expenditures done by these four sectors on the purchase of final goods and services produced by the firms within the domestic territory, then it shall be equal to the GDP of the country. The household sector spends only on the consumption goods, denoted by C. The private sector spends only on capital goods, investment, barring some exceptions when firms buy consumables to treat their guests or for their employees, denoted by I. The government sector purchase both capital and consumption goods, denoted by G. The external sector also purchases both consumption and capital goods from our economy, which is basically called the exports from India, denoted by X. GDP equals C plus I plus G plus X equals C, CM plus I. I'm plus G, GM plus X equals C plus I plus G plus X, CM plus M plus GM equals C plus I plus G plus XM. GDP equals C plus I plus G plus XM. C, I, and G are all expenditure on domestically produced final goods as we are trying to calculate GDP. And C, I and G are expenditure by the three sectors on domestic and imported both final goods. Since C is expenditure of household sector on domestically produced consumption goods, so this can also be written as expenditure on domestic and imported both consumption goods, C. Expenditure on imported consumption goods, CM, IEC. CM. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 14. Similarly, I will represent the expenditure by private sector on domestically produced capital goods, i.e. investment expenditure. And GM will represent the expenditure by government sector on domestically produced consumption and capital goods. And CM plus I'm plus GM represents the total imports by the country combining the household, private, and government sector. The above formula of GDP can also be written as GDP equals private consumption, C, plus private investment, I, plus government investment and consumption, G, plus exports, X, imports, M. GDP equals private consumption plus government consumption, plus private investment plus government investment, plus exports, imports. Total consumption plus total investment plus exports, imports. In GDP, the major component is private consumption, which is around 60% of GDP. Government consumption is around 11%. Total investment is around 29%, and exports minus imports is around minus 2%. 3. Income method. It has already been stated in the beginning that the sum of the final goods produced in the economy must be equal to the income received by all the four factors of production, i.e. wages, rents, interests, and profits. This follows from the simple idea that the revenues earned by all the firms put together must be distributed to those who has contributed in the production process, which are basically the four factors of production: entrepreneurship, labor, capital, and natural resources. GDP equals profit earned by all the firms plus interest received by all the capital deployed plus rent received for the natural resources plus wages earned by all the laborers. GDP equals profit plus interest plus rent plus wages. When the government and the external sector are present in the economy, then the savings and investment may vary, but an increase in savings generally leads to an increase in the investments, and the circular flow will always hold true. Whatever income households receive, either they spend it for consumption or save it, S, or pay taxes, T. So, GDP equals C plus S plus T, C plus I plus G plus X, M equals C plus S plus T I plus G plus X, M equals S plus T, IS, plus GT, equals MX. If there is no government and no external sector, then G equals T equals M equals X equals 0, and hence I equals S. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 15. 1.10 GDP calculation methodology. By NSO calculates GDP by value-added method and expenditure method both. Under value-added method, it calculates the value addition done by various economic activities, viz. agriculture, forestry and fishing, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, electricity, gas, water supply and other utility services, construction, trade, hotels and transport, and communication and services related to broadcasting, financial, insurance, real estate and professional services, public administration and defense, and other services. Under expenditure method, it adds up the various components of expenditure, viz. private, final, consumption expenditure. It is basically household expenditure, government, final, consumption expenditure, gross fixed capital formation, investment expenditure of private and government, net of exports and imports. Though GDP measured from either side should be equal, since reliable data is not available for private consumption expenditure, there is always a difference in the two ways of measuring GDP. The difference is usually put as discrepancies in the expenditure approach of measuring GDP. GDP of India equals all states' gross domestic product, SGDP, plus output from center-specific activities like railways, defense, central highways, etc., plus embassies located in other countries, plus fishing vessels, oil and natural gas rigs, floating platforms, etc., operated by the residents of the country in the international waters. The concept of domestic territory, economic territory, is different from the geographical or political territory of a country. Domestic territory of a country includes the following: political frontiers of the country, including its territorial waters, ships and aircrafts operated by the residents of the country between two or more countries, for example, Air India services between different countries, fishing vessels, oil and natural gas rigs, and floating platforms operated by the residents of the country in the international waters or engaged in extraction in areas where the country has exclusive rights of operation, embassies, consulates, and military establishments of the country located in other countries, for example, Indian Embassy in USA, Japan, etc. It excludes all embassies, consulates, and military establishments of other countries and offices of international organizations located in India. Thus, domestic territory may be defined as the political frontiers of the country, including its territorial waters, ships, aircrafts, fishing vessels operated by the residents of the country, embassies and consulates located abroad, etc. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 16. 1.11 Macroeconomic variables. Gross domestic product, GDP, measures the aggregate total production of final goods and services taking place within the domestic territory of the country during a year. But it may be possible that the foreign nationals working within India have contributed in that GDP production. So, now we are interested in measuring the output earnings made by Indian residents only whether in India or abroad, which is termed as gross national product, GNP. GNP is that income or product which accrues to the economic agents who are residents of the country, i.e., income earned by the non-resident Indians, NRIs, will not be part of India's GNP. To calculate GNP, we add the factor income of Indians from abroad in GDP and subtract the contribution of foreigners in India's GDP. Gross national product, GNP, equals GDP plus factor income earned by the domestic factors of production employed in the rest of the world, factor income earned by the factors of production of the rest of the world employed in the domestic economy. GNP equals GDP plus net factor income from abroad, NFI. Factor income is basically the income earned by the four factors of production, i.e., profit, rent, interest, and wages, but it does not include the transfer payments. Hence, GNP is the sum of GDP and factor income, and it does not include transfer payments, free money, received from the rest of the world, for example, remittances. National disposable income equals national income plus transfer payments. The figure below presents a diagrammatic representation of the relations between the various macroeconomic variables. Gross domestic product, GDP, plus NFI equals gross national product, GNP. Gross domestic product, GDP. Depreciation equals net domestic product, NDP. Gross national product, GNP. Depreciation equals net national product, NNP. GDP, GNP. Gross national income, NNPMP. National income or net national income, NNPFC, NFI, NDPMP. Depreciation, indirect taxes, subsidy, depreciation, NDPFC, indirect taxes, subsidy. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 17. Gross national product, GNP, is also called gross national income, and net national product, NNP, is also called net national income or just national income. Let us try to understand the factor cost and market prices. Suppose few people produced a burger and they wanted to sell it in the market at Rs. 100, i.e. they want Rs. 100 for their effort in the production of burger. This means that the total factor cost of the burger, which is equal to profit plus interest plus rent plus wages, shall be equal to Rs. 100. So in this case, GDP at factor cost will be equal to Rs. 100. But when they went to the market to sell the burger, government imposed an indirect tax of Rs. 10 on the burger. So now they will have to sell the burger in the market at a price of Rs. 110, so that they can fetch Rs. 110 from the market, out of which they will keep Rs. 100 for themselves, factor cost, and Rs. 10 will be given to the government as tax. So, market price equals factor cost plus indirect tax, Rs. 100 plus Rs. 10 equals Rs. 110. Similarly, if government gives subsidies, market price equals factor cost, subsidies. Hence, market price equals factor cost plus indirect taxes, subsidies. In India, since January 2015 onwards, we calculate GDP at market prices rather than at factor cost. The way we are calculating GDP at MP and FC. Similarly, NDP can also be calculated at MP and FC, and GNP and NNP can also be measured at MP and FC. Per capita GDP. If the population of the country in any particular year, say 2020 to 21, is P and the GDP is Y, then per capita, i.e. per person, GDP will be YP. Hence, in percentage terms, per capita GDP growth in 2021 to 22 will be 6.9%. 1.12 Nominal and real GDP. Real GDP growth measures growth in quantity only, and nominal GDP measures growth in value, which includes quantity and prices both. Now, Suppose an economy produces wheat and rice. The quantities produced and the market price is given in the table. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 18. 2011 to 12, 2012 to 13, 2013 to 14, 2014 to 15. Wheat 10 kilograms XRS, 10 kilograms, 11 kilograms XRS, 10.5 kilograms, 12 kilograms XRS, 11 kilograms, 12.5 kilograms XRS, 12 kilograms. Rice 8 kilograms XRS, 12 kilograms, 9 kilograms XRS, 12.5 kilograms, 10 kilograms XRS, 13 kilograms, 10.5 kilograms XRS, 13.5 kilograms. Nominal GDP. 10 by 10 plus 8 times 12 is equal to Rs. 196. 11 by 10.5 plus 9 times 12.5 is equal to Rs. 228. 12 by 11 plus 10 by 13 equals Rs. 262. 12.5x 12 plus 10.5 by 13.5 equals Rs. 291.75. To calculate real GDP, we take the price of any year as constant and declare it as a base year. So, suppose we declare 2011 to 12 as base year, then we will take price of wheat as Rs. 10 kilograms and price of rice as Rs. 12 kilograms as constant in all the subsequent years to calculate the real GDP in the following years. Real GDP. 10 by 10 plus 8 times 12 is equal to Rs. 196. 11 by 10 plus 9 times 12 is equal to Rs. 218. 12 by 10 plus 10 times 12 is equal to Rs. 240. 12.5 by 10 plus 10.5 times 12 is equal to Rs. 251. Since January 2015, National Statistical Office, NSO, under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, MOSBI, has changed the base year for calculation of GDP to 2011 to 12. So, if we want to calculate India's real GDP for 2014 to 15, we will have to take the quantities produced in 2014 to 15 and the prices of 2011 to 12, base year. And if we want to calculate the nominal GDP of 2014 to 15, then we will have to take the quantities produced in 2014 to 15 and the market prices of the same year, i.e., 2014 to 15. Before 2015, NSO was not using market prices to calculate GDP. Rather, it was using factor cost, i.e., market price excluding indirect taxes and subsidies. Now, as per the global best practices and the IMF's World Economic Outlook projections based on GDP at market prices, India has changed its methodology of GDP calculation at market prices. In India, economic growth is measured by real GDP, i.e., GDP at constant market prices. Consider the above table once again. 2011 to 12, 2012 to 13, 2013 to 14, 2014 to 15. Nominal GDP Rs. 196 rupees, 228 rupees, 262 rupees, 291.75. Change in nominal GDP 16.3%, 14.9%, 11.4%. Real GDP Rs. 196 rupees, 218 rupees, 240 rupees, 251. Change in real GDP 11.2%, 10.1%, 4.6%. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 19. So, economic growth from 2011 to 12 to 2012 to 13 will be measured by change in real GDP, and not nominal GDP, which is 11.2%. In the above example, real GDP is steadily consistently increasing from 2011 to 12 to 2014, 15, but change in real GDP is decreasing from 11.2% to 4.6%. And same is true for nominal GDP also. Above is a case of economic growth as real GDP is increasing. To calculate GDP at market prices, first we calculate GDP at factor cost basic prices, and then we separately add the government's total indirect taxes including both GST and non-GST tax revenue of central and state governments. Let us take an example. Suppose there is a farmer who sold wheat in Rs. 100, which then was purchased by ITC, which converted wheat into flour, Ashirwad Atta, and sold it in Rs. 500 to a restaurant. The restaurant converted flour into chapati and sold the chapati in Rs. 1000 to a customer in the restaurant. The customer in total paid Rs. 1100, i.e. Rs. 1000 plus 10% tax. If we have to calculate GDP at market price, first we will calculate GDP at factor cost basic prices and then add separately the taxes. GDPMP equals GVA factor cost basic prices plus indirect taxes, subsidies. GVA by farmer, agriculture sector, equals Rs. 100 GVA by ITC, industrial sector, equals Rs. 500, Rs. 100 equals Rs. 400 GVA by restaurant, service sector, equals Rs. 1000 Rs. 500 equals Rs. 500. GVA factor cost basic prices equals Rs. 100 plus Rs. 400 plus Rs. 500 equals Rs. 1000 indirect taxes, subsidy equals Rs. 100 GDPMP equals Rs. 1100. As per the second advance estimates released by NSO, the GDP of India at current market prices, nominal, is around Rs. 272 lakh crores for 2022 to 23 as against Rs. 235 lakh crores in 2021 to 22, showing a nominal growth of 15.9%. There is a slight difference between GVA basic prices and GVA factor cost. GVA basic prices equals GVA factor cost plus production taxes, Production subsidies GDPMP equals GVA basic prices plus product taxes. Product subsidies. Land revenue is a kind of production tax and railway subsidies are a kind of production subsidies. Production taxes and production subsidies are independent of the volume of actual production. Production subsidies are negligible as compared to other parameters, so we can ignore it and hence for all practical purposes, we can say that GVA basic prices equals GVA factor cost fundamentals of macroeconomy. 20. The GNP of India at current market prices, nominal, is around Rs. 267 lakh crores for 2022 to 23. GDP of India at constant market prices, 2011 to 12, in the year 2022 to 23 is around Rs. 160 lakh crores as against Rs. 149 lakh crores in 2021 to 22. Showing a growth of 7%. The following chart represents real GDP growth rate of India in the last few years. 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. 7.4%, 8%, 8.3%, 6.8%, 6.5%, 3.90% to 5.80%, 9.1%, 7%, 1.13 productivity, capital output ratio, and ICOR. First, let us develop the general concept of average productivity and marginal productivity. If 1 acre of land produces 2 tons of food grains, then productivity of land equals output equals 2 ton equals 2 tonni acre. Input, land, 1 acre. Productivity of labor equals output equals 2 ton equals 0.4 ton labor. Input, labor, 5 laborer. The above two are basically average productivity. 7.4%, 8%, 8.3%, 6.8%, 6.5%, 3.9%, minus 5.80%, 9.1%, 7%, minus 8%, minus 6%, minus 4%, minus 2%, 0%, 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%, 10%, 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. Year. Real GDP growth. 1 acre land, 5 laborers, 2 ton production fundamentals of macroeconomy. 21. If by adding 1 extra labor, production increases by 0.2 ton, then marginal productivity of labor equals change in output equals 0.2 ton equals 0.2 ton labor. Change in labor, 1 labor. Similarly, we can calculate productivity of capital equals output. Capital. Higher is the productivity of capital, it is good for the economy. The inverse of productivity of capital is capital output ratio. Capital output ratio is the ratio of capital to output. It measures how much of capital is required per unit of output. So, if more capital is required per unit of output, then the capital is less efficient. Hence, it also measures average efficiency of capital, but it is inverse of productivity efficiency. Capital output ratio equals capital output. Higher the capital output ratio, it is bad for economy. If capital output ratio is 31, that means Rs. 1 unit of output is produced from Rs. 3 units of capital. And if capital output ratio is 41, that means to produce Rs. 1 unit of output Rs. For units of capital is required. So, 31 is better than 41 for the economy. We measured capital output ratio because we are not interested in measuring the productivity of capital. Rather, we want to know that in India how much, average, capital is required to produce 1 unit, rupee 1, of output GDP. Our target variable is output GDP, and we are always interested in knowing that if we have to produce 1 unit of output, then how much capital will be required. So, now we are more interested in knowing that how much new additional capital, in value rupee, will be required to increase the output by 1 more unit, in rupee. This is because whenever a new government comes, it tries to attract new investment and hence it is more interested in knowing that if it has to increase the GDP by 1 additional unit, then how much additional capital will be required. And for that we have another term called incremental capital output ratio, ICOR. Our target variable is GDP output. So we government is always interested in knowing that how much extra capital will be required to produce 1 extra unit of output, rather than the other way around. Incremental capital output ratio, ICOR, is defined as how much additional capital will be required to produce 1 additional unit of output. ICOR equals change in capital GDP equals investment percent in GDP change in output GDP, percent change in GDP fundamentals of macroeconomy. 22. ICOR represents how efficiently the new additional capital is being used in a country to produce output. If ICOR of India equals 5, that means India requires Rs. 5 value of extra capital goods to produce Rs. 1 of additional output. Investment percent in GDP equals ICOR x percent change in GDP. From the above formula, if our ICOR is 5, and we want economic growth of 8%, then we will have to do 40% investment. But if somehow we are able to reduce our ICOR to 4 by making ourselves more efficient, then we can achieve the same 8% economic growth with just 32% of investment. The incremental capital output ratio is a catch-all expression. It depends upon a multiple number of factors such as governance, quality of labor, which again depends on education and skill development levels, and technology, etc. For example, If the labor is not skilled and he is not able to use the machines properly, then our output produced will be less and our ICOR will increase even if there is no problem with the machine capital. 1.14 Potential GDP. Potential GDP is the real value of goods and services that can be produced when a country's factors of production are fully employed. It is the maximum sustainable level of output that an economy can produce. When an economy is operating at its potential trend, there are high levels of utilization of the labor force and the capital stock. Potential output is determined by the economy's productive capacity, which depends upon the inputs available, capital, land, labor, etc., and the economy's technological efficiency. Potential GDP tends to grow slowly because inputs like labor and capital and the level of technology changes quite slowly over time. Potential GDP growth also changes slowly with time depending on various factors like political setup, governance, infrastructure, health and education of the people, utilization of capital, etc. As per Economic Survey 2015-16, the potential GDP growth of our country is between 8% to 10%. Actual GDP is subject to business cycle swings, i.e. the cycles of upturn and downturn. During downturn, the actual GDP falls below the potential level, and during upturn, the actual GDP rises above the potential GDP level. Technically, a recession is defined as at least 2 consecutive quarters of negative economic growth as measured by a country's real GDP. A recession is a period of significant decline in total output, income, and employment, usually lasting from 6 months to 18 months and marked by widespread contractions in many sectors of the economy. A severe and protracted recession is called depression. Economic growth slowdown is generally considered as the phase when GDP growth rate of the economy is declining, but it may still be positive. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 23. Real GDP. Trend. Potential GDP. Actual GDP. Upturn. Downturn. 2010, 2015, 2020, 2025 year. Let us take an example to understand recession. Year 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015 real GDP Rs. 100 rupees, 108 rupees, 112 rupees. 115 real GDP growth 8%, 3.7%, 2.7%. In the above example, the country is not going through any recession as real GDP output of the economy is still increasing even if the growth rate of GDP is decreasing. The recession occurs when the growth rate of GDP becomes negative or output starts decreasing. The above is a case of economic growth slowdown and not recession. 1.15 Nominal, PPP, and real exchange rates. 1. Nominal exchange rate, NER. NER equals price of one currency in terms of another currency. For example, if we can purchase $1 by paying rupees 70 in the market, that means NER is $1 equals Rs. 70. Now this exchange rate can also be written as Rs. $70 or $0.14 Rs. But the standard followed is abroad with respect to domestic. So, we will use the standard format. So, $1 equals Rs. 70 means NER is $0.14 per Rs. The NER depends on the market forces of demand and supply. If more and more people are purchasing dollars in the exchange market, then the demand of dollar increases and dollar will become stronger or appreciate. But if more and more tourists are coming to India and are converting their dollars and demanding rupees, then rupee will appreciate. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 24. 2. Purchasing power parity, PPP. Exchange rate. Suppose NER is $1 equals Rs. 70 and India and US produce just one burger each, which are exactly same in quantity and quality. India, US, and burger prices Rs. 35 $1. PPP exchange rate means that if $1 can purchase one burger in US, then that same burger can be purchased in how many rupees in India? To calculate PPP exchange rate in the above case, we just need to compare the prices of the burger in both the countries. In the above case, by comparing the prices of burger in India and US, we get $1 equals Rs. 35. So, $1 equals Rs. 35 is the PPP exchange rate, or it can also be written as $0.28 Rs. This implies that whatever Rs. 35 can purchase in India, the same items can be purchased in US in $1, i.e., purchasing power of Rs. 35 in India is equal to purchasing power of $1 in US. Or we can also say that purchasing power of $0.28 in US is equal to purchasing power of Rs. 1 in India, so PPP exchange rate is $0.28 per Rs. So, PPP exchange rate is $1 equals Rs. 35, i.e. $135 per Rs, i.e. $0.028 per Rs. So, PPP exchange rate can be derived as equals abroad price domestic price. We can write it as domestic price abroad price also, but standard is abroad domestic. Above example was a case of just one product. But if both the countries are producing several commodities, then to calculate PPP exchange rate, consider the same basket of commodities which are produced in both the countries and compare the prices. Whatever we will get, that will be PPP exchange rate. For example, consider the following. India, US. Suppose the price of the basket of commodities in India is 2,000 rupees, and the price of the same basket of commodities in US is $100. This means that purchasing power of Rs. 2,000 in India is same as purchasing power of $100 in US. So, PPP exchange rate will be $100 equals Rs. 2,000, i.e. $1 equals Rs. 20, i.e. $0.05 per Rs. Abroad price domestic price. This means that whatever we can purchase in Rs. 1 in India, the same items can be purchased in $0.5 in US. Consider a basket of 1 unit each of 100 commodities. Consider the same basket of 1 unit each of 100 commodities. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 25. If the inflation rate is different in both the countries, then PPP exchange rate will change with time. But if both countries have same rate of inflation or zero inflation, then PPP exchange rates will remain constant. When nominal exchange rate becomes equal to PPP exchange rate, we say that the currencies of the two countries are at purchasing power parity. As per IMF, the purchasing power parity between two countries is the rate at which the currency of one country needs to be converted into that of a second country to ensure that a given amount of the first country's currency will purchase the same volume of goods and services in the second country as it does in the first. 3. Real exchange rate, RER. Consider the above example of burger. In ER, $1 equals Rs. 70. $0.14 Rs. India US. In the above example, we can see that burger is costing $1 in US, while in India burger can be purchased in Rs. 35 or 50 cents. So, we can say that Indian burgers are cheaper or Indian burgers are more competitive, and hence in the above case India will export burgers while US will import burgers. So, let us calculate trade competitiveness, i.e., which country's trade is more competitive. Trade competitiveness will depend on 3 parameters: price of burger in India, domestic price of burger in US, abroad price, nominal exchange rate, NER. As we are following the standard abroad with respect to domestic, so we will calculate trade competitiveness of US with respect to India. Trade competitiveness of US WRT India, price of burger in India, 1 price of burger in US, nominal exchange rate. So, trade competitiveness of US WRT India equals domestic price x nominal exchange rate. Abroad price equals nominal exchange rate. Abroad price, domestic price. 1 burger equals Rs. 35. 1 burger equals $1. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 26. NER. PPP. Rs. 35x $0.14 Rs. $1 equals 12. And this is also called real exchange rate, RER, i.e. RER equals NERP, US WRT India. Trade competitiveness of US WRT India is 1/2. 1. This means that US products are less competitive as compared to India, which also means that, in any amount of money, whatever we can purchase from India, we will be able to purchase only half of the items from US. If this 1/2 will start increasing, this means that US trade competitiveness is increasing, but maybe less than India. And once it reaches to 1, then it means that both the countries' trade is equally competitive, i.e. in any amount of money we will be able to purchase the same quantity of products from India and US, and trade may stop. If trade competitiveness of US WRT India is 2 or 1, this means that US products are twice competitive as compared to India, which means that in any amount of money, if we are able to purchase certain items from India, then in the same money we will be able to purchase twice the number of items in US. And one thing we need to understand, that if some currency is appreciating, then it means that its value is increasing, and it will be costlier to purchase that currency, and hence it's costlier to purchase the goods from that country by purchasing that country's currency. And then we say that that country's trade is becoming less competitive. So, when a currency appreciates, either in real or nominal terms, then it means that its trade is becoming less competitive. In the case of NER, if the exchange rate is $0.14 rupee, and if its value is increasing to $0.28 rupee, that means we are getting more dollars per rupee, and hence we say that rupee is appreciating, and this means that rupee trade is becoming less competitive. In the same way, if the value of 1/2, abroad WRT domestic, in case of real exchange rate, is increasing, that means rupee is appreciating, and since rupee is appreciating, so Indian trade is becoming less competitive, or US trade is becoming more competitive. Now if we want to create an index of real exchange rate and represent the value 1/2 with 100, then if 1/2 is increasing, refer the figure below, that means the real index number 100 will increase, and we will say that rupee is appreciating in real terms, and rupee, Indian, trade is becoming less competitive. And if 1/2 is decreasing, then the number 100 will decrease, refer the figure below, which will mean that rupee is depreciating in real terms, and hence, Indian, exports will become more competitive. So, real exchange rate tells about the trade competitiveness, and it already includes the effect of nominal exchange rate. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 27. If India wants to measure its export competitiveness with respect to its trading partners with just one parameter, then it calculates real effective exchange rate, RER, which is a weighted average, with respect to trade value, of the real exchange rates of its trading partners. Similarly, if India wants to calculate its nominal exchange rate with respect to a group of other countries, then it can calculate nominal effective exchange rate, NER, when real exchange rate equals 1, nominal exchange rate equals PPP exchange rate, and we say that the currencies are at purchasing power parity. This means that goods cost the same in two countries when measured in the same currency. From the below figure, we can see that from December 2017 to October 2018, the index value is decreasing. That means rupee has depreciated in both RER and NER terms. That means trading partners' trade has become less competitive and India's trade has become more competitive. And from October 2018 to January 2019, rupee has appreciated in both RER and NER terms. Figure: movement of indices in RER and NER 2017-18 is equal to 100. 1.16 GDP, welfare, development, and human capital. GDP measures the total market value of goods and services produced in an economy in a year. It does not claim to measure welfare, or well-being, or inequality, or happiness. An economy can have rising levels of inequality, falling levels of democratic norms, falling levels of civil liberties, increasing air and water pollution, worsening gender equality, etc., and still have rising levels of GDP. The question is, Does the existence of any or all of these ills imply that GDP is a faulty measure of the total market value of all final goods and services? The answer is no. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 28. The GDP is a simple measure, and criticizing it by judging it based on social or moral norms would be completely missing the point of using GDP. It is true that GDP often fails to account for all the things that bring down our welfare and diminish our well-being. For instance, damage done by the use of fossil fuels. But then GDP often doesn't adequately account for all the welfare gains as well. As far as the broader question of people's well-being is concerned, of course, GDP is inadequate, but again, that is by design. GDP does not include its distribution, externalities, and activities at home. In other words, if one wants to know about the distribution of wealth, state of air pollution, or even happiness, then one would need to map other measures. There is no simple way of representing every aspect of well-being in a single number in the way GDP describes market economic output. This has led to GDP being used as a proxy for the welfare of the people, but GDP was not designed for this task. That is why we need to complement GDP with a broader set of indicators that would reflect the distribution of well-being in society and its sustainability across its social, economic, and environmental dimensions. It is true that solely focusing on GDP can lead to policies that are blind to people's broader well-being, but it is also true that it is difficult to find a worthy replacement of GDP. So, instead of pulling down GDP, it is better to look at a broader set of variables to get a more nuanced understanding of people's well-being. Economic development. Economic development is a broader concept than economic growth. GDP. Development reflects social and economic progress and requires economic growth. Economic growth is a vital and necessary condition for development, but it is not a sufficient condition as it cannot guarantee development. Development focuses on the improvement of the overall well-being of the people in terms of increase in per capita income, better health and education facilities, better infrastructure, reduction in poverty, generation of employment, etc. Obstacles to development include poverty, lack of economic opportunities, corruption, poor governance, lack of education, and lack of health. Human capital. Just as a country can turn physical resources like land into physical capital like factories, similarly, it can also turn human resources like students into human capital like engineers and doctors. Societies need sufficient human capital in the first place, in the form of competent people who have themselves been educated and trained as professors and other professionals. In other words, we need good human capital to produce other human capital. Sources of human capital formation is investments in education, health, on-the-job training, etc. Human capital considers education and health as a means to increase labor productivity. Human capital treats human beings as a means to an end, the end being the increase in productivity. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 29. Human development is based on the idea that education and health are integral to human well-being, because only when people have the ability to read and write and the ability to lead a long and healthy life, they will be able to make other choices which they value. The causality between human capital and economic income growth flows in either direction. Higher income building of high level of human capital, high level of human capital growth of income. Green GDP. Ecosystem resources such as mineral deposits, water resources, soil nutrients, fossil fuels, etc. are capital assets, but traditional national accounts do not include measures of the depletion of these resources. This means a country could cut its forests to set up a factory and deplete its fisheries, and which would ultimately show only as a positive gain in GDP without registering the corresponding decline in assets. This is where green GDP comes into play. The green GDP is the measurement of GDP growth with the environmental consequences of that growth factored in. Green GDP accounts for the monetized loss of biodiversity, costs caused by climate change, etc. Green GDP is the index of the economic growth of a particular country, which enshrines the environment consequences of the economic activities. It is a measure of how a country is prepared for sustainable development. Carbon tax. Currently, India does not have an explicit uniform system of carbon taxation across the country. However, state governments have imposed their own taxes to capture the costs of negative externalities, such as the green cess implemented in Goa and the eco-tax on vehicles entering Missouri. One measure introduced by the GOI in 2010 was the clean energy cess, which aimed to incentivize the use of clean fuels by increasing the cost of consuming coal and using a portion of the revenue collected to fund research and clean energy projects. However, with the introduction of Goods and Services Tax, GST, in 2017, the clean energy cess was abolished. In its place, a GST, compensation cess on coal production at Rs. 400 per ton was introduced. But the compensation cess taxes only the usage of coal and not the quantum of carbon emission from the usage of coal. Carbon taxes have several utilities, like it discourages the consumption of highly emissive material sources of energy and incentivizes the use of renewable sources of energy, and it places the external cost of carbon emission on the polluter and not on the public. 1.17 World Bank and IMF classification of countries. World Bank classifies the world's economies based on estimates of gross national income, GNI, per capita based on nominal exchange rate. The GNI per capita estimates are also used as input to the World Bank's operational classification of economies that determines lending eligibility. As per the 2022 data, the following is the classification of world economies. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 30. High income $13,205, GNI per capita. Upper middle $4,255, GNI per capita less than $13,205. Middle income, lower middle $1, 0.85, GNI per capita less than $4,255. Low-income GNI per capita less than $1,085. India belongs to the lower middle group as its GNI per capita is $2,500, Rs. 2.10 lakhs. In terms of nominal exchange rate, as per the PPP exchange rate, India's GNI per capita is approximate $9,000. The World Economic Outlook, WEO, IMF, classifies the world into two major groups: advanced economies, emerging market, and developing economies. This above classification is based on three parameters: per capita income, using PPP exchange rate, export diversification, degree of integration into the global financial system. 1.18 inflation indices. An index is a number designed to measure the relative change in the level of an activity phenomenon from time to time. An index is used to measure the changes in various fields like stock market, wages, prices, etc. An inflation index is a tool used to measure the rate of inflation in an economy. To measure the price rise in the economy, an inflation index is chosen for a particular year as the base year. Generally, the index is taken as 100 in the base year. In the next year, when the inflation in the economy increases, then this index is also increased proportionately based on the data collected from the field. Suppose, for example, we assume inflation index as 100 in the year 2010, base year. We need to keep in mind that 100 is just a representation of the price level in the year 2010, and not the average price, and we can start this number even from 1,000 or 100,000 also. It will not matter. If the inflation in the economy increases by 10% in the year 2011, then this index number of 100 is moved up to 110. If the inflation in the economy is 5% in the year 2012, then this index number moves to 115.5 and so on. An index can be designed to measure the price increase of a particular commodity or average price increase of a basket of commodities. Since the variation in prices of different commodities may be different, we take the weighted average increase in the prices of a basket of commodities to measure the inflation. In India, we predominantly use the following indices to measure the average price increase for a basket of commodities. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 31. 1. Consumer Price Index, CPI. CPI measures the change in prices paid by the ultimate consumers in the retail market. Since different class of consumers' consumption pattern varies, there can be difference in the price increase in the basket of commodities consumed by one class of people from the other class group. So, in India we have several CPI indices for different category class of people. CPI, Industrial Workers, CPI, IW. This index measures the change in price of commodity basket consumed by the industrial workers. CPI, Agricultural Laborers, CPI, AL. This index measures the change in price of commodity basket consumed by the agricultural laborers. CPI, Rural Laborers. This index measures the change in price of commodity basket consumed by the rural laborers. These indices are published monthly by Labor Bureau under Ministry of Labor and Employment for all India as well as states and union territories. Since the above three indices covered only a segment of the population and not the overall nation, so we have designed three more indices of CPI. CPI, Rural. This index measures the change in price of commodity basket consumed by rural population. CPI, Urban. This index measures the change in price of commodity basket consumed by urban population. CPI, Combined. It is computed by combining CPI Rural and CPI Urban Index. The base year for the above three indices is 2011 to 12 and are published monthly by National Statistical Office, NSO, for all India as well as states and union territories. The weights in the CPI basket for different items are assigned based on the expenditure made by the retail people on those items. And these weights are assigned once during the base year, and then it remains fixed till the base year gets revised. Food and beverages have the highest weight of 45.86% in CPI combined. Hence, any fluctuation in food items impacts the CPI in a major way. CPI includes the impact of indirect taxes. Consumer Food Price Index, CFPI. CFPI measures the change in retail prices of food items consumed by the population. It is also released monthly for rural, urban, and combined, all India basis. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 32. 2. Wholesale Price Index, WPI. WPI measures the change in prices in the wholesale market, where goods are traded in bulk. It is published monthly by Office of Economic Advisor, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIT, under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. While the CPI-based retail inflation looks at the price which the consumer pays to buy the goods and services, the WPI tracks prices which the producer gets at the wholesale or factory gate mandi levels. Between the wholesale price and the retail price, the difference essentially is the former only tracks basic prices devoid of transportation cost, indirect taxes, and the retail margin, etc. WPI includes the price change of goods only and not services because services are not traded in wholesale markets. WPI commodities are divided into three major groups: primary articles, like agriculture commodities and minerals, fuel and power manufactured products. Weight 22.62%, 13.15%, 64.23%. There are around 697 items in the WPI basket, and their weights are assigned based on the domestic production of that item plus net imports, which is also called net traded value. And this weight is kept constant till we revise the base year and start a new series. The present base year for WPI is 2011 to 12. The weight of food articles in WPI is 24.4%. 3. GDP deflator. To understand GDP deflator, Consider an example where India is producing 10 kilograms of wheat at the market price of Rs. 10 in 2012 and 11 kilograms of wheat at Rs. 10.5 in 2013. 2012-2013. Wheat 10 kilograms XRS. 10-11 kilograms XRS. 10.5. If we want to know the inflation from 2012 to 2013, then we can see that it is 5%. Rs. 10 to Rs. 10.5. But inflation can be calculated in another way, also by keeping the quantity constant in both the years. In the above example, nominal GDP of 2013 equals 11 kilograms XRS. 10.5 equals 115.5 rupees, and real GDP of 2013 equals 11 kilograms XRS. 10 equals 110 rupees. If we divide nominal GDP of 2013 by real GDP of 2013, then what we get is the change in price, because in nominal GDP and real GDP of 2013, the quantity is same constant, i.e. 11 kilograms. So, change in price from 2012 to 2013 equals nominal GDP of 2013. Real GDP of 2013, 11 kilograms XRS. 10.5 equals 115.5 rupees equals 1.0511 kilograms XRS. 10 rupees. 110 1 Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 33. This means that the prices have increased by 1.05 times from 2012 to 2013, i.e. inflation is 5%. And this ratio of nominal GDP real GDP is called the GDP deflator. So, GDP deflator equals nominal GDP. Real GDP. GDP deflator is published by NSO quarterly. The following are some basic differences in CPI, WPI, and GDP deflator. In wholesale market, services are not traded, so WPI does not include the inflation in services, while CPI and GDP deflator capture inflation in services also. The goods purchased by consumers in the retail market do not represent all the goods produced in the country, like inputs, intermediates, and capital goods are purchased by the companies. So CPI does not include these items, but WPI takes into account of all such goods. CPI and WPI include prices of goods produced domestically and imported both, but GDP deflator does not include prices of imported goods. The weights are constant in CPI and WPI index till base year gets revised, but they differ according to production level of each good and services in GDP deflator. National income aggregates are estimated at current and constant prices under the production, value added approach of calculation of GDP. For some activities, estimates are prepared at current prices and the constant price estimates are derived using a suitable price indicator. For some activities, estimates are prepared at constant prices and the current price estimates are derived using a suitable price indicator. For some other activities, volumes are estimated independently. The price indicator used to convert from current constant price to constant current price is generally WPI or CPI at aggregate or disaggregated level, or it can be a mix of both. Estimates of all activities are aggregated to arrive at GVA estimates at both constant and current price separately and adjusted for taxes less subsidies to arrive at GDP at market prices. The ratio of current to constant price estimate of GDP or GVA, thus derived, is the implicit GDP or GVA price deflator, reflecting overall inflation in all goods and services produced in the economy. Source: RBI Fundamentals of Macroeconomy. 34. 1.19 Previous year's questions. 1. A rapid increase in the rate of inflation is sometimes attributed to the base effect. What is base effect? 2011. A. It is the impact of drastic deficiency in supply due to failure of crops. B. It is the impact of the surge in demand due to rapid economic growth. C. It is the impact of the price levels of previous year on the calculation of inflation rate. D. None of the statements A, B, and C given above is correct in this context. 2. A closed economy is an economy in which 2011. A. The money supply is fully controlled. B. Deficit financing takes place. C. Only exports take place. D. Neither exports nor imports take place. 3. In the context of Indian economy, consider the following statements. 2011. I. The growth rate of GDP has steadily increased in the last 5 years. 2. The growth rate in per capita income has steadily increased in the last 5 years. Which of the following statements given above are correct? A. I. Only. B. 2. Only. C. Both I. And 2. D. Neither I nor 2. 4. Economic growth in country X will necessarily have to occur if 2013. A. There is technical progress in the world economy. B. There is population growth in X. C. There is capital formation in X. D. The volume of trade grows in world economy. 5. Which of the following brings out the Consumer Price Index number for industrial workers? 2015. A. The Reserve Bank of India. B. The Department of Economic Affairs. C. The Labor Bureau. D. The Department of Personnel and Training. 6. Increase in absolute and per capita real GNP do not connote a higher level of economic development if 2018. A. Industrial output fails to keep pace with agricultural output. B. Agricultural output fails to keep pace with industrial output. C. Poverty and unemployment increase. D. Imports grow faster than exports. 7. Despite being a high-saving economy, capital formation may not result in significant increase in output due to 2018. A. Weak administrative machinery. B. Illiteracy. C. High population density. D. High capital output ratio. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 35. 8. Consider the following statements. 2019. I. Purchasing power parity, PPP, Exchange rates are calculated by comparing the prices of the same basket of goods and services in different countries. 2. In terms of PPP dollars, India is the 6th largest economy in the world. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. I only, B. I and 2 only, C. Both I and 2, D. Neither I nor 2. 9. Consider the following statements. 2021. The weighted age of food in Consumer Price Index, CPI, is higher than that in Wholesale Price Index, WPI. 2. The WPI does not capture changes in the prices of services, which CPI does. 3. Reserve Bank of India has now adopted WPI as its key measure of inflation and to decide on changing the key policy rates. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. 1 and 2 only, B. 2 only, C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 10. Other things remaining unchanged. Market demand for a good might increase if 2021. I. Price of its substitute increases. 2. Price of its complement increases. 3. The good is an inferior good and income of the consumers increases. 4. Its price falls. Which of the above statements are correct? A. I and 4 only, B. 2, 3 and 4 only, C. I, 3 and 4 only, D. I, 2 and 3 only. 11. With reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statements. 1. An increase in nominal effective exchange rate, NER, indicates the appreciation of rupee. 2. An increase in the real effective exchange rate, RER, indicates an improvement in trade competitiveness. 3. An increasing trend in domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause an increasing divergence between NER and RER. Which of the above statements are correct? A. 1 and 2 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. 1 and 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. Answer: 1C, 2D, 3D, 4C, 5C, 6C, 7D, 8A, 9A, 10A, 11C. Fundamentals of macroeconomy. 36. Mains questions. 1. Define potential GDP and explain its determinants. What are the factors that have been inhibiting India from realizing its potential GDP? 2020. 2. Explain the difference between computing methodology of India's gross domestic product, GDP, before the year 2015 and after the year 2015. 2021. 3. Do you agree that the Indian economy has recently experienced V-shaped recovery? Give reasons in support of your answer. 2021. Money and Banking Part 1. 37. 2. Money and Banking, Part 1. 2.1 Introduction. In earlier times, economic transactions used to happen as barter exchanges, i.e., one commodity is exchanged for the other commodity. But for barter exchanges to happen, there must be double coincidence of wants, i.e., there should be diametrically opposite demand of the two parties doing the exchange. Consider, for example, an individual has a surplus of rice which he wishes to exchange for wheat. If he is not lucky enough, he may not be able to find another person who has the diametrically opposite demand for rice with a surplus of wheat to offer in exchange. The process can become very cumbersome in case of a large economy. To smoothen the transaction, an intermediate commodity is necessary which is acceptable to both the parties. The individuals can then sell their produce for this commodity and use this commodity to purchase the other goods that they need. Now, what should be the characteristics of this commodity? Suppose this intermediate commodity is decided to be iron or water. Then in such a case, if water and iron are easily freely available in the country, then a person who has produced rice with so much of effort would never be willing to exchange his rice in return for iron or water, as he can easily freely get iron and water in the economy. That means the intermediate commodity should be such that it is very limited in supply and difficult to get. So, we decided this intermediate commodity as gold or silver, as both were very limited in supply, and started buying and selling of goods in exchange of gold and silver. Such a commodity is called money. This system of gold and silver continued for a long time. But there were problems associated with this also. Suppose there is a country, economy, where people are buying and selling goods and services with the help of the gold coins. If the production of goods and services, GDP, is increasing every year, then the country may require more gold coins for transaction of the increased goods and services. If the supply of gold coins is not keeping pace with the increase in goods and services, then there could again be problems in transaction process. And the other problem associated with this system was, every time a person is purchasing a commodity, he needs to carry the physical gold with him. Now, suppose there is a person X in the economy whom everybody used to trust. One day, an individual, say, deposited his physical gold with the person X, and he issued the individual A a paper slip with his signature and the amount of gold written on that slip. Suppose 1 milligram. When this person A went in the market to purchase goods worth 1 milligram mg of gold from a person B, then rather than offering 1 milligram of gold, A offered the paper slip to B that X had signed. B willingly accepted that paper slip from A, as B also knew and trusted that person X, and had trust that whenever he will go to X and offer him the paper slip, he will get 1 milligram of gold. In the same way, everybody in the economy deposited their gold with the trustworthy person X, and in return got paper slips and started buying and selling goods with these paper slips. These paper slips became the currency rupee, and X is the RBI. Still, if the production of goods and services is increasing every year, then we require more rupees, and if we do not have gold, how will we get the rupee? In such a situation, Money and Banking Part 1. 38. RBI used to issue the paper slips without the deposition of physical gold, but by keeping some other assets. So, if the production of goods and services, i.e., the output, is increasing in the economy, then RBI can issue more rupee currency notes by accepting some other assets like government securities, foreign currency, to facilitate transaction in the economy. The logic is if RBI is issuing the currency notes, then it must be backed by some asset, physical or financial, may not necessarily gold. Now we have a huge population, and if all the people are going to transact with RBI, asking for rupee notes or deposition of gold, then it will be very difficult for RBI to manage them. So, a layer of commercial banks was created between RBI and the public. In any particular year, suppose there is some level of output GDP and some level of money supply in the economy. Now, next year, RBI tries to increase the money supply in the economy based on two factors. One is the expected real GDP growth, and the other is the level of inflation that RBI wants to maintain target in the economy. So, basically money supply is increased proportional to the expected nominal GDP. Money supply chases the output, and inflation will depend on the proportion of output, GDP, and money supply. The following scenarios are possible. If money supply is increased while output decreases or remains constant, then prices may go up. If money supply is decreased while output increases or remains constant, then prices may come down. If money supply remains constant and output decreases, then prices may go up. If money supply remains constant and output increases, then prices may come down. Money and Banking, Part 1. 39. Seigniorage. Seigniorage refers to the profit from money creation and, thus, is a way for governments to generate revenue without levying conventional taxes. Seigniorage is the profit that accrues to the central banks in the following ways. 3. The inflation tax concept, which is measured as the product of the inflation rate and the monetary base. Because of inflation, the currency note that the public is holding loses value, which reduces the liability of RBI. 2.2 Functions of money. Money plays three important roles. Functions in the economy. Money acts as a medium of exchange. Facilitation of exchanges transactions is the most important role of money. 2. Money also acts as a convenient unit of account. This means that the value of all goods and services can be expressed in monetary units. When we say that the value of a book is Rs. 300, we mean that the book can be exchanged for 300 units of money, where the unit is rupee in this case. So, the value of all goods and services can be expressed in rupee terms. 3. Money acts as a store of value. This means that wealth can be stored in the form of money for future use. Money is not perishable, and its storage costs are also considerably lower and are acceptable to everyone at any point of time. It may be noted that any asset other than money can also act as a store of value, i.e., gold, property, etc. However, they may not be easily convertible to other commodities and do not have universal acceptability. In case the prices are rising steeply, then the purchasing power of money erodes and the store of value function of money gets compromised as money starts losing its value. 2.3 Exchange rate systems. Fixed and adjustable managed float. $1 equals Rs. 1. $1 equals Rs. 31. $1 equals Rs. 80. Before 1993. Since independence until 1993, India used to fix its exchange rate with respect to dollar and other major currencies, and depending on economic situation, whenever required it used to adjust or devalue and revalue the rupee. This is called fixed and adjustable exchange rate system. In 1947, the nominal exchange rate was $1 equals Rs. 1, but due to continued adverse balance of payment, BOP, situation and relatively higher inflation in India as compared to other. 1947, 1993 Present money and banking, Part 1. 40. Major trading partners. We used to devalue the rupee, because of which it reached to $1 equals Rs. 31 by 1993. A country goes for devaluation of its currency to correct its adverse balance of payment situation so that its exports get cheaper and import becomes costlier. Let us understand with an example. Suppose the nominal exchange rate is $1 equals Rs. 20. India US. Burger price Rs. 10 $1. In this case, US will import the burgers from India, as in $1 they will get Rs. 20, and in Rs. 20 they will get 2 burgers in India. So India will export burgers to US. But if due to inflation the burger price in India becomes Rs. 20, then exports from India will stop, i.e., inflation in India is making its exports less competitive. But in that situation, when price has increased to Rs. 20, if RBI devalues the exchange rate to $1 equals Rs. 30, then again exports from India will start, because now foreigners will get Rs. 30 and $1, and in Rs. 30 they will get 1.5 burger in India. Hence, to increase its exports and improve the balance of payment situation, India consistently devalued its currency till 1993. After 1993, RBI left the rupee to the market forces of demand and supply, i.e., floating exchange rate. Floating exchange rate implies that its value will depend float as per the market forces of demand and supply of the currency in the market, and the central bank of the country will not manipulate it. For example, if more and more foreign investors are trying to come to India for investment purpose, then they will try to sell their foreign currency and purchase rupees, as they can invest in India in Indian rupee only. As they will try to purchase more and more Indian rupees, the demand of rupees will increase and it will appreciate. If the opposite happens and investors start leaving India, then they will sell their investments in India in rupee and purchase the foreign currency, which will lead to increase in demand of foreign currency, and the rupee will start depreciating. Let us take another example to understand why rupee depreciated against dollar continuously after 1993. Suppose the nominal exchange rate is $1 equals Rs. 40. India US. Burger price Rs. $21. In this case, US will import the burgers from India, as in $1 they will get Rs. 40, and in Rs. 40 they will get 2 burgers in India. so India will export burgers to US. But if due to inflation the burger price in India has started increasing and becomes Rs. 30, then exports from India will start declining, which in another way implies that demand for money and banking. Part 1. 41. Rupees will start declining. The decline in rupee demand will depreciate the rupee exchange rate, and it may move to $1 equals Rs. 50, which again will push the export of burgers from India, as US people will get more burgers at $1 equals Rs. 50 exchange rates than $1 equals Rs. 40. So, when our exchange rate was fixed and adjustable before 1993, and there was comparatively high inflation in India or BOP issues, then RBI used to devalue rupee to make our exports competitive. Now after 1993, when India faced higher inflation as compared to the other countries, its currency, rupee, automatically depreciated due to market forces of demand and supply. Floating exchange rates are of two types: free float. Under this system, the central bank of the country never intervenes in the foreign exchange market, and the currency price is totally left to the demand and supply forces, i.e. market forces. For example, US, Japan, and some European countries. Managed float. Under this system, the central bank sometimes intervenes in the market to buy and sell foreign currencies in case the domestic currency becomes very volatile. For example, Indian rupee is managed float. So, if the rupee has become very volatile and is depreciating against dollar, then RBI starts selling dollars in the market from its foreign exchange reserves to check the appreciation of dollar and keep the rupee stable and prevent its depreciation. In case of India, RBI intervenes in the foreign exchange market generally indirectly through select public sector banks. These banks, in turn, buy or sell on behalf of RBI in the market to contain volatility in the rupee and not to set any price band. 2.4 Securities. Securities are financial instruments, receipt slips, which promises return, payment, in future, and which are tradable. For example, suppose somebody deposited Rs. 1 lakh in his account and got an account statement passbook. The person who is holding the account statement will receive interest in future, but he is not allowed to sell this paper, account statement, in the market. Hence, the account statement is not considered as a security in a strict sense. Securities can be broadly categorized into two categories, viz. Equity and debt. 1. Equity security, stock shares, represents ownership held by shareholders, owners, in a company corporation. Holders of equity security receive profit, dividend, and capital gains, share price appreciation. Equity securities entitle the holder to some control of money and banking's. Part 42. The company on a proportionate basis, i.e. the equity holders get voting rights, and thus some control of the business. 2. Debt security represents money that is borrowed and must be repaid with terms that define the amount borrowed, interest rate, and maturity date. Holders of debt security receive interest and repayment of the principal. The entity, company, that issues the securities is known as the issuer of security. Whenever a person invests, puts money, in a company project, then this investment can be done broadly in two ways. 1. By purchase of equity securities. In this case, the investor puts the money in the company and gets a share in the ownership of the company. In this case, the person does not get any fixed return but receives profit dividend based on the performance of the company. This is the form of purchase of equity securities of the company by the investor. 2. By purchase of debt securities. In this case, the investor puts the money in the company at a fixed interest rate for a specific period of time and receives interest, regularly, and principal back at the end of maturity period. This is the form of purchase of debt securities of the company by the investor. To understand securities in a better way, let us take an example of a newly registered company, XYZ Private Limited. The company maintains its account in the form of a balance sheet, shown below, and the assets and liabilities of the company in the balance sheet are always equal. Initially, the company does not have any money capital and has an account opened in a particular bank to keep its money. The owner-entrepreneur initially puts up some money, say Rs. 1 crore in the company, which will be deposited in the company's account, and the company in return issues him an ownership document share. The cash in the account of the company will be an asset for the company, as the company can do anything with that cash of Rs. 1 crore. Against this amount, the company will be issuing a document to the owner which will represent 100% ownership in the company and will be represented on the liability side of the company as a statement, owner's money, or shareholders' money. The ownership document or the share is asset for the owner, but will act as liability for the company. This transaction will look like the following. XYZ Private Ltd. Asset liability. Cash equals Rs. 1 CR. Owner's money equals Rs. 1 CR. Rs. 1 crore rupees. 1 CR. If the company is expanding its business and wants more funds, then it may approach a bank. Suppose the bank gave loan to the company worth Rs. 2 crores. The cash that the company got will be an asset for the company, but the company will have to sign a loan money and banking part 1. 43. Document representing Rs. 2 crore loan to the company, and this loan document will be a liability for the company, represented on the liability side as bank loan, an asset for the bank. This transaction will look like XYZ Private Ltd. Asset liability. Cash equals Rs. 1 CR. Cash equals Rs. 2 CR. Owner's money equals Rs. 1 CR. Bank loan equals Rs. 2 CR. Rs. 3 crore rupees. 3 CR. If the company wants more funds, then it may approach the individual people, i.e. retail market, to put in money into the company at a particular fixed interest rate, similar to the way people put money in banks. Suppose the company approached 1 lakh individuals who could invest Rs. 100 each. Total equals Rs. 1 crore. For 5 years in the company at a fixed interest rate of 10%, just assume that banks were offering 9% interest rate, so company offered 1% more. People have decided to put money in the company rather than banks as the company was offering higher interest rate as compared to the banks. This transaction will increase the assets of the company by Rs. 1 crore and the liabilities of the company will also increase by 1 crore. The company will issue paper slips worth Rs. 100 to the individuals, which will be assets for the individuals, but will act as liability for the company. The slips will look like slips. Bank interest rate equals 9%. Now, after some time, if the banks increase their interest rate to 12% due to changes in the economic conditions, then the people holding the slips will try to get rid of the slips as the slip is offering them just 10% interest rate. But if they would go in the market to sell the slips, nobody would be willing to purchase these slips in the market at Rs. 100 because why anybody will purchase the slips at 10% interest rate if they can deposit Rs. 100 in banks and can earn 12% interest rate. So, the slip holders will offer the slips at a discounted lower price if they want it to be sold in the market. But what shall be that lesser price? Anybody will be willing to purchase the slips if they can earn higher interest rate on slips as compared to what is being offered in the market, i.e., 12%. Suppose a purchaser purchases this slip in Rs. 80 from the market. Let us see his earning or interest rate. Money spent by the purchaser in purchasing the slip equals Rs. 80 annual interest received by the purchaser equals Rs. 10% of 100 rupees. Effective interest rate earned by the purchaser equals Rs. 10 rupees. 80 equals 12.5%. XYZ private. Ltd. Value equals Rs. 100 time equals 5 years interest rate equals 10% money and banking. Part 1. 44. Hence the purchaser will purchase this slip in Rs. 80 as he is getting a higher return, which is also called yield, of 12.5%. As compared to the bank interest rate of 12%. Why the person who had initially purchased the slip will sell the slip in Rs. 80? Because he thinks that if the bank interest rate rises further to say 13% or 14%, nobody would be willing to purchase the slip even in Rs. 80. All trading activity happens based on future projections. These slips are called bonds. So, bonds prices in the market decrease when the bank interest rate rises, and the bonds prices in the market increase when the bank interest rate falls. The company's balance sheet will look like XYZ private. Ltd. Asset liability. Cash equals Rs. 1 CR cash equals Rs. 2 CR cash equals Rs. 1 CR. Owner's money equals Rs. 1 CR. Bank loan equals Rs. 2 CR bonds equals Rs. 1 CR. Rs. For crore rupees. For CR. If the company converts its cash to purchase building and machinery, then the balance sheet will look like XYZ private. Ltd. Asset liability. Building 1 equals Rs. 1 CR building 2 equals Rs. 2 CR machinery 1 equals Rs. 1 CR. Owner's money equals Rs. 1 CR. Bank loan equals Rs. 2 CR bonds equals Rs. 1 CR. Rs. For crore rupees. For CR. Now, suppose the company is making profit and more people want to invest in the company and become owners. Let us assume that 1 lakh people invested Rs. 100 each. Total Rs. 1 crore. To become owners in the company, and the company purchased machinery with this Rs. 1 crore cash. The balance sheet will look like XYZ private. Ltd. Asset liability. Building 1 equals Rs. 1 CR building 2 equals Rs. 2 CR machinery 1 equals Rs. 1 CR machinery 2 equals Rs. 1 CR. Owner's money equals Rs. 1 CR owner's money equals Rs. 1 CR. Bank loan equals Rs. 2 CR bonds equals Rs. 1 CR. Rs. 5 crore rupees. 5 CR money and banking. Part 1. 45. Now the value of the owners in the company will be Rs. 2 crore representing 100% ownership, and the new owners would like to hold the ownership share document in proportion to their ownership. So, the ownership document that the initial entrepreneur was holding, whose value has now become Rs. 2 crore, will be divided into 2 lakh pieces. So now, 100% ownership equals Rs. 2 crore equals 2 lakh shares x value of each share, hence, value of each share equals Rs. 100. The entrepreneur will be holding 50% ownership and 1 lakh shares of Rs. 100 each. And the new 1 lakh owners will be holding combined 50% ownership with 1 share each worth Rs. 100. Now, if the company's assets increase either by increase in the valuation of the building, or because the company is making profit, then the value of each share will increase. For example, if the company makes Rs. 2 crore of profit, then this profit will be company's assets, deposited in company's account, and the value of 2 lakh shares will become Rs. for crores, so the share price will increase to Rs. 200 per share. Hence company's share price increases with increase in profit. The balance sheet will look like XYZ private. Ltd. Asset liability. Building 1 equals Rs. 1 CR building 2 equals Rs. 2 CR machinery 1 equals Rs. 1 CR machinery 2 equals Rs. 1 CR cash from profit equals Rs. 2 CR. Shareholders money equals Rs. 4 CR. 2 lakh shares XRS, 200 each. Bank loan equals Rs. 2 CR bonds equals Rs. 1 CR. 7. County Route 7. CR. In the above example, investors are putting money in the company in the following 2 ways. At a particular fixed interest rate, and gets the debt security at profit or loss, and becomes owner and gets equity security. So, against the total assets, the company issues either debt or equity securities to the investors, and the same are represented in the company's account book on the liability side. 2.5 Government securities. A government security, GSEC, is a tradable instrument issued by the central government or the state governments. GSECs carry practically no risk of default and, hence, are called risk-free gilt-edged instruments. Government issues only debt securities. Equity, debt money and banking Part 1. 46. GSECs are issued through auctions conducted by RBI. Auctions are conducted on the electronic platform called the eCouber, the core banking solution, CBS, platform of RBI. So, basically eCouber is a platform where primary market transaction happens. Commercial banks, scheduled UCBs, primary dealers, insurance companies, and provident funds, who maintain funds account, current account, and securities accounts with RBI, are members of this electronic platform. All members of eCouber can place their bids in the auction through this electronic platform. There is an active secondary market in GSECs, and negotiated dealing system order matching, NDSOM, is such a market platform. Stock exchanges are also a secondary market for government securities. There are 4 kinds of government securities. 1. Treasury bills or T-bills. These are short-term debt instruments issued by the Government of India for a maturity of less than 1 year. Treasury bills are zero-coupon securities and pay no interest. Instead, they are issued at a discount and redeemed at the face value at maturity. For example, a 91-day Treasury bill of Indian rupee 100 face value may be issued at say 98.20 Indian rupees, that is, at a discount of say 1.80 Indian rupees, and would be redeemed at the face value of Indian rupee 100. Treasury bills are traded in money market. 2. Cash management bills, CMB. In 2010, Government of India, in consultation with RBI, introduced a new short-term instrument known as cash management bills, CMBs, to meet the temporary mismatches in the cash flow of the Government of India. The CMBs have the generic character of T-bills but are issued for maturities less than 91 days and are traded in money market. 3. Dated securities. These are basically long-term securities issued by the central government and generally have a tenor of 5 years to 40 years. They can be of different categories. Fixed-rate bonds. Interest rate is fixed till maturity. Floating-rate bonds. The interest coupon rate is not fixed and can be linked to the yield of Treasury bills. Inflation-indexed bonds. Interest and principal both are protected against inflation and can be linked with any inflation index like CPI or WPI. Every year principal is money and banking Part 1. 47. Increased by the inflation index, and the interest is offered on the increased principal. Special securities. Under the market borrowing program, the Government of India also issues, from time to time, special securities to entities like oil marketing companies, fertilizer companies, the Food Corporation of India, etc., popularly called oil bonds, fertilizer bonds, and food bonds respectively, as compensation to these companies in lieu of cash subsidies. Bank recapitalization bonds. Government of India has also issued bank recapitalization bonds to specific public sector banks in 2018. Discussed in detail in bank recapitalization, sovereign gold bonds, SGB. SGBs are unique instruments, prices of which are linked to commodity price vs. gold. SGBs are also budgeted in lieu of market borrowing. 4. State development loans, SDL. When states want money, they issue long-term bonds or dated securities of more than 1 year maturity, which are called SDLs. All the above 4 types of government securities qualify for SLR. Government securities market. This market is regulated and managed by RBI. When government, central or state, wants money, RBI raises money for them by issuing securities bonds in the government securities market. First time the securities are issued in the government securities market, basically primary market transaction, and then secondary market transactions happen. All the 4 types of government securities, i.e., cash management bills, treasury bills, dated securities, and state development loans, are traded in the government securities market. Treasury bills, dated securities, and state development loans are also traded in capital market like PSENTS. Retail direct scheme of RBI. Retail individual investors will be able to open a retail direct gilt (RDG) account with the RBI. Retail individual investors will be able to purchase government securities in the primary market directly as well as in the secondary market, but still, they cannot participate in the competitive bidding process. Retail investors can purchase central government securities, treasury bills and dated securities, state government securities, state development loans, and sovereign gold bonds. This scheme will expand investment opportunities in the country and ensure easier access to capital markets with simple and secure mechanism. The scheme will give strength to the inclusion of everyone in the economy, as it will bring in the middle class, employees, small businessmen, and senior citizens with their small savings directly and securely in government securities. Government securities have the provision of guaranteed settlement. This gives assurance of safety to the small investors. Money and banking Part 1. 48. Indian government securities will very soon join Global Bond Index. AE Bond Index includes bonds of different entities like different corporations and governments. Once Government of India bond securities are included in the Global Bond Index, then Government of India will be able to access foreign capital easily. As the interest rates in foreign markets are less, it will be a cheaper source of finance for the Government of India. This will be the first time government will issue bonds denominated in foreign currency. Issuing debt in foreign currencies or listing of bonds in international indices, while attracting greater flows, could expose the country to a greater degree of exchange rate risk and potentially lead to volatility in the rupee if external conditions were to turn adverse. When foreign investors will purchase Government of India bonds from the Global Bond Index, then Government of India will get funds in dollars foreign currency, and then it will convert in rupee for its spending in India, and after maturity of the bonds, Government of India will have to first convert rupees, which it will get through tax and other receipts, into dollars foreign currency to repay to the investors. This investment by foreigners will be treated as government of India's external debt. More investment by foreigners in the government of India bonds will lead to a lesser interest rate on government bonds and hence lesser yield, and this will also increase liquidity, more trade, and easy conversion into cash in Indian government securities. This will also ease pressure on government borrowing from the domestic market, and hence domestic interest rate and yield will also come down. Right now, when foreign investors, NRIs, FPIs, purchase corporate bonds or government bonds in India, then they require approval from SEBI. But if an investor wants to invest in government securities through Global Bond Index, then this prior approval from SEBI needs to be removed. Earlier, there was a cap ceiling as to how much non-residents, foreign investors can invest in bonds in India, but inclusion of government securities in the Global Bond Index requires this cap to be removed. So, RBI in March 2020 removed this cap for investments by non-residents, NRIs, FPIs, in government securities under fully accessible route. There is a plan to remove the limit on corporate debt bond too. The Financial Markets Regulation Department of RBI will handle the listing of government of India securities in the global bond market on the international platform Euroclear. 2.6 Corporate bond market in India. The existence of a deep and liquid corporate debt bond market has the capability to make India less vulnerable, especially to volatile capital flows. 4. A reasonably well-developed bond market could supplement the banking system in meeting the requirements of the corporate sector for long-term capital investment and asset creation. It could provide a stable source of finance, especially when the equity share market is volatile and resource money and banking. Part 1. 49. Requirements of the corporate entities are large. The development of a corporate bond market has now become crucial, especially in view of the need for raising large amount of resources for infrastructure development in the country during the next couple of years. Following are the factors responsible for the slow growth of corporate bond market in India. There are only a few corporate entities which are capable of meeting investor requirements in terms of transparency and governance standards. This has resulted in a yawning gap between demand for and supply of corporate bonds in India. Corporate governance and disclosure standards available do not provide enough confidence to investors to go in for investments in bonds, unlike banks. Public offering of bonds, the process being expensive, time-consuming, and procedure-oriented. Corporates have been finding it easier to either borrow from banks or make a private placement to few select investors rather than to general public investor of their bonds. Non-availability of bankruptcy laws to ensure investor protection has also contributed towards slow development of the corporate bond market. With the coming of IBC 2016, this challenge has now been resolved. Building the infrastructure required for a well-developed bond market is subject to significant time and resource costs, which India has not put till now. Efforts are being made by the government to create a vibrant, dynamic, and deep corporate debt bond market in the country. The following are few steps in this direction. Government, in consultation with RBI, has raised the foreign portfolio investors, FPI, ceiling limit to 15% from the present 9% in corporate bonds. This means that whatever value of total corporate bonds are outstanding, presently issued, 15% could be held by FPIs. Government is framing an investor charter that would focus on the rights and responsibilities of investors and a grievance redressal mechanism. The investor charter will not only help bring in more transparency in the investment process, but will also encourage investors to invest with better knowledge. Government has announced in the budget 2021-22 regarding creation of a backstop facility. A backstop is a financial arrangement that creates a secondary source of funds in case the primary source is not enough to meet current needs. It can also be thought of as an insurance policy that covers the inadequacy of a source of funds. Backstop facility would purchase the bond debt papers of investors, which are of investment grade. Investment grade securities mean which has relatively better credit rating and less risky. Opposite of investment grade is junk grade, both in stressed and in normal times, which will help in the development of the bond market. Money and banking. Part 1. 50. 2.7 Financial markets. A financial market is a market that brings buyers and sellers together to trade in financial securities or assets such as stocks, bonds, derivatives, currencies, etc. Financial markets are broadly of two types. 1. Capital market. Financial markets for buying and selling debt and equity securities. In this market, generally, securities of medium and long term of more than 1 year are bought and sold. Capital markets are of two types. I. Primary market. It refers to the capital market where securities are created. It is in this market that companies sell new shares and bonds for the first time. Initial public offering, IPO. In this market, transaction is between the issuer, company, of security and the investor. In the securities example earlier, the market in which the company issued bonds for the first time to 1 lakh investors is the primary market. 2. Secondary market. Once the securities have been issued by the issuer in the primary market, it gets traded in the secondary market among the investors. In this market, investors trade the previously issued securities among themselves without the involvement of the issuer of security, company. Example, Bombay Stock Exchange. In the securities example, the market in which the investors started buying and selling the bonds among themselves is a secondary market. 2. Money market. A segment of the financial market in which financial instruments with high liquidity and very short maturities, less than 1 year, are traded. Money market instruments are basically debt instruments and include call notice money, repos, treasury bills, cash management bills, commercial paper, certificate of deposits and collateralized borrowing and lending obligations, CBLO. The players who can trade in the money market are financial institutions, commercial banks, central banks, and highly rated corporates. These markets are less risky. Money market transactions can also be classified as primary and secondary. Call notice money. In call money, funds are transacted for overnight basis and under notice money. Funds are transacted for the period between 2 days and 14 money and banking. Part 1. 51 days. These are unsecured instruments. Participants include commercial and cooperative banks, primary dealers, PDs, development finance institutions, insurance companies, and select mutual funds. Certificate of deposits, CDCDs, are negotiable tradable, unsecured money market instruments issued mostly by scheduled commercial banks for a maturity period up to 1 year against funds deposited at the bank. Commercial paper, CPCP, is an unsecured money market instrument issued in the form of a promissory note, promise to pay in future. The maturity of a CP shall be between 7 days to 1 year. NBFCs, development financial institutions, like NABARD, SIDBI, etc., cooperative societies, government entities, PSUs, and other companies can issue CP to raise money in the money market. 2.8 Types of company. Government company means any company in which not less than 51% shares are held by the central government, or by any state government or governments, or partly by the central government, and partly by one or more state governments, and includes subsidiary company of a government company. Non-government companies are those which are not government companies and defined as those companies where government ownership is less than 49% and majority of the ownership lies with private individuals' companies. A private company or close corporation is a company where the number of members is limited to 200, and there is restriction on the transfer of shares. The shares are not available to the general public, but rather owned and exchanged privately. The private word here does not refer to private ownership, rather it tells about whether the shares of the company can be bought sold publicly or not. Publicly company is a company which is not private. Unlisted public company means a public company whose securities are not traded on any stock exchange. Money and banking. Part 1. 52. Listed public company means a company which has any of its securities, shares, bonds, are listed on any recognized stock exchange. But in India, listed is used in reference to shares equity securities. A private company might become a publicly listed company by conducting an initial public offering, IPO, under which the company offers its shares for the first time to the general public through a stock exchange for trading purpose. 2.9 Accounts and deposits. If someone has got money, then it can be kept in the banking system in mainly 2 ways, viz. Demand form, i.e., demand deposits, and time form, i.e., time deposits or term deposits. In case someone wants to deposit money in demand form, then 2 kinds of accounts can be opened, viz. Current account and savings account. And in case someone wants to deposit money in time form, then again 2 kinds of account can be opened, viz. Fixed deposit account and recurring deposit account. Deposits accounts. Types of deposits. 1. Demand deposit. Funds held in demand deposits can be withdrawn at any time on demand without any advance notice to the depository institution. Demand deposits can be demanded by an account holder anytime, and there is no fixed term of maturity for demand deposits. Banks issue checks on this kind of deposits, and checks can be drawn on these deposits, and hence demand deposits are also called checkable deposits. 2. Time deposit. Funds held in time deposits can be withdrawn only by giving an advance notice to the depository institution. The deposits are held for a specified time period or maturity. Banks do not issue checks on this kind of deposits and are hence non-checkable deposits. These are also called term deposits. Types of accounts. 1. Current account. It is always a demand deposit AC, and the bank is obliged to pay the money on demand. There is no limit on number of transactions and value of money and banking. Part 53. Transactions, and these are the most liquid deposits. Current account is used mainly for business purpose companies and never used for saving purpose. No interest is paid by banks on these accounts, and the banks charge certain service charge on these accounts. Banks provide convenient operational facilities on these accounts and also issue checkbooks. 2. Savings account. This account is mainly for individuals. These are also demand deposits, but there are restrictions on the number of transactions and the value of transactions during a specified period. Banks generally prescribe minimum balances in the accounts in order to offset the cost of maintaining and servicing such deposits. The deposits in these accounts earn interest. 3. Recurring deposit account. These are term deposits which are suitable for people who do not have lump sum amount of savings, but are ready to save small amount every month, or quarterly, or half yearly. Such deposits earn interest on the amount already deposited, as applicable to fixed deposits. It is best suited for child's education or marriage purpose. Maturity is generally between 6 months to 10 years. 4. Fixed deposit account. These are term deposits with tenure varying from 7 days to 10 years. These deposits are for fixed term, but can be withdrawn prematurely by giving an advance notice to the bank and some penalty. The different types of accounts which can be maintained by an NRIPIO. An NRI is a person resident outside India, who is a citizen of India or is a person of Indian origin in India are 1. Foreign currency non-resident, FCNR, account. This account can be maintained in any freely convertible foreign currency, but only in the form of term deposits. The interest and principal are non-taxable and freely repatriable. 2. Non-resident external (NRE) account. This account can be maintained in rupee in the form of current, savings, recurring, or fixed deposit. The interest and principal are non-taxable and freely repatriable. 3. Non-resident ordinary (NRO) account. This account can be maintained in rupee in the form of current, savings, recurring, or fixed deposit. Principal and interest are taxable and has restricted repatriability. Income earned from Indian sources like rent, dividend, pension can be deposited only in this account. 2.10 Money supply in an economy. Money consists of mainly currency notes, coins, and deposits of public and banks. In India, coins and currency notes are issued for circulation by the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, which is the monetary authority or central bank in India. 1 rupee note and all coins and subsidiary coins, the magnitude of which is relatively small, are printed by the Government of India, while all the other currency notes are printed by the RBI. All the currency notes and coins are put into circulation only through the RBI, which is the sole authority for the issue of currency and coins in India. Money and Banking Part 1. 54. The 1 rupee note is signed by the Finance Secretary and printed by government as a testimony that it is the base unit of the currency system. Coins and 1 rupee note are printed by the Government of India and hence constitute the liability of Government of India. As part of the circulation process, RBI buys the 1 rupee note and minted coins from the Government of India, and hence the coins and 1 rupee note come and sit under the asset section of RBI's balance sheet. All banknotes, except 1 rupee note, issued by RBI are backed by assets such as gold, government securities, and foreign currency assets, as defined in Section 33 of RBI Act, 1934. I promise to pay the bearer the sum of rupees denotes the obligation on the part of the RBI towards the holder of the banknote that the RBI is liable to pay the value of banknote. This liability of RBI is further guaranteed by Government of India as per Section 26 of the RBI Act, 1934. The value of the currency notes and coins is derived from the guarantee provided by the central government on these items. Every currency note bears on its face a promise from the RBI that if someone produces the note to RBI or any other commercial bank, RBI will be responsible for giving the person purchasing power value equal to the value printed on the note. The same is also true for coins. Currency notes and coins do not have intrinsic value, i.e., the piece of paper in case of rupee note or the iron in case of coin does not have the value of the material, but it derives its value from the promise of RBI. Currency notes and coins are therefore called fiat money. They are also called legal tenders as they cannot be refused by any citizen of the country for payment discharge of debt, for example. Is an autowala obliged to accept your currency note for a ride? Not necessarily. If you are yet to get into the autowala can turn you down despite it being a legal tender. But once you make the trip, and you have incurred a debt, he cannot refuse to take your currency note. But checks can be refused by anyone as a payment mode, and are hence not legal tenders. Currency equals notes plus coins. Currency in circulation equals currency with the public plus currency with the banks. The total stock of money in circulation among the public at a particular point of time is called money supply. So, money supply is money of the public either in cash form or in deposit form. RBI publishes figures for 4 alternative measures of money supply. They are as follows. M1 equals currency with the public plus demand deposits of public with banks. M2 equals M1 plus savings deposits with post office savings bank. M3 equals M1 plus time deposits of public with banks. M4 equals M3 plus total deposits with post office savings bank. Only deposits of public, includes businesses, held by the banks are part of money supply and interbank deposits are excluded. Cash reserves of the commercial banks are not money in banking's Part 1. 55. Treated as a component of money supply, because cash held by the creator suppliers of money, RBI, government and banks, is never treated as a component of money supply. M1 is the most liquid and M4 is the least liquid. M1 and M2 are called narrow money and M3 and M4 are called broad money. M3 is the most commonly used measure of money supply and is also called aggregate monetary resources. The numbering from 1 to 4 is in decreasing order of liquidity. Now mostly M1 and M3 terms are used by RBI. 2.11 Money circulation. Now we will try to understand how money circulates between individuals, public, banks, and RBI. Suppose an individual possesses physical gold worth Rs. 500. He deposits this physical gold with RBI and RBI issues him currency note worth Rs. 500. Alternatively, it can also be said that RBI purchased Rs. 500 gold from the market and issued Rs. 500 note to the public individual. It can be represented as following. Individual commercial bank RBI. Rs. 500 note. Money supply equals Rs. 500. Suppose the individual thinks that he requires only Rs. 200 for his cash transactions and deposits Rs. 300 in bank for safety purpose and to earn interest. This can be represented as following. Individual commercial bank RBI. Rs. 200 note. Rs. 300 in AC. Money supply equals Rs. 500. Assets liability. Gold equals Rs. 500 currency held by public equals Rs 500, Rs 500 rupees 500, assets liability gold equals Rs 500 currency held by public equals Rs 200, vault cash held by banks equals Rs 300, Rs 500 rupees 500, assets liability vault cash equals Rs 300, deposits of public equals Rs 300, Rs 300 rupees 300 money and banking part 1. 56. Suppose the bank requires only Rs 100 to meet the day-to-day cash demands of the public, then it can deposit the rest Rs 200 with RBI. This can be represented as individual commercial bank RBI, Rs 200 note, Rs 300 in AC, money supply equals Rs 500, monetary base equals currency held by public plus currency held by banks plus deposits of bank with RBI equals Rs 200 plus Rs 100 plus Rs 200 equals Rs 500. Monetary base is also called high-powered money, or reserve money, or base money, or central bank money, or AM0. Monetary base and money supply are two different terms. Suppose government collects Rs 50 as tax from the individual and keeps this money with RBI, then money supply, as well as a monetary base, both will reduce. Individual commercial bank RBI, Rs 150 note, Rs 300 in AC, money supply equals Rs 450, monetary base equals Rs 150 plus Rs 100 plus Rs 200 equals Rs 450, assets liability gold equals Rs 500, currency held by public equals Rs 200, vault cash held by banks equals Rs 100, deposits of bank equals Rs 200, Rs 500 rupees 500, assets liability vault cash equals Rs 100, deposits with RBI equals Rs 200, deposits of public equals Rs 300, Rs 300 rupees 300, assets liability gold equals Rs 500, currency held by public equals Rs 150, vault cash held by banks equals Rs 100, deposits of bank equals Rs 200, deposits of government treasury deposits equals Rs 50, Rs 500 rupees 500, assets liability vault cash equals Rs 100, deposits with RBI equals Rs 200, deposits of public equals Rs 300, Rs 300 rupees 300, money and banking part 1. 57. The RBI may sell some part of its gold assets to purchase foreign exchange reserves or government securities. This can be represented as individual commercial bank RBI, Rs 150 note, Rs 300 in AC, money supply equals Rs 450, monetary base equals Rs 450, demonetization, assets liability gold equals Rs 100, foreign exchange reserve equals 200 rupees, government securities equals Rs 200, currency held by public equals Rs 150, vault cash held by banks equals Rs 100, deposits of bank equals Rs 200, deposits of government treasury deposits equals Rs 50 rupees 500, assets liability vault cash equals Rs 100, deposits with RBI equals Rs 200, deposits of public equals Rs 300, Rs 300 rupees 300. On November 8, 2016, the central government demonetized the Rs 500 and Rs 1000 currency notes, which constituted 86% of the cash currency in circulation. This was done as per the RBI Act 1934, which says that, on recommendation of the Central Board of RBI, the central government may declare that any series of banknotes of any denomination shall cease to be legal tender. Demonetization led to the reduction in RBI's liability to the extent the old notes were not returned to the banking system, and hence in turn it led to the transfer of wealth from holders of illicit black money to the public sector. Impact of demonetization in the short run. On liquidity, demonetization led to liquidity, effective cash in circulation, crunch, as the old Rs 1000 and Rs 500 notes could not be used for transaction purpose, and there was restriction on withdrawal of new currency notes in the banking system. Demonetization led to increase in liquidity. Here liquidity means deposits with the banks, which has resulted in decreased market interest rates on money supply. Economists define money supply as broad measures that encompasses both cash and bank deposits, because these are very close substitutes. A key aspect of the November 8 demonetization, however, is that the convertibility between cash and bank deposits was impeded. Cash could not be easily deposited into bank accounts, while withdrawals were subject to strict limits. 58. 2.12 Money creation currency deposit ratio, CDR, equals currency held by public equals 1. Assumption. Deposits of public in banks. CDR equal to 1 means whenever an individual gets some amount of cash, say Rs 100, then he will keep Rs 50 as cash and Rs 50 as deposit in banks, so that the ratio of cash in hand and deposits in banks is Rs 50 rupees 50 is equal to 1. Reserve deposit ratio, RDR, equals reserves of banks equals 0.2, 20%. Assumption. Deposits of public in banks. RDR equals to 0.2 or 20% means whenever an individual deposits certain sum of money, say Rs 100 with the bank, the bank will have to keep Rs. 20 as reserve money and the rest Rs. 80 they can lend to someone else. Banks can keep the reserves either with themselves, SLR, or with RBI, CRR. So, RDR is sum of CRR and SLR. Now we will understand the mechanism of money creation by monetary authority, i.e. RBI. Suppose RBI wishes to increase the money supply in the economy. Let us assume that RBI purchases some assets, say, government bonds or gold worth Rs. H from the market and in turn issues the currency note worth Rs. H to that person, P1. So, in this situation, money supply is H and monetary base is also H. Now, since we have assumed that CDR is 1 in the economy, the first person, P1, will keep half of the money as cash and half he will deposit with the bank. And if the bank kept all the deposited money in cash form in its vault, then the money supply will be H. Currency with public. Vault cash deposits of public. Total money supply. P1 H2 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 H. But since RDR is 20%, the bank will keep only 20% of the deposited money in its vaults as cash, reserve money, and the rest it will lend to some other person, P2. So, now the first person has money H, H2 is cash and H2 in the deposit form, and the second person, P2, has money 0.8, H2, i.e. 0.4 H. So, the total money supply in the economy increases from H to H plus 0.4 H equals 1.4 H. This has been possible because banks have been given the liberty to keep only a fraction of the deposited money as reserve in their vaults, and the rest they can lend to others. This is called fractional reserve banking. So, additional money is getting created through fractional reserve banking. This has been represented in the following table. Currency with public. Vault cash deposits of public. Total money supply. P1, P2, H2, 0.8, H2, 0.2, H2, H2H. Money creation money and banking part 1, 59. Now the person P2 will again keep only half of the money which he has got from the bank in cash form, and the rest he will deposit with the bank. The bank will again keep only 20% of the deposited money as reserve in its vault, and the rest it will lend to a third person, P3. The third person P3 will again keep only half of the money which he has got from the bank in cash form, and the rest he will deposit with the bank, and this process will go on endlessly in the economy. This is represented in the following table. Currency with public. Vault cash deposits of public. Money supply. P1, P2, P3, P4, H2, 12, 0.8, H2, 0.82, 0.8, H2, 0.2, H2, 0.22, 0.8, H2, H2, 12, 0.8, H2, H, 0.8, H2, sum 12, 5H3, 0.22, 5H3, 12, 5H3, 5H3. Now, money supply equals 5H3 and monetary base equals H. Money multiplier equals money supply, M3, equals 5H3, equals 53. Monetary base, M0, H. So, with H monetary base and H money supply initially, the RBI has been able to create the money supply to 5H3 through fractional reserve banking. So, money supply is now 53 times of the monetary base. Hence, the money multiplier is 53. The value of the money multiplier depends on two variables: currency deposit ratio, CDR, and reserves deposit ratio, RDR, which is equal to required reserves plus excess reserves. While currency deposit ratio depends on the behavior of the public, the reserve deposit ratio depends on RBI regulations on CRR and SLR. So, money multiplier can also be defined as money multiplier equals 1 plus CDR, CDR plus RDR, equals 1 plus 1, 1 plus 0.2, equals 21.2 equals 2012 equals 53. 2.13 Monetary policy. Monetary policy is the process by which monetary authority, RBI, of a country controls the creation and supply of money in the economy. Over time, the objectives of monetary policy in India have evolved to include maintaining price stability, ensuring adequate flow of credit to productive sectors of the economy for money and banking, Part 1. 60. Supporting economic growth and achieving financial stability. Based on its assessment of macroeconomic and financial conditions, RBI takes the call on the stance of monetary policy and monetary measures. RBI issues monetary policy statements which reflect the changing circumstances and priorities of the RBI and the thrust of the policy measures for the future. The monetary policy framework in India, as it is today, has evolved over the years. A new monetary policy framework agreement was signed between the Government of India and RBI in February 2015. As per the new monetary policy framework agreement, following are the important points. The objective of the monetary policy is to primarily maintain price stability. While keeping in mind the objective of growth, the monetary policy framework is operated by RBI. The inflation target is 4% with a band of plus 2%. The inflation target is decided by the Government of India in consultation with RBI. The central government has notified the above inflation target for the period till March 31st, 2026. The RBI Act 1934 provides for the inflation target to be set by the Government of India in consultation with the Reserve Bank once in every 5 years. The Government of India constituted Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, in September 2016, which now determines the policy repo rate required to achieve the inflation target. RBI should organize at least 4 meetings of Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, in a year. Presently, RBI conducts the meetings of MPC 6 times a year, i.e., bi-monthly. But there can be off-cycle meeting of MPC as well if the situation warrants. MPC has 6 members, 3 from RBI, including the RBI governor, and 3 appointed by the Government of India. All the members have 1 vote, and in the event of equality of votes, the governor gets a second or casting vote. The decision of the MPC is binding on RBI. MPC has the authority to decide the repo rate only and not reverse repo, CRR, SLR, etc. There are 2 components in the MPC framework: inflation and the requirements of growth in mind. The decisions of MPC are based on these 2 twin objectives, with primacy being given to price stability. Currency market fluctuations, depreciation or appreciation of the rupee is not a factor for consideration for the MPC. And for dealing with those situations, RBI has other instruments which are deployed as per the requirement. Money and Banking Part 1. 61. The following are the major instruments tools that RBI uses for conducting its monetary policy. 1. Repo rate. The interest rate at which the RBI provides overnight liquidity up to a certain limit, 0.25% of their NDTL, to banks against the collateral of government and other approved securities under the Liquidity Adjustment Facility, LAF. Repo is short form of repurchase agreement. When banks borrow from RBI at repo rate, banks keep government securities with RBI and get cash in return, with a promise that they will return, after overnight, this cash to RBI, and RBI will return the government securities to banks. Repo rate is also called the policy rate. 2. Reverse repo rate. The interest rate at which the Reserve Bank absorbs liquidity, on an overnight basis, from banks against the collateral of eligible government securities under the LAF. Presently, banks can deposit unlimited amount at reverse repo rate, but if required, RBI may put a cap on it. 3. Standing Deposit Facility, SDF, introduced in April 2022 by an amendment in RBI Act 1934. The following are its important features. SDF will be at the discretion of banks and will be available on all days of the week throughout the year, unlike repo and reverse repo, which are available at the discretion of RBI. 4. Marginal Standing Facility, MSF. It is a facility introduced in 2011, under which scheduled commercial banks can borrow additional amount of overnight money, over and above what is available to them through repo rate, from the Reserve Bank by dipping into their SLR portfolio up to a limit, 2%, at a penal rate of interest. This provides a safety valve against unanticipated liquidity shocks to the banking system. When banks take loan from RBI at repo rate, banks need to keep government securities with RBI, but this security is in addition to the requirement under SLR. Banks cannot keep SLR securities to avail loan from RBI at repo rate. But under MSF, banks can borrow from RBI by dipping into the SLR reserve. This means that the banks can keep 2% of the SLR securities with RBI, i.e., the SLR can go down up to 2% below the normal SLR requirement, and can borrow cash from RBI. This is called Marginal Standing Facility, MSF. MSF rate equals repo rate plus 0.25% money and banking's Part 1. 62. 5. Bank rate. It is the standard rate at which the Reserve Bank is prepared to buy debt instruments. On introduction of LAF, the Reserve Bank has discontinued this operation. As a result, the bank rate became dormant as an instrument of monetary management. It is now aligned to MSF rate and used for calculating penalty on default in the cash reserve ratio, CRR, and the statutory liquidity ratio, SLR. For example, the current penal rate on shortfall in reserves is bank rate plus 3%. Bank rate equals MSF rate. 6. Liquidity Adjustment Facility, LAF. The LAF refers to the RBI's operations through which it injects absorbs liquidity into from the banking system. It consists of overnight as well as term repo, reverse repos, fixed as well as variable rates, SDF and MSF. Apart from LAF, instruments of liquidity management include outright open market operations, OMOs, forex swaps, and market stabilization scheme, MSS. The aim of term repo is to help develop the interbank term money market, which in turn can set market-based benchmarks for pricing of loans and deposits, and hence improve transmission of monetary policy. The Reserve Bank also conducts variable interest rate reverse repo auctions, as necessitated under the market conditions. Long-term repo operation, LTRO. RBI lends to banks at repo rate only up to a limit of banks' NDTL for overnight. RBI from time to time, on its own discretion, also lends for long-term at or above the repo rate. In case RBI wants to lend above repo rate, then the interest rate is decided by auction, i.e., if banks want more money, the interest rate will go higher. If few banks are competing for RBI's money, then interest rate may be less, but it is above the repo rate. This is called long-term repo operation, LTRO, which means RBI gives money for a fixed long term. The LTRO is generally at above the repo rate decided by the auction, but it can be at repo rate also. Collateral of government security is required, but may not be 100%. Similarly, variable long-term reverse repo auctions are also done where bids should be below the repo rate and above the reverse repo rate. Targeted LTRO, TLTRO, is done targeting specific sectors where RBI provides funds for specific sectors through banks. 7. LAF corridor. The MSF rate and reverse repo rate determines the policy LAF corridor for the daily movement in the weighted average call money rate. Explained later. With the introduction of Standing Deposit Facility, SDF, the policy LAF corridor has changed and now it is SDF and MSF, where SDF is the floor and MSF is the upper end with the policy repo rate in the middle of the corridor. 8. Reserve requirements. Fractional reserve banking. Cash reserve ratio, CRR. The amount of cash that the scheduled commercial banks are required to maintain with RBI with respect to their NDTL on a fortnightly basis, Money and Banking's Part 163, is called CRR. In terms of Section 42(1) of the RBI Act, 1934, the Reserve Bank, having regard to the needs of securing the monetary stability in the country, prescribes the CRR for SCBs without any floor or ceiling rate. Statutory liquidity ratio, SLR. The amount of reserves that the scheduled commercial banks are required to maintain with themselves on a daily basis in safe and liquid assets such as government securities, gold, and cash with respect to their NDTL is called SLR. Excess CRR balances are also treated as liquid assets for the purpose of SLR, i.e., SLR can be maintained as cash balance with RBI. Scheduled commercial banks are required to maintain SLR as per the Banking Regulation Act 1949. The ceiling on SLR is 40%. Deposits of public are the liability of banks. The public's demand deposits are demand liability of the bank and time deposits are time liability of the banks, and the total demand and time deposits of the public is called net demand and time liabilities, NDTL, of the banks. The CRR and SLR enable RBI to control the amount of money that banks can create and make public deposits safe and liquid. It ensures that banks have a safe cushion of assets to draw on when account holders want to be paid. In absence of the CRR and SLR requirements, to make more profits, bank may lend most of the deposits, and if there is a sudden rush to withdraw, banks will struggle to meet the repayments. All commercial and cooperative banks, either scheduled or non-scheduled, are required to maintain CRR and SLR. For scheduled banks, the maintenance of CRR is governed through the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, and for non-scheduled banks, CRR is governed through Banking Regulation Act 1949. Banking Regulation Act 1949, Section 24, governs maintenance of SLR for all banks, scheduled and non-scheduled, commercial and cooperative. 9. Open market operations, OMO, sale or purchase of government securities by RBI in the open market, secondary market, to banks, financial institutions for absorption and injection of durable liquidity in the economy is called open market operations. If the inflation in the economy is high, then, to control the inflation, RBI reduces the money supply by selling government securities. And if RBI wants to increase the money supply, then it buys government securities from the bank's financial institutions and pays them money in exchange of government securities, which ultimately increases the money supply in the economy. There are two types of open market operations, OMOs, outright OMOs. They are permanent in nature. When the central bank sells these securities, it is without any promise to sell by them later. LAF OMOs. This is a type of operation in which when the central bank sells the securities, the agreement also has specification about the date and price of resale repurchase of this security. This type of agreement is called a repurchase agreement, or repo. Money and Banking Part 164. 10. Market Stabilization Scheme, MSS, sterilization. Many developing countries have reaped handsome rewards from surging capital inflows in recent years. This is widely regarded as a very welcome phenomenon, raising levels of investment and encouraging economic growth. But surging capital inflows can also lead to destabilizing side effects, including a tendency for the local currency to appreciate, undermining the competitiveness of export industries, and potentially giving rise to inflation. Why inflation? When foreign investors bring foreign currency dollars, ultimately this dollar comes to RBI and new money currency is given by RBI to the investors, which increase money supply and monetary base in the economy without a corresponding increase in production. Too much money begins to chase too few goods and services, resulting in inflation. To ease the threat of currency appreciation or inflation, central banks often attempt what is known as the sterilization of capital flows. In a successful sterilization operation, the domestic component of the monetary base money supply is reduced to offset the inflow of capital, at least temporarily. In theory, this can be achieved by encouraging private investment overseas or allowing foreigners to borrow from the local market. But the classical form of sterilization, however, has been through the use of open market operations, that is, selling treasury bills and other securities by RBI to reduce the domestic component of the monetary base money supply. Reverse repos and outright open market operation sales demanded the availability of adequate stock of government securities with the RBI, which became a constraining factor in sterilization operations as the volume of capital inflows expanded. Moreover, reverse repo operations involved sterilization costs, impacting the profit of the RBI, with implications for RBI's operational independence. Using the LAF as an instrument of sterilization tended to erode its utility as a day-to-day liquidity adjustment tool operating at the margin. It was in this context that the RBI introduced Market Stabilization Scheme, MSS, in 2004. MSS is an instrument of sterilization, which empowered the RBI to issue government treasury bills and medium-duration dated securities for the purpose of liquidity absorption. This instrument of monetary management was introduced in 2004 to absorb surplus liquidity of a more enduring nature arising from large capital inflows. The scheme worked by impounding taking the proceeds of auctions of treasury bills and dated government securities in a separate identifiable MSS cash account maintained and operated by the RBI. At the same time, interest payments have to be given to the institutions who buy the market stabilization bonds, MSB, the treasury bills and dated securities of government. Here, for the interest payment, the government allocates money from its budget to the RBI. This expenditure to service interest payment for MSBs is called carrying cost. The amounts credited into the MSS cash account by selling MSBs were appropriated only for the purpose of redemption by back of the treasury bills dated securities issued under the MSS. The introduction of MSS succeeded broadly in restoring the LAF to its intended function of daily liquidity management. Monetary policy can be either expansionary or contractionary. Expansionary monetary policy increases the supply of money, whereas contractionary policy reduces the money supply. Expansionary policy is also called dovish or accommodative or easy money policy. Contractionary policy is also called hawkish or tight money policy. Money and Banking Part 1, 65. 2.14 RBI and its functions. The Reserve Bank of India is the central bank of the country. Central banks are a relatively recent innovation, and most central banks, as we know them today, were established around the early 20th century. The Reserve Bank of India was set up on the basis of the recommendations of the Hilton-Young Commission. The Reserve Bank of India Act, 1934 provides the statutory basis of the functioning of the bank, which commenced operations on April 1, 1935. The bank began its operations by taking over from the government the functions so far being performed by the Controller of Currency and from the Imperial Bank of India, the management of government accounts and public debt. The Reserve Bank, which was originally set up as a shareholders' private bank, was nationalized in 1949. An interesting feature of the Reserve Bank of India was that at its very inception, the Reserve Bank was seen as playing a special role in the context of development, especially agriculture. When India commenced its plan endeavors, the development role of the Reserve Bank came into focus, especially in the 60s when the Reserve Bank, in many ways, pioneered the concept and practice of using finance to catalyze development. The Reserve Bank was also instrumental in institutional development and helped set up institutions like the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation of India, the Unit Trust of India, the Industrial Development Bank of India, the National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Discount and Finance House of India, etc., to build the financial infrastructure of the country. With liberalization, the bank's focus has shifted back to core central banking functions like monetary policy, bank supervision and regulation, and overseeing the payment system, and onto developing the financial markets. The objective of RBI is to regulate the issue of banknotes and keeping of reserves with a view to securing monetary stability in India, and generally to operate the currency and credit system of the country to its advantage, to have a modern monetary policy framework to meet the challenge of an increasingly complex economy, to maintain price stability while keeping in mind the objective of growth, to maintain macroeconomic stability and financial stability. The RBI affairs are governed by a central board of directors, maximum 21 in number, including the governor and 4 deputy governors who are also on the central board, who are appointed by the Government of India in keeping with the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934 for a period of 4 years. RBI is the Central Bank of India and is also called the Monetary Authority of India. The following are the various functions of RBI. 1. Monetary Management Authority. The most important function of central banks is formulation and execution of monetary policy, discussed in detail in the monetary policy topic, to regulate the issue of RBI notes and the keeping of reserves with a view to securing monetary stability in India, and generally to operate the currency and credit system of the country to its advantage. Money and Banking Part 1, 66. 2. RBI derives these powers from the RBI Act 1934 and the Banking Regulation Act 1949. RBI's regulatory and supervisory functions extend not only to the Indian banking system but also to the non-banking financial institutions. The following are various functions of RBI regarding commercial banks, cooperative banks, regional rural banks, financial institutions, NBFCs, primary dealers, CICs, etc. Commercial banks. A license is required from RBI to commence banking operations, opening of new bank branches and closing of branches, or change in the location of existing branches. RBI regulates merger, amalgamation, and winding up of banks. For shifting, merger, and closure of urban branches, now no approval is required. RBI issues various guidelines for directors of banks and also has powers to appoint additional directors on the board of a banking company. Commercial banks, except PSBs, need prior approval of RBI for appointment, termination of chairman, whole-time directors, managing director, and CEO. RBI can appoint additional directors in commercial banks, except PSBs. RBI, in consultation with central government, can supersede the board of directors of commercial banks, except PSBs. Public sector banks, PSBs, are under dual regulation of central government and RBI. RBI's powers are curtailed regarding PSBs, where RBI cannot remove directors and management cannot supersede Banks Board, and does not have the power to force a merger or trigger liquidation. Also, PSB's banking activity does not require license from RBI, and hence RBI cannot revoke license of PSBs. RBI regulates the banks to maintain certain reserves in the form of CRR and SLR. The interest rate on most of the categories of deposits and lending have been deregulated and are largely determined by banks, but RBI regulates the interest rate on NRI deposits, export credits, loans, and a few other categories. RBI prescribes prudential norms to be followed by banks in several areas of their operations. Some of the prudential norms are asset classification, income recognition, provisioning, capital adequacy, etc. No need to go in detail about these norms. To prevent money laundering through the banking system, banks are required to carry out Know Your Customer (KYC) exercise for all their customers to establish their identity and report suspicious transactions to authorities. RBI has set up 100% subsidiary, Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation (DICGC) to protect the interest of small depositors in case of bank failures bankruptcy. The DICGC provides insurance cover to all eligible bank money and banking. Part 1. 67. Depositors up to Rs. 5 lakhs, principal and interest combined, per depositor per bank. DIC charges premium from banks to provide insurance. If one person has different accounts in a bank like savings, fixed, recurring, and current, does not matter, his total insurance cover is max 5 lakhs rupees. But if one person has account in different banks, then he is separately covered 5 lakhs rupees in each bank. All commercial banks, including branches of foreign banks and UCBSSDCBSDCCBs, are covered except deposits of foreign governments, deposits of central and state governments, and interbank deposits. Even if a bank has not gone bankrupt but is not doing well and RBI has imposed moratorium restrictions on withdrawal of deposits to improve the condition of the bank, then in that case, also DICGC will have to pay to depositors Rs. 5 lakhs, maximum, depending on what is in your account, within 90 days. This was a major issue for depositors, as in the last few years several banks had cases related to fraud and were not doing well, and RBI imposed moratorium restrictions on public deposit withdrawal. It was done by amending the DICGC Act in 2021. The RBI has permitted banks to undertake par banking, non-traditional banking, activities such as mutual fund business, insurance business, venture capital, etc. Cooperative banks are under dual regulation of RBI and government. Banking-related functions are regulated by RBI and management-related functions are regulated by respective state governments or central government, as the case may be. Financial institutions, NBFCs, primary dealers and credit information companies, CIC, the 4 All India Financial Institutions, NABARD, NHB, EXIM Bank and SIDBI are under full-fledged regulation and supervision of the RBI. NBFCs, primary dealers and CICs are also under the regulation and supervision of RBI. RBI regulates banks and NBFCs both, but till July 2019 RBI had the powers to supersede the Board of Banks only in case of any mismanagement default, and not NBFCs. In July 2019, RBI Act 1934 was amended to allow RBI to supersede the Board of NBFCs also, and appoint administrator in public interest. 3. Regulation of foreign exchange market, government, securities market and money market. Foreign exchange market. For a long time, foreign exchange in India was treated as a controlled commodity because of its limited availability. The early stages of foreign exchange management in the country focused on control of foreign exchange by regulating the demand due to limited supply of foreign exchange, for which the statutory powers were provided by the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, FERA, 1973. So now, RBI oversees the foreign exchange market in India and supervises and regulates it through the provisions of the FEMA Act 1999. Money and Banking. Part 1. 68. Government securities market, which trade securities issued by the central and state governments are regulated by the RBI, for which RBI derives its powers from the RBI Act 1934. Money market, explained in financial markets topic, which trade short-term and highly liquid debt securities are also regulated by the RBI, for which RBI derives its powers from the RBI Act 1934. 4. Management of foreign exchange reserves. The foreign exchange reserves include foreign currency assets, FCA, special drawing rights, SDRs, and gold. The RBI, as the custodian of the country's foreign exchange reserves, is vested with the responsibility of managing their investment. The legal provisions governing management of foreign exchange reserves are laid down in the RBI Act 1934. The RBI Act permits the RBI to invest these reserves in the following types of instruments: deposits with bank for international settlement and other central banks, deposits with foreign commercial banks, debt instruments representing sovereign or sovereign guaranteed liability, other instruments as approved by the Central Board of the RBI. The basic parameters of the RBI's policies for foreign exchange reserves management are safety, liquidity, and returns. RBI used to traditionally assess the reserves adequacy in terms of import cover, but now it also looks at the type of external shocks to which the economy is potentially vulnerable. The objective is to ensure that the quantum of reserves is in line with the growth potential of the economy, the size of capital flows, and national security requirements. 5. Current account and capital account management. RBI manages the current account and capital account, which has been explained in detail under the balance of payment topic. 6. Banker to central and state governments. As a banker to the government, RBI receives and pays money on behalf of the various government departments. As it has offices in only 27 locations, the RBI appoints other banks to act as its agent banks, for undertaking the banking business on behalf of the governments. Earlier scheduled public sector banks and only few large private sector banks were allowed to take up government-related business like collection of taxes, pension payments, and small savings schemes like PPF, Kisan Vikas Patra, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, etc. But this embargo on private sector banks has been lifted, and now all public and private sector scheduled commercial banks can act as agent banks of RBI. RBI maintains the account for the central and state government funds like Consolidated Fund, Contingency Fund, and Public Account. RBI also provides Ways and Means Advances, WMA. It is a temporary loan facility to the center and state UT governments as a banker to government. Money and Banking Part 1. 69. The WMA scheme is designed to meet temporary mismatches in the receipts and payments of the government. This facility can be availed by the government if it needs immediate cash from the RBI. The WMA is a loan facility from the RBI for 90 days, which implies that the government has to vacate the facility after 90 days. Interest rate for WMA is currently charged at the repo rate. The limits for WMA are mutually decided by the RBI and the Government of India. WMA is just a loan paper and is non-tradable. T-bills, dated securities, SDL, and cash management bills are tradable. WMAs are not used to fund fiscal deficit. Besides, it arranges for investments of surplus cash balances of the governments as a portfolio manager. The RBI also acts as advisor to the government, whenever called upon to do so, on monetary and banking-related matters. 7. Debt manager of central and state governments. The RBI manages the public debt and issues new loans on behalf of the central and state governments. The RBI's debt management policy aims at minimizing the cost of borrowing, reducing risk, smoothing the maturity structure of debt. 8. Banker to banks. RBI enables banks to open their current accounts with RBI for maintenance of statutory reserve requirements, CRR and SLR. RBI acts as a common banker for different banks to enable settlement of interbank transfer of funds. RBI provides short-term loans and advances to banks for specific purposes. RBI acts as lender of last resort. RBI comes to the rescue of a bank that is solvent, has not gone bankrupt, but faces temporary liquidity, funds, problems by supplying it with much-needed funds against good collateral at a penal rate of interest. RBI provides this emergency liquidity assistance only if the troubled financial institution has exhausted all the resources it can obtain from the market and from the RBI's regular liquidity facilities like LAF, MSF, etc. RBI extends this facility to protect the interest of the depositors of the bank and to prevent possible failure of a bank, which in turn may also affect other banks and institutions and can have an adverse impact on macroeconomic and financial stability. Bank run is a situation that occurs when everybody wants to take money out of one's bank account before the bank runs out of reserves. As more and more people withdraw their funds, the probability of default increases, thereby prompting more people to withdraw their deposits. In extreme cases, the bank's reserves may not be sufficient to cover the withdrawals. A bank run is typically the result of panic, which can ultimately lead to default. In such a situation, the RBI stands by the commercial banks as a guarantor and extends loans to ensure the solvency of the banks. Solvency is the ability of a company to meet its long-term financial obligations, which is essential to staying in business. This system of guarantee assures individual account holders that their banks will be able to pay their money back in case of a crisis, and there is no need to panic, thus avoiding bank runs. This role of RBI is also called lender of last resort. Money and Banking Part 1. 79. Issuer of currency. The RBI, along with the Government of India, is responsible for the design, production, and overall management of the nation's currency, with the goal of ensuring an adequate supply of clean and genuine notes. In consultation with the government, the RBI routinely addresses security issues and targets ways to enhance security features to reduce the risk of counterfeiting of currency notes. The RBI carries out the currency management function through its Department of Currency Management, Mumbai, 19 issue offices located across the country, and a currency chest at its Kochi branch. To facilitate the distribution of notes and rupee coins across the country, the RBI has authorized selected branches of banks to establish currency chests. Currency chests are storehouses where banknotes and rupee coins are stocked on behalf of RBI. 10. Oversight of payment and settlement systems. The central bank of any country is usually the driving force in the development of national payment systems. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, as the Central Bank of India, has been playing this developmental role and has taken several initiatives for safe, secure, sound, efficient, accessible, and authorized payment systems in the country. In India, the payment and settlement systems are regulated by the Payment and Settlement Systems Act, 2007, PSS Act. In terms of Section 4 of the PSS Act, no person other than RBI can commence or operate a payment system in India unless authorized by RBI. For many years in India, banks have been the traditional gateway to extend payment systems. Over a period of time, given the demand for varied payment services and in keeping with the fast pace of technological changes, non-bank entities have also been permitted access to the payment space. These non-banks are cooperating, as well as competing with banks, either as technology service providers to banks or by directly providing retail electronic payment services. It may be noted that licensed banks also need to obtain specific permission from RBI for setting up and operating a payment system. This is because banking function is different and operating a payment system, which facilitates payment from one entity to other, is different. The Reserve Bank has since authorized various types of payment system operators, some of which are mentioned below. 1. Financial Market Infrastructure, Clearing Corporation of India. 2. Retail Payment, National Payment Corporation of India. 3. Card Payment Network, MasterCard, Visa. 4. Prepaid Instruments, Amazon Pay. 5. Cross-Border Money Transfer, UAE Exchange Center. National Payments Corporation of India, NPCI, is a non-bank payment system operator authorized by RBI to operate the following payment systems under the PSS Act 2007. National Financial Switch Immediate Payment System, IMPS, Money and Banking, Part 1. 71. NPCI is a not-for-profit company where 51% stake is owned by public sector banks. 11. Developmental role. RBI's developmental role includes ensuring credit to productive sectors of the economy, creating institutions to build financial infrastructure, and expanding access to affordable financial services. The following schemes come under the developmental role of RBI. I. Priority sector lending. Priority sectors refer to those sectors of the economy which may not get timely and adequate credit in the absence of this special scheme. Priority sector guidelines do not lay down any preferential rate of interest for priority sector loans. Typically, these are small value loans to those sectors of the society economy that impact large segments of the population and weaker sections, and to the sectors which are employment-intensive such as agriculture and small enterprises. Scheduled commercial banks, SCBs, having any shortfall in lending to priority sector are allocated amounts for contribution to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, RIDF, established with NABARD and other funds with NABARD Msibhi Mudra Ltd. Commercial banks including foreign banks, regional rural banks, small finance banks, payment banks, urban, primary, cooperative banks, rural cooperative banks, 40%, 75%, they do not give credit. 40% will be increased to 75% by 2024 in a phased manner. As such, no guideline may be because they already focus in rural areas. Priority sectors are 72. 4. Education. 5. Housing. 6. Renewable energy. 50 crores. New models implemented to meet priority sector lending, PSL, targets. 1. RBI has done the above changes in order to boost credit to the needy segment of borrowers. Under the revised on-lending model, banks can classify only the fresh loans sanctioned by NBFCs out of bank borrowing as priority sector lending. Bank credit to NBFCs for on-lending will be allowed up to a limit of 5% of individual banks' total priority sector lending on an ongoing basis. 2. Higher weights for incremental priority sector credit in identified districts as per RBI to address regional disparities in the flow of priority sector credit at the district level. It has been decided to rank districts on the basis of per capita credit flow to priority sector and build an incentive framework for districts with comparatively lower flow of credit and a disincentive framework for districts with comparatively higher flow of priority sector credit. RBI has given the list of different categories of districts. Explanation. Suppose a bank gave total credit of Rs. 100, so it has to give Rs. 40 to the priority sectors. But, suppose, the bank gave only Rs. 32 loan to a district where per capita PSL credit is less than Rs. 6,000, then its weight is 125%. Which basically means it will be counted as Rs. 32 times 1.25 is equal to Rs. 40, and hence it will be assumed that the bank has met the PSL criteria of 40%. Money and Banking Part 1. 73. Similarly, if the bank is giving credit to higher per capita credit districts, then it will have to give more than 40% of the credit to priority sectors because weightage is 90% only. And this will be applicable for the new, incremental, loans given from April 1st, 2021 onwards. A very innovative way of inclusive growth development. This step of RBI will make growth inclusive across geography also, which was earlier focusing only on sectors. 3. Co-lending model by banks and NBFCs. RBI in November 2020 issued guidelines regarding co-lending or co-origination by banks and NBFCs for lending to priority sector. Earlier, in 2018, RBI had released guidelines for co-origination of loans, which now stands replaced by the co-lending guidelines. 1. The co-lending of loans provides a unique opportunity for formal lenders to come together and share their synergies to create a winning proposition for all the stakeholders. It enables banks and non-banking finance companies, NBFCs, to enter into an arrangement where the risks and rewards are shared by all parties to the co-lending agreement throughout the life cycle of the loan, as per a pre-decided ratio. 2. NBFCs often face challenges in getting cheaper access to funds for lending purposes, which in turn results into higher interest rates for their borrowers and hence less demand for their loans. Whereas large commercial banks find it difficult and expensive to extend their reach to certain locations where the NBFCs have a stronger presence. Co-lending helps in bridging these gaps. 3. The co-lending model empowers multiple stakeholders of the lending ecosystem. While NBFCs can leverage their strong presence in local markets, commercial banks have the cheap availability of funds for credit dispersal. Another advantage of this partnership is that NBFCs have mastered the art of assessing the creditworthiness of certain niche customer segments, which the banks have been ignoring, primarily due to differences in their core target segment and credit risk management approach. The NBFCs use a number of innovative mechanisms for credit risk assessment, including usage of non-traditional sources of data, observing an individual's modus operandi and cash flow at work, building customized scorecards, etc. for both small-ticket retail and MSME segment. This is a big pie for banks to look forward to. 4. But while the present RBI guidelines highlight co-lending as an initiative to propel priority sector lending, the model has a much broader potential to go beyond just lending to the priority sectors. 5. Example explanation. Total loan given to a customer, the customer will not know separate amounts, equals Rs. 50 lakhs NBFC gave Rs. 10 lakhs at 10%, which will be on NBFC account books, bank gave Rs. 40 lakhs at 8%, which will be on bank's account books. So, the customer will see that he has got loan of Rs. 50 lakhs at 8.4%, 10% of Rs. 10 lakhs equals Rs. 1 lakh, and 8% of Rs. 40 lakhs equals Rs. 3.2 lakh. So, total interest equals Rs. 4.2 lakh year on Rs. 50 lakh loan. So, effective interest rate will be Rs. 4.2 lakh Rs. 50 lakhs, asterisk 100% equals 8.4%. The banks can claim priority sector status in respect of their share of credit, i.e., Rs. 40 lakhs money and banking part 1. 74. 6. In co-lending, banks are permitted to co-lend with all registered NBFCs based on a prior agreement. Co-lending enables both the partners to price their portions of the loan as they want. The co-lending banks will take their share of the individual loans on a back-to-back basis in their account books. However, NBFCs shall be required to retain a minimum of 20% share of the individual loans on their books. 2. Lead Bank Scheme. The Lead Bank Scheme was introduced by RBI in December 1969. The scheme aims at coordinating the activities of banks and other developmental agencies through various fora in order to achieve the objective of enhancing the flow of bank finance to priority sector and other sectors, and to promote banks' role in overall development of the rural sector. For coordinating the activities in the district, a particular bank is assigned the lead bank responsibility of the district, which leads the consortium of all banks and other agencies in the area. The lead bank is expected to assume leadership role for coordinating the efforts of the credit institutions and government in matters of local development, and are entrusted with the responsibility of identifying growth centers, assessing deposit potential and credit gaps, and evolving a coordinated approach for credit deployment in each district. A high-level committee in 2009 noted that the scheme has been useful in achieving its original objectives of improvement in branch expansion, deposit mobilization, and lending to the priority sectors, especially in rural semi-urban areas. The Lead Bank Scheme, LBS, has been extended to the districts in the metropolitan areas, thus bringing the entire country under the fold of the Lead Bank Scheme. Lead Bank Scheme is administered by the RBI since 1969. The assignment of lead bank responsibility to designated banks in every district is done by RBI following a detailed procedure formulated for this purpose. As on June 30, 2017, 25 public sector banks and 1 private sector bank have been assigned lead bank responsibility in 706 districts of the country. 3. Kisan Credit Cards. KCC scheme was introduced in the year 1998 to 99 to enable the farmers to purchase agricultural inputs and draw cash for their production needs. The scheme was later on revised to cover long-term loan as well as working capital, day-to-day activity, loan for agriculture and allied activities, and a reasonable component for consumption needs. The scheme is an innovative credit delivery mechanism to meet the credit requirements of the farmers in a timely and hassle-free manner. The scheme is under implementation in the entire country by the vast institutional credit framework involving commercial banks, RRBs, small finance banks and cooperatives, and has received wide acceptability amongst bankers and farmers. Under the scheme, the limits are fixed on the basis of operational landholding, cropping pattern, and scales of finance. The interest rate is as per the RBI guidelines. Kisan Credit Card Scheme aims at providing adequate and timely credit support from the formal banking system under a single window to the farmers for their following needs. To meet the short-term credit requirements for cultivation of crops, money, and banking, Part 1. 75. Post-harvest expenses produce marketing loan consumption requirements of farmer household working capital for maintenance of farm assets and activities allied to agriculture, like dairy animals, inland fishery, etc. Investment credit requirement for agriculture and allied activities like pump sets, sprayers, dairy animals, etc. The following people are eligible for this scheme: all farmers, individuals, joint borrowers who are owner cultivators, tenant farmers, oral lessees, and sharecroppers, self-help groups, or joint liability groups of farmers. To ensure that the farmers pay a minimal interest rate to the banks, the Government of India has introduced the Modified Interest Subvention Scheme, ISS, to provide short-term credit to farmers at subsidized interest rates. Under this scheme, short-term agriculture loan up to 3 Indian rupees lakh is available at 7% per annum to farmers engaged in agriculture and other allied activities, including animal husbandry, dairying, poultry, fisheries, etc. An additional 3% subvention, prompt repayment incentive, is also given to the farmers for prompt and timely repayment of loans. Therefore, if a farmer repays his loan on time, he gets credit at 4% per annum. The scheme is implemented through public and private sector banks and RRBs and cooperatives. So, while KCC is implemented by RBI, Interest subvention is a Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture scheme. KCC just talks about giving credit cards to farmers so that they can avail hassle-free credit, while interest subvention is interest subsidy given by GOI. So even if a farmer does not have KCC, he can avail interest subvention scheme, and if some farmer has KCC, he can avail interest subvention through KCC. 12. Policy research and data dissemination. RBI has over time established a sound and rich tradition of policy-oriented research and an effective mechanism for disseminating data and information. The research undertaken at the RBI revolves around issues and problems arising in the current environment at national and international levels, which have critical implications for the Indian economy. The RBI disseminates data and information regularly in the form of several publications, press releases, and through its website. India is a signatory of the Special Data Dissemination Standards, SDDS, as defined by the IMF for the purpose of releasing data. RBI is under legal obligation to publish 2 reports every year. Annual report, as per RBI Act 1934, report on trend and progress of banking in India, as per Banking Regulation Act 1949, Money and Banking, Part 1. 76. Besides, there are periodical statements on monetary policy, official press releases, and speeches and interviews given by the top management which articulate the RBI's assessment of the economy and its policies. RBI conducts quarterly consumer confidence survey, in which RBI collects responses on households' perceptions and expectations on the general economic situation, the employment scenario, the overall price situation, and their own income and spending. RBI conducts inflation expectation survey of households on quarterly basis, wherein RBI gauges the household's expectation regarding inflation for the 3 months ahead and 1 year ahead period. These surveys are used for monetary policy purpose. 2.15 RBI's sources of income and economic capital framework. The following are the various sources of income of RBI. The foreign currency assets, FCA, are around 90% of the forex reserves. This FCA RBI has invested in U.S. government bonds, and it earns interest on that. It has also deposited some FCA with other central banks. When RBI purchase Indian government bonds from the OMO, then it earns interest on the holding of government bond securities, lending at repo rate to banks. RBI acts as debt manager of central government and state government, for which it gets commission income. Seigniorage. Economic capital is a measure of risk in terms of capital. More specifically, it's the amount of capital that a company, usually in financial services, needs to ensure that it stays solvent, opposite of bankrupt, given its risk profile. Economic capital is calculated internally by the company, and it is the amount of capital that the firm should have to support any risks that it takes. As per RBI Act 1934, Section 47, there are 2 clear objectives for the Economic Capital Framework, ECF. First, the RBI as a macroeconomic institution has the responsibility to fight any crisis in the financial system, and to handle such a crisis, the RBI should have adequate funds attached under the capital reserve. And second is transferring the remaining part of the net income to the government. Accordingly, RBI has developed an Economic Capital Framework, ECF, for determining the allocation of funds to its capital reserves so that any risk contingency can be met, and as well as to transfer the profit of the RBI to the government. The process of adding funds to the capital reserve is a yearly one, where the RBI allots money out of its net income to the capital reserve. How much funds shall be added to the capital reserve each year depends upon the risky situation in the financial system and the economy. After allotting money to the capital reserve, the remaining net income of the RBI is transferred to the government as profit. RBI is a 100% subsidiary of Government of India, so every year it transfers its profit dividend to Government of India. Money and Banking, Part 1. 77. The determination of the amount of money to be provisioned or allocated to the capital reserve is a difficult and technical task, and hence, Bimal Jalan Committee was appointed, which gave its recommendations in August 2019. And as per the recommendation, RBI should maintain 5.5% to 6.5% of the balance sheet value of the assets liabilities as contingency risk buffer. The committee also recommended that there always needs to be harmony in the objectives of the government and the RBI. Following is the graph showing the RBI surplus transfer to the government. In the last 10 years, 2.16 cryptocurrency and central bank digital currency, CBDC. What are cryptocurrencies? Cryptocurrencies are a kind of assets like gold, silver on which government does not have any control, as you may not be able to purchase vegetables in the market by paying in gold. In the same way, you may not be able to purchase through cryptocurrencies too, but you can purchase through rupee. So, in that sense, cryptocurrencies are not a currency. The word is a misnomer. Gold cryptocurrencies are generally not accepted in transactions. They are not legal tender, but these are assets, as people can accept any commodity with another if they want to, like in a barter system. In the same way, people may accept even these cryptocurrencies and gold also for any transaction purpose, because as such they are not prohibited, and it is not illegal to transact in cryptocurrencies or gold. Cryptocurrencies are not issued by government or RBI, but rather encryption techniques are used to both create and control the number of units and verify its exchange. For solving the puzzles, these systems are rewarded with cryptocurrencies. This process is called mining. At the back end of these transactions is technology called blockchain. Cryptocurrencies derive their value as they can be mine-generated only in limited numbers. The willingness of people to possess it impacts the price of the cryptocurrency asset. in the same way as the gold price gets impacted. They are neither legal tenders nor fiat currency. 0, 20,000, 40,000, 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, 120,000, 140,000, 160,000, 180,000, 200,000, 2012 to 13, 2013 to 14, 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22. RBI surplus transfer to government in RS. Core money and banking part 1. 78. Any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset, cryptos, is taxed at the rate of 30%. In order to capture the transaction details, TDS of 1% is deducted on payment made in relation to transfer of virtual digital asset. What is central bank digital currencies? E-rupee? E-rupee is a legal tender issued by a central bank in a digital form. It is the same as a fiat currency and is no different from cash and is exchangeable one-to-one with the fiat currency, banknotes cash, at par. Only its form is different, i.e., digital. RBI recently launched e-rupee on pilot basis for wholesale and retail markets. RBI Act 1934 has been amended to include e-rupee in banknote, and now it's a legal tender. Why RBI launched e-rupee? Many central banks are worried that the widespread adoption of these independent cryptocurrencies could weaken their control over the financial system. This could cause financial instability, especially because cryptocurrencies do not have the legal or the regulatory safeguard that the central bank money does. So why not issue a digital currency of their own? Central banks seek to meet the public's need for digital currencies, manifested in the increasing use of private virtual currencies, and thereby avoid the more damaging consequences of such private currencies. Central banks, faced with dwindling usage of paper currency, seek to popularize a more acceptable electronic form of currency like e-rupee. How will e-rupee work? But when I make payment through check card, then it requires interbank settlement through RBI in case of different banks. E-rupee would just be like cash, and I can make payment to anyone through the e-rupee, and the RBI's liability will move to the other person, and the requirement of interbank settlement would disappear. Transactions can be both person to person and person to merchant. Payments to merchants can be made using QR codes. Users will be able to transact with e-rupee through a digital wallet offered by the participating banks and stored on mobile phones and other devices, just like we withdraw cash from our bank deposits. In the same way, we can transfer our bank deposits to a CBDC wallet, and this transaction is recorded in core banking solution, CBS, of the bank. But when transactions are made from one CBDC wallet to another CBDC wallet, then this transaction is not recorded in the CBS of the bank and remains anonymous. This is just like a person is paying cash to a grocery shop. It does not have any trail, and hence it does not come under tax net. Transaction anonymity is key to building customer confidence in using the CBDC for daily purpose. Money and banking part 1. 79. E-rupee will be a bearer instrument, i.e., whoever is holding the e-rupee will be assumed to be the owner at any given point of time. E-rupee will not earn any interest like cash. Advantages of CBDC: unlike our savings and commercial banks which rely on the bank's promise to fulfill, CBDCs are recognized by law and backed by central bank which cannot go bankrupt. For example, if a commercial bank collapses, then our savings could potentially be wiped out, but this would not be the case with CBDCs, which we can hold on to our own in digital form and could be as trusted as cash. CBDCs would be as convenient as payment apps, and it also benefits from the same blockchain technology, distributed ledger technology, which supports cryptocurrency. Payments would be faster and easier without any delay, as there is no settlement issue. Legal tender-based payment, which will be efficient, trusted, and regulated. Higher seigniorage due to lower cost of printing, transportation, distribution, and storing paper currency. Introduction of CBDC would lead to a more robust, efficient, trusted, regulated, and legal tender-based payments option. E-rupee would offer features of physical cash like trust, safety, and settlement facility. Risks associated with CBDC: in an extreme situation such as after a financial crash, if depositor savers would shift their savings from bank accounts to CBDCs with just a mouse click, then banks could have a problem of funding, which might have an effect on financing the whole economy. CBDC ecosystems may be at similar risk for cyber attacks as the current payment systems are exposed to. In countries like India with lower financial literacy levels, the increase in digital payment-related frauds may also spread to CBDCs. E-rupee: it is different from CBDC. It's just a voucher when a government agency or a corporate entity wants to provide some benefit to some specific beneficiaries. Then it can approach banks, public and private both, which has been authorized by NPCI to issue digital vouchers. The government agency and the corporate entity will provide the list of beneficiaries with their mobile numbers to the banks. The transaction begins with a QR code or a long-string SMS pushed into a beneficiary's mobile device by the bank through the bank's voucher management system. The beneficiary will then need to show it to the welfare service provider, specific designated centers, to authenticate the transaction. To start with, NPCI has tied up with more than 1,600 hospitals where e-rupee can be redeemed. Presently, government plans to use e-rupee for its COVID-19 vaccination program, and going forward it can be used for various subsidy and welfare benefits. The following are some of the important features of e-rupee. E-rupee is like a digital voucher and is not a digital virtual currency. E-rupee is powered by NPCI's UPI platform. It will help in tracking how much of the allocated funds have been dispersed to citizens. Money and Banking Part 1. 82.17 Indian Financial System. The following are important points regarding the Indian financial system. Refer the figure Money and Banking, Part 1. 81. 1. The financial institutions in India are broadly divided into two categories, viz. banks and non-banking financial institutions, NBFI. The basic difference between a bank and an NBFI is banks accept demand deposits and NBFIs do not accept demand deposits. Banks issue checks, but NBFIs cannot issue checks drawn on itself. 2. Banks are classified into commercial and cooperative. Commercial banks operate on the commercial profit principles, while the basis of operation for cooperative banks is on cooperative lines, i.e., service to its members and the society. Cooperative banks provide a higher rate of interest on deposits as compared to commercial banks. 3. Commercial banks are of two categories, viz. scheduled commercial banks and non-scheduled commercial banks. A scheduled bank is so called because it has been included in the second schedule of the RBI Act 1934. The other conditions for a scheduled bank are it must be a corporation and the paid-up share capital should be at least Rs. 500 crores. The difference between scheduled and non-scheduled banks is the type of banking activity that they are allowed to carry out in India. A non-scheduled bank can carry out limited operations. For example, non-scheduled banks are not allowed to deal in foreign exchange. Non-scheduled banks need to maintain reserve requirements, as per the Banking Regulation Act 1949, but may not be with RBI. Scheduled banks are required to maintain reserve requirements with RBI as per the RBI Act 1934. 4. Cooperative banks. The cooperative banks are of two categories, viz. urban cooperative banks, UCB, and rural cooperative banks. The urban cooperative banks, UCB, also called primary cooperative banks, are located in urban and semi-urban areas and were traditionally centered around communities, localities, workplace groups. They essentially lent to small borrowers and businesses. Today, their scope of operations has widened considerably. UCBs are again classified into scheduled and non-scheduled categories, which are then further classified into single-state and multi-state. Single-state UCBs are registered as cooperative societies under the provisions of the State Government Cooperative Societies Act and are regulated by the Registrar of Cooperative Societies, RCS, of state concerned. Multi-state UCBs are registered as cooperative societies under the provisions of Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act 2002 and are regulated by the Central Registrar of Cooperative Societies, CRCS. The rural cooperative credit system in India is primarily mandated to ensure flow of credit to the agriculture sector. It comprises short-term and long-term cooperative credit structures. The short-term cooperative credit structure operates with a three-tier system: state cooperative banks, STCBs, at the state level, district, central cooperative banks, DCCBs, at the district level, and primary agricultural credit societies, PACs, at the village level. A PACs is organized at the grassroots level of a village or a group of small villages. It is this basic unit which deals directly with the rural, agricultural borrowers, gives them loans, and collects repayments of loans given. PACs are outside the purview of the Banking Regulation Act 1949 and hence not regulated by RBI. STCBs are registered under the provisions of State Cooperative Societies Act of the state concerned and comes under the Dual Money and Banking, Part 1. 82. Regulation of state governments and RBI. All rural cooperative banks are supervised by NABARD. RBI delegated its supervisory power and Registrar of Cooperative Societies of State. Though the Banking Regulation Act came into force in 1949, the banking laws were made applicable to cooperative societies only in 1966 through an amendment to the Banking Regulation Act, 1949. Since then, there is duality of control over cooperative banks, urban and rural both, between the State Registrar of Cooperative Societies, Central Registrar of Cooperative Societies, and the RBI. RBI regulates and supervises the banking functions and amalgamation and liquidation of UCBs, STCB, DCCB through the Banking Regulation Act, 1949, and the non-banking aspects like registration, management, administration, and recruitment are regulated and supervised by the state central governments. If RBI feels so, and if required in public interest, it can supersede the board of directors of UCBs, STCB, DCCB. PACs and long-term credit cooperatives, SCARB and PCARDB, are outside the purview of the Banking Regulation Act, 1949, and are hence not regulated and supervised by the RBI. NABARD conducts voluntary inspection of SCARBs, apex-level cooperative societies, and federations. RBI approval is not required for appointment of chairman, whole-time director, managing director, CEO in case of cooperative banks, i.e., UCBs, STCB, DCCB, but in public interest and to protect the interest of the depositors, if required, RBI can supersede the board of UCBs, STCB, DCCB. With prior approval of RBI, cooperative banks can issue, either through public or private placement, equity shares and bonds, or unsecured debentures, or any other security with maturity of not less than 10 years. 5. Public sector banks. Banks owned by the central or state governments having more than 51% ownership with the government. For example, SBI and its associates, Punjab National Bank, Bank of India, etc. Nationalized banks, private banks taken over by government. which were nationalized in 1969 and 1980s, are also public sector banks as government owns more than 51% in these banks. 6. Private sector banks. Banks owned by private individuals, for example ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, etc. 7. Foreign banks. Banks established in India but owned by foreign entities, for example Citibank. These are basically private banks only owned by foreign entities. 8. Regional rural banks, RRB, were established in 1975 under the provisions of the Regional Rural Banks Act, 1976, with a view to developing the rural economy by providing, for the purpose of development of agriculture, trade, commerce, industry, and other productive activities in the rural areas, credit and other facilities, particularly to small and marginal farmers, agricultural laborers, artisans, and small entrepreneurs. RRBs are owned by the central government, concerned state government, and the sponsor bank in proportion of 50 hours, 15 minutes, and 35 seconds. Each RRB is sponsored by a particular bank. RRBs need to provide 75% of the lending to priority sectors. RRBs are under the supervision of NABARD. Money and Banking Part 1. 83. 9. Local area banks, LAB, were set up as per a Government of India scheme announced in 1996. The intention of the government was to set up new private local banks with jurisdiction over 2 or 3 contiguous districts. The objective of establishing the local area banks was to enable mobilization of the rural savings by local institutions and make them available for investments in local areas. There are only 4 local area banks in India which exist in the form of non-scheduled banks. One such example is Coastal Local Area Bank in Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. 10. All India financial institutions, AIFIs, non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, and primary dealers, PDs, form 3 important segments of the non-banking financial institutions, NBFIs, sector in India that are regulated and supervised by the RBI. Credit information companies, CIC, are also a category of non-banking financial institutions regulated by RBI. 11. AIFIs constitute institutional mechanism entrusted with providing sector-specific long-term financing. Currently, there are 4 AIFIs also called development financial institutions, DFIs, regulated and supervised by the RBI. 12. NABARD. NABARD was established in 1982 under the provisions of National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development Act 1981 of India, RBI, and state governments on matters related to agricultural credit and rural development. Offers training and research facilities for banks, cooperatives, and organizations in matters relating to rural development. It does not extend direct credit at individual level but extends indirect financial assistance by way of refinance. NABARD finances those institutions which provide financial assistance to rural sector. NABARD provides direct finance to institutions as may be approved by the central government. 13. National Housing Bank. NHB was set up in 1988 under the National Housing Bank Act, 1987. NHB operates as a principal agency to promote housing finance institutions both at local and regional levels, and to provide financial and other support to such institutions. It does not extend direct credit at individual level but extends indirect financial assistance by way of refinance, i.e., NHB finances those institutions which provide finance to individual borrowers, builders, etc. 14. Exim Bank. Exim Bank was established in 1982 under the Export-Import Bank of India Act 1981. Money and Banking Part 1. 84. The objective of EXIM Bank is to provide financial assistance to exporters and importers and function as the principal financial institution for coordinating the working of institutions engaged in financing export and import of goods and services with a view to promoting the country's international trade. Exim Bank also extends loans to overseas financial institutions, regional development banks, sovereign governments, and other entities overseas, to enable buyers in those countries to import goods and services from India. It extends loan on its own and also at the order and with the support of Government of India. It provides both direct financial assistance to exporters, importers, and indirect financial assistance by way of refinance. 15. 16. Mudra Bank. Mudra, Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency Ltd, is a financial institution set up by Government of India for development and refinancing micro-unit enterprises. Pending enactment of an Act for Mudra Bank, a non-banking finance company as Mudra Ltd has been set up as a subsidiary of SIDBI. The purpose of Mudra is to provide funding to the non-corporate, informal sector, small business sector such as small manufacturing units, shopkeepers, fruits and vegetable sellers, hair salons, beauty parlors, truck operators, hawkers, artisans in rural and urban areas with financing requirements of up to 10 rupees lakhs. Mudra loans are available in 3 categories. For small business, loans up to Rs. 50,000 is available under the Shirshu category, beyond Rs. 50,000 and up to Rs. 5 lakhs under the Kishore category, and between Rs. 5 lakhs to Rs. 10 lakhs under the Tarun category. These products have been designed to cater to the customers operating at the lower end of the enterprise spectrum. 17. Recently, Government has set up a DFI named National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, NABFID, with Rs. 20,000 crores. Presently, Government holds 100% equity, but later on it will reduce its stake ownership to 26%. 18. Non-banking financial companies. NBFCs. And NBFC is a company registered under the Companies Act, 19562013 engaged in the business of loans and advances, acquisition of share stocks, bonds, debentures, securities issued by government or local authority or other marketable money and banking. Part 1. 85. Securities of a like nature, leasing, hire purchase, insurance business, chit business, but does not include any institution whose principal business is that of agriculture activity, industrial activity, purchase or sale of any goods, other than securities, or providing any services and sale purchase construction of a movable property. NBFCs are mainly private sector institutions. As per the RBI Act 1934, no NBFC can carry business without obtaining a certificate of registration from RBI. NBFC, MFIs are NBFC micro-financial institutions, which are a kind of NBFCs only, but there are limits on the amount of credit that they can provide to households. Peer-to-peer, P2P, lender P2P intermediaries are new class of NBFCs that provide the platform which pairs borrowers and individual lenders. With P2P lending, borrowers take loans from individual investors who are willing to lend their own money for an agreed interest rate. The profile of a borrower is usually displayed on a P2P online platform where investors can reassess these profiles to determine whether they want to risk lending money to a borrower. The repayments are also made through the NBFC P2P, which processes and forwards the payments to the lenders who invested in the loan. P2P lending is also called social lending or crowd lending. Microfinance, micro plus finance, is provision of financial services to poor and low-income households. These financial services include small loans, credit, savings, insurance, funds transfer, remittance facilities, etc. Microfinance is an economic tool designed to promote financial inclusion, which enables the poor and low-income households to come out of poverty, increase their income levels, and improve overall living standards. A microfinance loan, microcredit, is defined as a collateral-free loan given to a household having annual household income up to Indian rupee 3,000,000. For this purpose, the household shall mean an individual family unit, i.e., husband, wife, and their unmarried children. All collateral-free loans, irrespective of end use and mode, either through physical or digital channels, provided to low-income households, i.e., households having annual income up to Indian rupee 3,000,000, shall be considered as microfinance loans. The bank's NBFCs should clearly mention a ceiling on the interest rate and all other charges applicable to the microfinance loans. Microfinance loan credit, one of the services under microfinance, is delivered through a variety of institutional channels, viz. Commercial and cooperative banks, NBFCs, NBFC-MFIs, etc. Money and Banking. Part 1. 86. RBI Guidelines regarding P2P lending. 2017 fund transfer between the participants on the P2P lending platform shall be through escrow account, a temporary pass-through account held by a third party during the process of a transaction between two parties, mechanisms operated by the NBFC, P2P. All fund transfers shall be through and from bank accounts, and cash transaction is strictly prohibited. There are limits on how much a lender can lend, in aggregate Rs. 50 lakhs, and how much a borrower can borrow, and there is also a limit on time period. NBFC, P2P shall act as an intermediary providing an online marketplace or platform to the participants involved in peer-to-peer lending. Not raise deposits and not lend on its own. Not provide any credit guarantee. Not facilitate or permit any secured lending linked to its platform. Undertake due diligence on the participants. Undertake credit assessment and risk profiling of the borrowers and disclose the same to their prospective lenders. Require prior and explicit consent of the participant to access its credit information. Undertake documentation of loan agreements and other related documents. Provide assistance in disbursement and repayments of loan amount. Render services for recovery of loans originated on the platform. The NBFC, P2P shall disclose to the lender details about the borrowers, including personal identity, required amount, interest rate sought, and credit score as arrived by the NBFC, P2P, and details about all the terms and conditions of the loan, including likely return, fees, and taxes. To the borrower, details about the lenders, including proposed amount, interest rate offered but excluding personal identity and contact details. 19. Primary dealers. PDs. Primary dealers are registered entities with the RBI who have the license to purchase and sell government securities. PDs buy government securities directly from the government in the primary market. RBI issues these government securities on behalf of the government, aiming to resell them to other buyers in the secondary market. Hence, they play a crucial role in fostering both the primary and secondary government securities markets. As on June 30, 2015, there are 7 standalone PDs and 13 banks authorized to undertake PD business departmentally. 20. Credit Information Companies. CIC. A CIC is an independent organization that signs up banks, NBFCs, and financial institutions as its members and aggregates data and identity information for individual consumers and businesses from its members. CICs inform banks whether a prospective borrower is creditworthy or not based on his past payment track record. The quality of information defines the ability of lenders to evaluate risk and of consumers to obtain credit at competitive rates. The CICs are regulated and licensed by RBI as per the Credit Information Companies Regulation, Act Money and Banking, Part 1. 87, 2005. Currently, there are 4 CICs operating in India, viz. TransUnion Credit Information Bureau of India Limited, CIBIL, Equifax, Experian, and High Mark Credit Information Services. 21. Payment banks. In August 2015, RBI granted license to 11 applicants for payment banks. RBI has put a cap of Rs. 2 lakhs on deposits that payment banks can receive from individual customers. This restriction will allow only those companies to seek for payment bank licenses who are really interested in targeting the poor. Hence, the main target for payment banks will be migrant laborers, self-employed, low-income households, etc., as they will offer low-cost savings accounts and remittance services so that those who now transact only in cash can take their first step into the formal banking system. Payment banks will not be allowed to lend and issue credit cards. Payment banks will accept only demand deposits, i.e., only savings account and current account facility will be available. The payment banks will be cashing in on mobile technology and applications to cater to the various services they will be offering, and with the use of technology, they can be cost-efficient. Payment banks will be acting as add-on to the already established banks, rather than their competitors. 22. Small finance banks. In September 2015, RBI granted license to 10 applicants for small finance banks, which is a step in the direction of furthering the financial inclusion. The small finance banks shall primarily undertake basic banking activities of acceptance of deposits and lending to unserved and underserved sections, including small business units, small and marginal farmers, micro and small industries, and unorganized sector entities. There will not be any restriction in the area of operations of small finance banks. The small finance banks will be required to extend 75% of its total credit to the sectors eligible for classification as priority sector lending, PSL, by the RBI. At least 50% of its loan portfolio should constitute loans of up to 25 rupees lakhs. Both payment banks and small finance banks are niche or differentiated banks, i.e., specialized in certain banking functions and not universal. 2.18 National Strategy for Financial Inclusion, 2019-24. Financial inclusion is the delivery of financial services which include bank accounts for savings and transactional purposes, low-cost credit for productive, personal and other purposes, financial advisory services, remittance, pension and insurance facilities, etc., at affordable costs to vast sections of disadvantaged and low-income groups. Financial inclusion broadens the resource base of the financial system by developing a culture of savings among large segments of rural population and plays its own role in the process of economic development. Financial inclusion is increasingly being recognized as a key driver of economic growth and poverty alleviation the world over. Access to formal finance can boost job creation, reduce vulnerability to economic shocks, and increase investments in human capital. There has been growing evidence on how financial inclusion has a multiplier effect. Money and Banking, Part 1. 88. In boosting overall economic output, reducing poverty and income inequality at the national level. It is also noteworthy to state that 7 of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, of 2030 view financial inclusion as a key enabler for achieving sustainable development worldwide by improving the quality of lives of poor and marginalized sections of the society. India began its financial inclusion journey as early as in 1956 with the nationalization of life insurance companies. This was followed by nationalization of banks in 1969 and 1980. The general insurance companies were nationalized in 1972. With a view to bring the rural areas in the economic mainstream, Indira Gandhi government established regional rural banks, RRB, in 1975. A host of initiatives have been undertaken over the years in the financial inclusion domain. In August 2014, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, PMJDY, was launched to eradicate the financial untouchability from the country. Through this scheme, financial inclusion of every individual who does not have a bank account is to be achieved. Total around 41.75 crore accounts have been opened under PMJDY till January 2021. Continuing its financial inclusion drives, the RBI has announced a National Strategy for Financial Inclusion, NSFI, for India 2019 to 2024. The NSFI sets forth the vision and key objectives of the financial inclusion policies in India to help expand and sustain the financial inclusion process at the national level through a broad convergence of action involving all the stakeholders in the financial sector. The strategy aims to provide access to formal financial services in an affordable manner, broadening and deepening financial inclusion and promoting financial literacy and consumer protection. Following are the strategic objectives pillars of NSFI. Universal access to financial services, effective coordination providing basic bouquet of financial services, customer protection and grievance redressal, financial literacy and education, access to livelihood and skill development. 2.19 Base rate, MCLR and external benchmark rate. First, let us understand the link between deposit rate and lending rate. Money and Banking, Part 1. 89. If banks are getting deposits of Rs. 1 lakh at 8% interest rate from the public, then for banks the cost of Rs. 1 lakh money is 8%, i.e., also called cost of deposits or cost of funds, and banks will not be able to lend this money at less than 8% interest rate, as banks will incur losses. If banks are required to keep 20% of the public's deposit as reserves with themselves or RBI on which banks are not earning interest, then it will be an extra cost for banks. So, In such a situation, the banks will be able to lend only Rs. 80,000 in the market, but they need to pay the depositor 8% on Rs. 1 lakh, i.e., Rs. 8,000. Now to earn Rs. 8,000, the banks will have to lend the Rs. 80,000 in the market at 10% interest rate. But in lending and deposit, the banks incur operational costs. Therefore, at what rate banks will lend will depend on the cost of deposits, deposit rate, the cost of keeping reserves, the operational cost of banks, and the profit that the banks want to earn. And all these costs may be different for different banks, hence the lending rates of banks differ. Transmission of repo rate into lending rate. Repo and rev repo rate call money rate deposit and lending rate. When RBI changes the repo rate, reverse repo rate automatically changes. Reverse repo rate equals repo rate 0.25%. This means that the rate at which banks earn interest by keeping their excess funds with RBI changes. This also impacts the rate at which money, debt papers, is being traded in the money market, i.e., call money rate. This is because if a bank can earn interest rate equal to reverse repo rate by keeping its funds with RBI, which is totally risk-free, then they will charge higher interest rate for funds lent in the money market. When the rate in the money market changes, then banks also change their deposit rates. This is because if the rate in the money market increases, then the interest rate on the bonds in the capital market also increases, and banks facing competition from the higher interest rate on bonds increase the interest rate for depositors. And when the deposit rate changes, banks change their lending rates as already explained before. In short, repo rate changes transmit through the money market to the entire financial system, which, in turn, influences aggregate demand, a key determinant of inflation and growth. The monetary policy framework aims at setting the policy, repo, rate based on an assessment of the current and evolving macroeconomic situation. Once the repo rate is announced, the operating framework designed by the Reserve Bank envisages liquidity management on a day-to-day basis through appropriate actions, which aim at anchoring the operating target, the weighted average call rate money market rate, around the repo rate. Financial markets play a critical role in effective transmission of monetary policy impulses to the rest of the economy. Monetary policy transmission involves two stages. In the first stage, monetary policy changes are transmitted through the money market to other markets, i.e., the bond market and the bank loan market. RBI, money market, debt papers are traded among RBI, banks, FIs, corporates, banks, money, and banking. Part 190. The second stage involves the propagation of monetary policy impulses from the financial market to the real economy by influencing spending decisions of individuals and firms. Within the financial system, money market is central to monetary operations conducted by the central bank. Base rate. Base rate was introduced in July 2010, replacing the benchmark prime lending rate (BPLR) system. Base rate is the minimum rate below which scheduled commercial banks cannot lend. RBI publishes guidelines for calculation of base rate, and every bank calculates its own base rate. From April 1, 2016, RBI introduced a new methodology for calculation of the base rates based on marginal cost of funds rather than average cost of funds. This new methodology is called Marginal Cost of Funds Based Lending Rate, MCLR, or base rate based on marginal cost of funds. MCLR calculation methodology is based on the following four factors: marginal cost of deposits, funds cost of maintaining CRR, and SLR, operational cost of banks' tenor premium, based on the time period for which loan is given. The basic difference between the previous base rate and the MCLR base rate is the change of calculation of cost of deposits from average to marginal. The bank shall review and publish their MCLR every month. Let us understand the difference between base rate and MCLR in detail. Explanation of the working of base rate and MCLR. Money and banking. Part 191. Suppose RBI's repo rate was 6% in January 2019, and the bank had accepted the deposits at different rates in the past totaling Rs. 3 lakhs at 9%, 8%, and 7% interest rate. The average cost of deposit funds for the banks were 8%, and suppose the bank's lending rate was 9.5%, calculated using average cost of deposit method, in January 2019. Now suppose RBI reduces its repo rate to 5.5% on February 1st, 2019, and the bank reduced its deposit rate to 6.5%. But the bank is still paying 8% deposit rate on an average to its previous depositors, and the bank's cost of funds, for the past accumulated deposits, has not reduced even if it has reduced the deposit rate for the new depositors to 6.5%. That is why banks generally do not reduce their lending rates to the new borrowers, even if they have reduced their deposit rates for the new depositors. So, there used to be slow transmission from repo rate to lending rate. As per the MCLR methodology, the banks must link their lending rates with the marginal additional cost of deposits, i.e., the rate at which they are receiving the new deposits, i.e., in the above case 6.5%. So, in this situation, whenever RBI reduces the repo rate, banks reduce their deposit rate, and since the lending rate is linked to the new deposit rate, they reduce the lending rate also. Hence, because of linking the lending rate with marginal cost of deposits, there will be fast transmission of repo rate into lending rate, better monetary policy transmission. It will also help improve the transparency in the methodology followed by banks for determining the lending rates. The MCLR methodology will help ensure availability of bank credit at interest rates which are fair to the borrowers as well as banks. Every bank calculates its own MCLR rate based on cost of deposits, operational costs, reserve requirements, and tenor premium. So MCLR, or base rate, is an internal benchmark. which varies from bank to bank. Banks link their lending rate with MCLR. But the transmission of policy, repo, rate changes to the lending rate of banks under the MCLR framework has not been satisfactory due to various reasons like banks fearing that they will lose depositors' customers if they will reduce the deposit rate first. And since deposit rate was not reduced, MCLR, or base rate, was also not coming down. Government offering higher interest rates on its own small savings schemes. Hence, RBI has made it mandatory for banks to link all new floating rate personal or retail loans and floating rate loans to MSMEs to an external benchmark effective October 1st, 2019. Banks can choose one of the four external benchmarks: repo rate, 3-month Treasury bill yield, 6-month Treasury bill yield, or any other benchmark interest rate published by Financial Benchmarks India Private Ltd. Banks are not mandated to link their deposit rates with an external benchmark rate. Now, suppose Axis Bank links its loan rates as per the following. Home loan equals repo rate plus 3%. 3% is called the spread. Education loan equals repo rate plus 4%. Personal loan equals repo rate plus 5%. Money and banking, part 1. 92. Here, all the loans are linked to repo rate, which is an external benchmark, on which Axis Bank do not have any control. So, the moment RBI changes the repo rate, it will automatically be transmitted to the lending rates for the new borrowers at the same moment, even if the bank links the lending rate with Treasury bill yield. When RBI changes repo rate, the T-bill yield also changes in the market immediately. The purpose of linking the lending rate with an external benchmark is faster transmission of repo rate into lending rate, and this mechanism is more transparent also. Adopting of multiple benchmarks by the same bank is not allowed within a loan category. Banks are free to decide the components of spread and the amount of spread, but in general, the spread consists of credit risk premium, business strategy, operational costs of banks, etc. While the banks will be free to decide on the spread over the external benchmark, credit risk premium can change only when borrower's credit assessment undergoes a substantial change. The other components of the spread, like operating cost, can be altered once in 3 years. The interest rate under the external benchmark shall be reset at least once in 3 months. This means that if a borrower has taken loan on January 1st, 2022 and RBI changes the repo rate on February 1st, 2022, the borrower will not get immediate benefit of the rate cut, as the interest rate on his loan will get revised latest by April 1st, 2022. RBI has mandated banks to link the lending rate with an anchor rate, like MCLR, or some external benchmark rate. But there is no mandate for NBFCs to link their lending rates. Students always ask that when a question says interest rate or market interest rate, then what should we consider it, whether deposit or lending rate or something else? So, the answer is interest rate or market interest rate is the rate at which money is available in the market. Now, the rate at which money is available to banks from public is called the deposit rate, and the rate at which money is available to the public companies from banks is called the lending rate. So, interest rate is a general term which could mean either lending rate or deposit rate depending on the context. Now, if the question says just interest rate, you could assume anything, either deposit rate or lending rate, and your answer will not get impacted. If the question requires a specify rate, then it will be mentioned in the question whether they mean deposit or lending rate. 2.20 Basel norms: banks accept deposit from the general public, and they also raise capital from the financial markets through debt and equity. Banks then lend this money to different category of borrowers having different risk profile. The lending activity exposes banks to different kinds of risks, which in many cases lead to the failure of banks and loss of depositors' wealth. Basel norms are provisions to tackle this risk of bank failures and to maintain a sound financial system in the economy. Basel, a city in Switzerland, is the headquarters of Bank for International Settlement, BIS, which fosters cooperation among central banks with a common goal of financial stability and common standards of banking regulations. Every 2 months, BIS hosts a meeting of the governor and senior officials of central banks of member countries. Currently, there are 28 member nations in the committee. Basel guidelines refer to broad supervisory standards, money and banking's Part 1. 93, formulated by this group of central banks, called the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, BCBS. The set of agreement by the BCBS, which mainly focuses on risks to banks and the financial system, are called Basel Accord. The purpose of the accord is to ensure that financial institutions have enough capital on account to meet obligations and absorb unexpected losses. India has accepted Basel Accords for the banking system. Basel I. In 1988, BCBS introduced capital measurement system called Basel Capital Accord, also called as Basel I. It focused almost entirely on credit risk, the risk that some of its borrowers may not repay the loan, and it varies from borrower to borrower. It defined capital and structure of risk weights for banks. The minimum capital requirement was fixed at 8% of risk-weighted assets. Risk-weighted assets means assets with different risk profiles. For example, an asset backed by collateral would carry lesser risks as compared to personal loans, which have no collateral. India adopted Basel I guidelines in 1999. Basel II. In June 2004, Basel II guidelines were published by BCBS, which were considered to be the refined and reformed versions of Basel I Accord. The guidelines were based on 3 parameters, which the committee calls as pillars. Capital adequacy requirements. Banks should maintain a minimum capital adequacy requirement of 8% of risk assets. Supervisory review. According to this, banks were needed to develop and use better risk management techniques in monitoring and managing all the 3 types of risks that a bank faces, viz., credit, Market and operational risks. Market discipline. This needs increased disclosure requirements. Banks need to mandatorily disclose their CAR, risk exposure, etc. to the central bank. Basel II norms in India and overseas are yet to be fully implemented. Basel III. In 2010, Basel III guidelines were released. These guidelines were introduced in response to the financial crisis of 2008. A need was felt to further strengthen the system as banks in the developed economies were undercapitalized, over-leveraged, high debt, and had a greater reliance on short-term funding. Also, the quantity and quality of capital under Basel II were deemed insufficient to contain any further risk. Basel III norms aim at making most banking activities, such as their trading book activities, more capital-intensive. The guidelines aim to promote a more resilient banking system by focusing on 4 vital banking parameters viz. Capital, leverage debt, funding, and liquidity. The main objectives of Basel III are: improve the banking sector's ability to absorb shocks arising from financial and economic stress, improve risk management and governance, strengthen banks' transparency and disclosure. Explanation. To understand Basel norms in a better way, let us understand the capital and risk-weighted assets of banks, i.e., capital to risk-weighted asset ratio, CRAR, or capital adequacy ratio. Money in banking part 1. 94. Bank 1, Bank 2. Above is balance sheet of 2 banks where the owners of banks have put in Rs. 1 crore each, which is considered as capital of bank, and public has deposited Rs. 3 crores in each of the banks, which is reflected on the liability side. This Rs. 4 crores of funds from the owners and depositors have been given as loan by the banks. Bank 1 has given personal loan of Rs. 1 crore and loan against some collateral security of 3 rupees crore. And Bank 2 has given personal loan of Rs. 3 crore and loan against some collateral security of 1 rupee crore. RBI specifies the risk weights of various kinds of assets depending on their risk profile. Just assume that personal loan has risk weight of 100% and loan against collateral has risk weight of 50%. Now let us calculate the capital to risk-weighted asset ratio, CRAR, of each bank. CRAR, Bank 1, equals 1 by 1 plus 3 by 0.5, equals 12.5 equals 0.4. CRAR, Bank 2, equals 1, 3 by 1 plus 1 by 0.5, equals 13.5 equals 0.3. Since CRAR of Bank 1 is higher, it implies that the depositor's money is safer in Bank 1 as compared to Bank 2. Hence, higher the capital to risk-weighted asset ratio, CRAR, higher is the safety of bank deposits. Even without calculating the CRAR ratio, we can compare the safety of depositors' money in Bank 1 and Bank 2. If we just look at the 2 banks' balance sheet, then we can see that if the personal loan in both the banks become NPA, then in case of Bank 1, there are other assets from which the depositors' money can be returned, but in case of Bank 2, the depositors will not be able to get their full money back. To make banks safer, banks should have higher CRAR. And to increase the CRAR, the capital of the banks must be increased. Capital is a combination of equity-like instruments, and bonds. As per the international Basel III norms, the minimum capital required is 10.5%, which includes 2.5% capital conservation buffer, which is nothing but just additional capital. In India, RBI has kept capital adequacy requirement of 11.5%, including 2.5% capital conservation buffer. Tier 1 capital, equity and equity-like capital, equals 7%. Tier 2 capital, bonds, equals 2% capital conservation buffer. Equity capital, equals 2.5%. Minimum total capital requirement equals 11.5%. Assets liability. Personal loan equals 3 CR. Project loan against some collateral equals 1 CR. Owner's money equals 1 CR. Deposit of public equals 3 CR. RS. For crores RS. For crores. Assets liability. Personal loan equals 1 CR. Project loan against some collateral equals 3 CR. Owner's money equals 1 CR. Deposit of public equals 3 CR. RS. For crores RS. 4 crores money in banking part 1. 95. Scheduled commercial banks have achieved the minimum Basel III capital requirement. The higher the capital is above the regulatory minimum, the greater the freedom banks have to make loans. The closer bank capital is to the minimum, the less inclined banks are to lend. If capital falls below the regulatory minimum, banks cannot lend or face restrictions on lending. When loans go bad and turn into non-performing assets, NPAs, banks have to make provisions for potential losses, i.e., banks are required to keep certain funds in reserve which they can't lend and is called provisioning against NPAs. This tends to erode bank capital and put brakes on loan growth. That is why central government is recapitalizing PSBs so as to infuse funds to increase the capital adequacy ratio. Government is doing recapitalization of PSBs in the following 2 ways. First, it is putting capital into the PSBs from budgetary resources. Second is through recapitalization bonds, in which government issues bonds to PSBs and gets cash from the PSBs, and then this cash government again puts into the PSBs as equity capital, a technical process. 2.21 Prompt corrective action, PCA, RBI, under its supervisory framework, uses various measures tools to maintain sound financial health of banks. Under prompt corrective action, PCA, framework, RBI has specified certain regulatory trigger points in terms of 3 parameters, i.e., capital, capital adequacy ratio, asset quality, NPA, and leverage, Equity capital total assets. Once banks hit certain level of threshold in terms of these three parameters, RBI initiates certain structured and discretionary actions. Once RBI puts a bank under PCA framework, then RBI can take the following actions. RBI can put restrictions on branch expansion, distributing dividends, capping compensation and fees of management and directors. In extreme cases, banks may be stopped from lending, and there can be a cap on lending to specific sectors entities. May increase the provisioning requirement for banks further. RBI may take steps to bring a new management board, appoint consultants for business organizational structuring, take steps to change ownership, can also take steps to merge the bank and can supersede the bank board. Under PCA framework, RBI's objective is to facilitate the banks to take corrective measures including those prescribed by the RBI, in a timely manner, in order to restore their financial health. The framework also provides an opportunity to the RBI to pay focused attention on such banks by engaging with the management more closely in those areas. The PCA framework is, thus, intended to encourage banks to eschew certain riskier activities and focus on conserving capital so that their balance sheets can become stronger. The RBI has clarified that the PCA framework is not intended to constrain normal operations of the banks for the general public like lending and depositing. This PCA framework is applicable to scheduled commercial banks excluding regional rural banks, payment banks, and small finance banks. Money and Banking Part 1. 96. Since a lot of urban cooperative banks, UCBs, were also facing issues, RBI has brought in Supervisory Action Framework, SAF, for UCBs in place of PCA for commercial banks. SAF is also invoked based on three parameters: capital adequacy ratio, NPA level, and 2 consecutive years loss, but the level at which it is triggered may be different. SAF and UCB can also be initiated in case of serious governance issues. Once a UCB has been put under SAF, various restrictions on dividend, donation, new loans, capital expenditure, etc. can be imposed. As NABARD supervises regional rural banks, RRBs, and rural cooperative banks, it has brought in Supervisory Action Framework for regional rural banks, RRBs, and is planning to bring SAF for rural cooperative banks. These financial institutions are considered systemically important banks, SIBs, or systemically important NBFCs, as their continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of financial services to the real economy. They are also called too big to fail, which means they are so big important that the government economy can't afford their failure. Such a perception and the expectation of government support, sometimes government, come to the rescue as they don't want these institutions to fail because of their importance, may increase risk-taking, reduce market discipline, create competitive distortions, and increase the possibility of distress in futures. These institutions are also subjected to additional regulatory supervisory measures like capital requirements. Banks are regulated by RBI and NBFCs are regulated by IRDA. So, all these regulatory bodies declare systemically important institutions. RBI declares those banks which has asset size of more than 2% of GDP as domestically systemically important banks. It declares the list of DSIB annually, and right now SBI, HDFC, and ICICI are classified as DSIB. Similarly, RBI also declares domestic systemically important NBFCs if their asset size is more than Rs. 500 crores. Similarly, IRDAI also declares domestic systemically important insurers, DSI, based on value of assets under management and premium underwritten, received. For 2020-21, IRDAI has declared Lichigniac as DSI. Similarly, SEBI also declares domestically systemically important financial market infrastructure, FMI, like Commodity Exchanges Mix Index. Money and Banking Part 1. 97. 2.23 Foreign investment. Foreign investment means any investment made by a person resident outside India in capital instruments of an Indian company. Person means foreign individuals, NRIs, companies, etc. Capital instruments means equity shares, debentures, fully, compulsorily and mandatorily convertible debentures, preference shares, fully, compulsorily and mandatorily convertible preference shares, and share warrants issued by the Indian company. Equity shares. Equity shares represent ownership of the company and voting rights. Preference shares, fully, compulsorily and mandatorily convertible preference shares, they have preferential rights over dividend and to repayment of the capital in the case of a winding up of the company. They must be converted into common equity shares after some time. Debentures, fully, compulsorily and mandatorily convertible debentures, they are like bonds, but must be converted into equity shares after some time. Share warrants. Share warrant is a document issued by the company to the investor that gives the warrant holder, investor, right to subscribe to equity shares of the company at a predetermined price on or after a predetermined time period. The warrant holder is given a right, but not an obligation to subscribe equity shares. If the warrant holder does not exercise his option to subscribe to equity shares, then the initial amount, some percent of the total amount paid by the warrant holder to purchase the warrant, paid, stands forfeited. Foreign investment can be broadly classified into two ways. Foreign investment, foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment. Foreign direct investment, FDI, is the investment through capital instruments by a person resident outside India in an unlisted Indian company, or in 10% or more of the equity capital of a listed Indian company. Foreign portfolio investment, FBI, is any investment made by a person resident outside India in capital instruments where such investment is less than 10% of the equity capital of a listed Indian company. Foreign portfolio investors, FPIs, can also invest in central and state government securities bonds and corporate bonds and are treated as debt. Foreign direct investment can come through two routes, viz. Automatic and government approval route. More than 95% of the FDI comes in India through the Automatic Money and Banking Part 198 route, where no government approval is required and are subject to only sectoral laws. Certain sectors that are still under government approval route are scrutinized and cleared by the respective departments and ministries. In respective applications in which there is a doubt about the administrative ministry department concerned, DPIT shall identify the administrative ministry department where the application will be processed. In respect of proposals where the respective department ministry proposes to reject the proposals, or in cases where conditions for approval are stipulated in addition to the conditions laid down in the FDI policy or sectoral laws regulations, concurrence of DPIT shall compulsorily be sought by the said ministry. The Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry sets the rules for foreign investment and makes policy pronouncements on FDI through various press releases. As per the regulations under Foreign Exchange Management Act, FEMA, 1999, an Indian company receiving FDI does not require any prior approval of RBI at any stage. It is only required to report the capital inflow and subsequently the issue of shares to the RBI in prescribed formats. FPIs require SEBI approval license. Foreign portfolio investors, FPIs, are institutions incorporated outside India and include mutual fund, insurance company, pension fund, banks, NRIs, etc., registered with SEBI. When an Indian company invests abroad, then there is another term for it, and this is called Overseas Direct Investment, ODI. It is basically the opposite of FDI in India. The ODI is quite less as compared to FDI. A single foreign portfolio investor can invest maximum up to 10% in an Indian company, and all FPIs on aggregate basis can maximum invest up to the sectoral cap statutory ceiling as applicable for that sector under foreign investment. Government now specifies composite cap ceiling for foreign investors, rather than separate limits for FDI and FPI, in various sectors under which all kinds of foreign investments are allowed. An investor may be allowed to invest below the 10% threshold, and this can be treated as FDI subject to the condition that the FDI stake is raised to 10% or beyond within 1 year from the date of the first purchase. The obligation to do so will fall on the company. If the stake is not raised to 10% or above, then the investment shall be treated as portfolio investment. In case an existing FDI falls to a level below 10%, it can continue to be treated as FDI, without an obligation to restore it to 10% or more. Once an FDI, always an FDI. In a particular company, an investor can hold the investments either under the FPI route or under the FDI route, but not both. We have already provided above the definition of FDI and FPI very clearly, but there are some other general differences between FDI and FPI that are mentioned below. Money and Banking, Part 199. Foreign Direct Investment, FDI, Foreign Portfolio Investment, FPI. It happens generally through primary market. Generally, through secondary market, but can happen through primary market as well. Generally, new shares are issued, and the capital comes to the company through which the company invests in new factory, machines, etc. Generally, only the owners change hands, and new capital does not come to the company. The foreign investor appoints board of directors and get involved in the decision-making, active management of the company by purchase of large shareholdings. Foreign investors generally do not get involved in the management of the company and purchase minority stakes. Foreign investors try to make the company profitable through their decision-making and target the profit of the company. Foreign investors target the share price of the company and derive their gain from change of share prices. It is sector-specific. For example, a steel company in US will invest only in a steel company in India and try to make that company profitable through their management and get a share of the profit. It is in general capital market. For example, a foreign investor is not particular about any sector and is willing to invest in any sector company which gives a chance of share price appreciation. It is a long-term investment as to turn the company profitable. The foreign investor needs to get invested for a long time. It is generally short-term investment. Generally, there is a lock-in period, and during this period the foreign investor cannot sell his investment, and hence it is quite stable. There is no lock-in period, and the foreign investor can return any time by selling his investment. It results in exchange rate volatility. It can happen in 3 ways, viz. by purchase of shares, by forming a joint venture company, or by establishing a subsidiary company. It happens through purchase of shares. India receives maximum FDI from Singapore, Mauritius, and US. Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Delhi are the top recipient of FDI. Following chart represents FDI inflow in India in the last few years in $1 billion. The following are few other ways which are used to raise finance from abroad. 44.9, 44.4, 50, 59.6, 58.8, 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22. FDI inflow in India, $1 billion, Money and Banking, Part 1. 100. Global Depository Receipt, GDR, American Depository Receipt, ADR. Through ADRs, U.S. investors buy shares of companies based outside U.S., i.e. India. ADRs exist because many companies outside U.S. do not want to bother with the expense and hassle of directly listing their shares on U.S. stock exchanges. An ADR is a share, security, issued by the Overseas Depository Bank to the U.S. investor. It represents one or more shares of Indian company held by the Overseas Depository Bank with the domestic custodian bank. It may be possible that for every 10 shares held, one ADR is created by the Overseas Depository Bank, and accordingly prices will get adjusted. These ADRs will be listed and traded in U.S. The company in India can be either a government company or a private company. Debt instruments, external commercial borrowing, ECBs are commercial loans debt raised by resident entities from non-resident entities. It can be in foreign currency or Indian rupee denominated. ECBs include bank loans, bonds, debentures, preference shares, other than fully and compulsorily convertible instruments, trade credits, foreign currency convertible bonds, FCCB, financial lease. Masala bonds are a kind of ECB where the bonds are issued outside India but denominated in Indian rupees, rather than the local currency. Masala is an Indian word, and it means spices. Unlike dollar bonds, where the borrower takes the currency risk, Masala bond makes the investors bear the currency risk. ECB Masala bonds. $1 equals Rs. 70, 2019. $1 bond was issued to foreign investor, and the borrower, Indian company, got $1 for 1 year. Money is raised in foreign currency, and the borrower issued dollar-denominated bond to the foreign investor. Rs. 70 bond was issued to foreign investor, and the borrower, Indian company, got $1 equivalent of Rs. 70 is $1 for 1 year. Since the Indian rupee has limited convertibility, so money is raised in dollar only. Money is raised in foreign currency, but the borrower issued rupee-denominated bond to the foreign investor. $1 equals Rs. 80, 2020. In 2020, the borrower needs to return $1 to the foreign investor, and for that he will have to spend Rs. 80 to get $1. The conversion exchange risk is of the borrower, Indian company. In 2020, the borrower needs to return dollar equivalent of Rs. 70. Rs. 70 rupees. 80 asterisk $1 equals $0.875 to the foreign investor rather than $1. So, basically the conversion exchange risk is borne by the foreign investor. Money and Banking Part 1. 101. 2.24 Currency Swap and Forex Swap Currency Swap Agreement between two companies. U.S.-India. $1 equals Rs. 70. U.S. company. U.S. subsidiary of Indian company. In U.S., the U.S. company can raise loan at 6%, but for the U.S. subsidiary of Indian company doing business in U.S., the loan rate is 8%. So, the U.S. company will raise loan of $1 billion at 6% and give it to the U.S. subsidiary of Indian company, working in U.S. The U.S. subsidiary of Indian company will keep on paying the interest rate at 6%, and after the term ends, it will give back the $1 billion amount to the U.S. company. Indian company. Indian subsidiary of U.S. company. In India, the Indian company can raise loan at 9%, but for Indian subsidiary of U.S. company doing business in India, the loan rate is 11%. So, the Indian company will raise loan of Rs. 70 billion at 9% and give it to the Indian subsidiary of U.S. company, working in India. The Indian subsidiary of U.S. company will keep on paying the interest rate 9%, and after the term ends, it will give back the Rs. 70 billion amount to the Indian company. A currency swap is an agreement in which the two parties, multinational corporations, exchange the principal amount of a loan in one currency for the principal in another currency. At the start of the swap, the equivalent principal amounts are exchanged at the prevailing rate. At the end of the swap period, the principal amounts are swapped back at either the prevailing rate or at a pre-agreed rate such as the rate of the original exchange of principal amount. Currency swaps are used to obtain foreign currency loans at a better interest rate or as a method of hedging exchange rate risks on foreign currency loans. Currency swap agreement between two countries. The currency swap agreement between two countries is entered between the central banks of the two countries. One country exchanges its national currency for that of another or even a third one. Let us understand this with example. India and Japan signed currency swap agreement in 2018 worth $75 billion. As per the arrangement, India will get yen, or dollars, from Japan worth max $75 billion, and Japan will get equivalent Indian rupees as per the market exchange rate at the time of transaction. The exchange will be reversed after an agreed period using the same exchange rate as per in the first transaction. Whatever amount of dollars India will take from Japan, India will have to pay interest on that amount, and whatever rupee Japan will take from India, Japan will have to pay interest on that, depending on some benchmark rate. So, a bilateral currency swap is a kind of open-ended credit line from one country to another at a fixed exchange rate. So, India got dollars from Japan, and Japan may or may not take rupees from India, as India would be paying interest on the dollars taken from Japan. So it does not matter whether Japan took rupees from India or not. And that is why this currency swap is also called open-ended credit line facility. Money and Banking Part 1. 102. This currency swap arrangement will allow the Indian central bank to draw up to $75 billion worth of yen or dollars as a loan from the Japanese government whenever it needs this money. The RBI can either sell these dollars or yen to importers to settle their bills, or to borrowers to pay off their foreign loans. The RBI can just keep these dollars with itself, also to shore up its own foreign exchange reserves and defend the rupee. Actually, the rupee was falling against the dollar because of its widening current account deficit. This led to importers upping their demand for dollars far beyond what exporters bring into the country, leading to further depreciation of rupee. If RBI would have gone to the market to purchase these dollars by selling rupees, then it would have further depreciated the rupee. So, currency swap is a kind of out-of-market transaction. Even if RBI has amassed dollars, having a $75 billion loan on demand, as and when need arises, from Japan gives the RBI an additional buffer to fall back on, should it need extra dollars. Hence, this currency swap agreement will bring in greater stability to foreign exchange and capital markets in India. These swap operations carry no exchange rate or other market risks, as transaction terms are set in advance. The absence of an exchange rate risk is the major benefit of such a facility. This facility provides the country, which is getting the dollars, with the flexibility to use these reserves at any time in order to maintain an appropriate level of balance of payments or short-term liquidity. In July 2020, India and Sri Lanka signed a currency swap agreement worth $400 million in which India will give dollars to Sri Lanka and in return India will get Sri Lankan rupee. The RBI also offers similar swap lines to central banks in the SAARC region within a total corpus of $2 billion. Under the framework for 2019 to 22, the RBI will continue to offer a swap arrangement within the overall corpus of $2 billion. Forex swap agreement. Under Forex swap, RBI will buy dollars, say $1 billion, from bank and give them Indian rupees Rs. 70 billion, at the rate $1 equals Rs. 70. After the swap period is over, 3 years, RBI will give back the $1 billion and will ask rupees from banks. The bank which will promise to pay maximum premium above Rs. 70 will be selected by RBI for the swap deal. For money and banking part 1. 103. Example, Bank A said 0.50 rupees per dollar, Bank B said 0.40 rupees per dollar and Bank C said 0.75 rupees per dollar. Then, Bank C will be selected to do the swap agreement and Bank C will have to offer Rs. 70.75 billion, Rs. 70.75 after 3 years to RBI. RBI in March 2019 did Forex swap to increase rupee liquidity money supply in the economy because RBI had already exhausted much of the open market operation limit, and RBI was not willing to further buy the government securities to inject money in the economy. This swap deal leads to better transmission into the lending rate also. It can be the other way around also, like RBI selling dollars first and then purchasing later. 2.25 Gift, Gujarat International Financial Tech City. 2 zones. Gift City has 2 zones. One is domestic and the other is SEZ. Gift SEZ is India's first international financial services center, IFSC, set up under Special Economic Zones Act, 2005. An IFSC is a jurisdiction that provides financial services to non-residents and residents, to the extent permissible under the current regulations, in any currency except Indian rupee. Units, entities, related to banking, insurance, and capital markets are considered as IFSC units, and hence banks, insurers, and capital market-related companies can set up their units in the IFSC, Gift SEZ. The IFSC in Gift City seeks to bring to the Indian shores those financial services transactions that are currently carried outside India by overseas financial institutions and overseas branches subsidiaries of Indian financial institutions to a center which has been designated for all practical purposes as a location having the same ecosystem as their present offshore location, like London, Singapore, etc., which is physically on Indian soil. IFSC, Gift SEZ, is the only place in India which allows offshore transactions, i.e., it is treated as outside India transactions. Gift, Gujarat International Finance Tech City. Domestic transactions denominated in rupee can be undertaken here. SEZ. This zone, Gift SEZ, has been declared as International Financial Services Center, IFSC. Gift SEZ is the only place in India designated as IFSC. All transactions are in foreign currency money and banking. Part 1. 104. IFSC is deemed to be a foreign territory and entities approved as IFSC unit are treated as non-resident in India. Therefore, RBI ODI, Overseas Direct Investment, which means investments outside India, rules are applicable on investments in IFSC. Accordingly, Indian parties are allowed under automatic route to make investment in IFSC entities, and that shall be treated as ODI. Individual person resident in India is allowed to invest up to $2 $50,000 per financial year under Liberalized Remittance Scheme, LRS, outside India or in IFSC. Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE, has established its subsidiary in IFSC called India International Exchange, India INX, where any foreign company can list its securities, shares, bonds, derivatives. For example, a US-based company can list its shares on India INX. Various tax incentives are given like no STT, not LTCG, MAT just 9%, and the securities can be purchased by anyone from outside India or from India through ODI route up to a limit. International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA. The International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA, was established in April 2020 under the International Financial Services Centers Authority Act, 2019. It is headquartered at Gift City, Gandhinagar in Gujarat. IFSCA is a unified authority for the development and regulation of financial products, financial services, and financial institutions in the International Financial Services Centers, IFSC, in India. Prior to the establishment of IFSCA, the domestic financial regulators, namely RBI, SEBI, PFRDA, and IRDAI, regulated the business in IFSC. As the dynamic nature of business in the IFSCs requires a high degree of inter-regulatory coordination within the financial sector, the IFSCA has been established as a unified regulator with a holistic vision in order to promote ease of doing business in IFSC and provide world-class regulatory environment. The main objective of the IFSCA is to develop a strong global connect and focus on the needs of the Indian economy, as well as to serve as an international financial platform for the entire region and the global economy as a whole. 2.26 Strategic disinvestment. In disinvestment, the government may sell its stakes, reduce its ownership in a PSU company to a buyer, but the government may still retain its majority and management control. It may be done through listing of the PSU on the stock market, initial public offering, or direct sale. In the strategic sale of a company, the transaction has two elements: transfer of a block of shares to a strategic partner and transfer of management control to the strategic partner. Strategic disinvestment is a way of privatization. Money and Banking Part 1. 105. While central government is doing strategic disinvestment, other government organizations, PSUs, or state government are not allowed to participate, as it may continue the inherent inefficiencies of government-run firms. Who decides for strategic disinvestment of PSUs? As per the new policy, 2019, Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, DIPAM, under the Ministry of Finance, has been made the nodal department for the strategic disinvestment. DIPAM and NITI Aayog will now jointly identify PSUs for strategic disinvestment, and then it is approved by CCA. Government has created an alternative mechanism, which is an interministerial body to fasten the process of strategic disinvestment. It will decide the following: the quantum of shares to be transacted, mode of sale and final pricing of the transaction, or lay down the principles guidelines for such pricing, and the selection of strategic partner buyer, terms and conditions of sale, and to decide on the proposals of core group of secretaries on disinvestment, CGD, with regard to the timing, price, the terms and conditions of sale, and any other related issue to the transaction. This will facilitate quick decision-making and obviate the need for multiple instances of approval by CCA for the same CPSE. Purpose of strategic disinvestment: the government has no business being in business. That is, the government's role is to facilitate a healthy business environment, and the core competence of a government does not lie in selling fuel or steel at a profit. As governments spend more than they earn through taxes and other sources, additional income from the sale of stakes is always welcome, especially for a developing economy, as government needs to spend higher amounts on infrastructure to boost economic growth, along with its commitments on health and education. It is expected that the strategic buyer-acquirer may bring in new management technology investment for the growth of these companies, and may use innovative methods for their development, and may make these companies more profitable and create more value for its shareholders. Purpose of disinvestment of profit-making PSUs: government may not want to remain in that business. It gives revenue to government and helps in meeting fiscal deficit targets. Even if a PSU is profitable, it may not be profitable because its efficiency. It can be profitable because it has a monopoly presence, and private companies are not allowed in that sector. If government will privatize the PSU and allow other private companies, then prices will come down and consumers will benefit. Example: Government of India in 1973 said that, in India only government will produce and sell coal through its PSU, Coal India Ltd. Still, no private company can sell coal. All the blocks were given to CIL, and CIL extracts coal and supplies to government and private power plants. The price is decided by government. The question is how. Whatever is the cost of coal extraction, central government, on top of it, puts some profit margin, and then it asks CIL to sell coal at that price. Now, if the price is fixed on top of cost of production and no private money in Banking Part 1. 106. Player exists, then the PSU will always be profitable. That is why CIL is one of the biggest coal company in the world, one of the most profitable coal company, but quite inefficient. 2.27 Balance of payment, BOP. BOP systematically summarizes the economic transactions of a country, individuals, businesses, governments, with the rest of the world for a given period of time, specifically for a financial year. BOP is transaction between residents of a country with the rest of the world. So, BOP of India will record all transactions which happen between the Indian residents, individuals, companies, governments, etc., and non-residents, foreigners, foreign entities. RBI is responsible for preparing BOP, and it shall be consistent with the BOP Manual of International Monetary Fund, IMF. Money flowing in the country is taken as plus, and money going out of the country is taken as negative. For example, when India exports something, it earns foreign currency and is taken as positive in BOP record, and when India imports something, we need to pay in foreign currency and money goes out of the country and is taken as negative. BOP has two main components, viz. Current account and capital account. Highlights of disinvestment: strategic disinvestment policy objectives: minimizing presence of central government public sector enterprises, including financial institutions, and creating new investment space for private sector. Post-disinvestment, economic growth of central public sector enterprises, CPSEs. Financial institutions will be through infusion of private capital, technology, and best management practices, will contribute to economic growth and new jobs. Disinvestment proceeds to finance various social sector and developmental programs of the government. Policy features policy covers existing CPSEs, public sector banks, and public sector insurance companies. Various sectors will be classified as strategic and non-strategic sectors. The strategic sectors classified are the following four: atomic energy, space and defense, transport and telecommunications, power, petroleum, coal and other minerals, banking, insurance, and financial services. In strategic sectors, there will be bare minimum presence of the public sector enterprises. The remaining CPSEs in the strategic sector will be privatized or merged or subsidiarized with other CPSEs or closed. In non-strategic sectors, CPSEs will be privatized, otherwise shall be closed. Money and Banking Part 1. 107. Current account. Current account deals in those transactions which do not alter Indian residents' assets or liabilities, including contingent liabilities, outside India, and foreign residents' assets or liabilities inside India. Current account comprises of visible trade, export and import of goods, invisible trade, export and import of services, unilateral transfers and investment income, income earned from factors of production such as land, foreign shares, loans, etc. Capital account. This account is a record of the inflows and outflows of capital that directly affect a country's foreign assets and liabilities. Capital account transactions are those transactions which alter Indian residents' assets or liabilities, including contingent liabilities, outside India, and foreign residents' assets or liabilities inside India. It comprises of foreign investments like FDI and FBI, loans by companies and governments, and banking capital such as NRI deposits. Explanation. When a person is purchasing shares abroad, it comes under capital account as it is a change in assets. But when the person will receive dividend from the shares, then it comes under current account as it is not changing the assets. In the same way, when we are taking loan from an international agency, then it comes under capital and financial account as it is creating liability. But when we are paying interest on this loan, then it comes under current account as interest payment is not reducing previous liabilities. Similarly, if we are receiving gifts or grants or remittances, then it is not creating any obligation or liability for future, and hence will come under current account. Let us consider an example to understand BOP in a better way. As on March 31st, 22 January 4th, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, as on March 31st, 23 Forex 1. Current AC balance equals negative $100 billion. 2. Capital AC balance equals $ plus $150 billion. Balance of payment equals $ plus $50 billion. Increase in reserves equals $50 billion. $650 billion. $700 billion. Money and Banking Part 1. 108. Assume that on March 31st, 2022, RBI was having foreign exchange reserve, Forex, of $650 billion. Suppose, in the FI 2022 to 23, there was deficit in current account balance of $100 billion and a surplus in capital account balance of $150 billion. So, the overall balance of payment will be plus $50 billion in the FI 2022 to 23. Since we have earned net foreign exchange worth $50 billion in the FI 2022 to 23, so our foreign exchange reserves will increase at the end of the financial year to $700 billion. Current AC plus capital AC equals overall balance of payment equals change in Forex reserves. The balance of payment surplus or deficit is obtained after adding the current account and capital account balance, which is then added or subtracted from the Forex reserves. Actually, there may be some changes in the Forex reserves because of valuation effect, i.e., appreciation depreciation of the US dollar and the change in price of the gold. This also has an impact on the Forex reserves in addition to current AC and capital AC transactions. Recently, RBI has brought a new format, as per the guidelines of IMF, for balance of payment, under which capital account has been redefined as capital and financial account, with a distinction between capital account transactions and financial account transactions. FDI, FBI, Forex reserves, etc., have been made a part of the financial AC transactions. As such, I don't think that we need to go into those minute details of the new format. Import cover. Presently, India's Forex reserves are around $600 billion, and our monthly imports are around $60 billion. Which means that if we do not earn additional Forex, then this $600 billion will be sufficient for the next 10 months of import. Thus, we say that our present Forex reserves provide import cover for 10 months. Forex reserves are also measured in terms of import cover. Remittances, balance of payment, BOP, records all transactions which happen between Indian residents and foreigners or non-resident Indians, NRI. NRI, in context of BOP, means a person who has gone abroad for more than 1 year and has plans to stay abroad. Now, when a person goes to Gulf region generally for more than 1 year, he becomes an NRI, and then whatever he, NRI, sends money to his family here in India is counted in BOP. Now, try to understand that this transaction between the NRI and his family in India will get recorded in BOP, as this transaction is between Indian resident, his family in India, and NRI. And this transaction between Indian resident, his family in India, and NRI is for free, which means the Indian resident, his family in India, did not do anything for the NRI, but NRI gave money to Indian resident, his family in India, for free. This is called remittance under BOP in current account. But whatever the employer pays to the NRI person will not be counted in BOP because both are foreigners NRIs. Another case. If I've gone to US for 2 months, that means I am still Indian resident, and if I earn something there and then send to my family in India, then the transaction between me and US and my family in India will not be recorded in BOP because both the parties in the transaction, me in US and my family in India, are Indian residents. But whichever company, say X, paid me in US, that transaction will be recorded in India's BOP. This is because the transaction is between me in US, an Indian resident, and company X, a foreigner. And this transaction is not for free, as I worked and then the company X paid to me. So, this is called factor income under BOP, current account. India is the largest recipient of remittances, private transfers, in the world, and last year in 2022 it received around $100 billion in remittances. The largest sources of remittances for India comes from Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, countries, and the US, UK. Kerala is one of the largest recipients of remittances in India. The top 5 recipient countries are India, Mexico, China, Philippines, and Egypt. Money and banking part 1. 109. Current account convertibility. RBI allows full conversion of rupee into foreign currencies and foreign currencies into rupee at market price, i.e., nominal exchange rate, for any transactions under current account of BOP. This is called rupee is fully convertible at current account. So, suppose someone wants to import commodities worth $10 billion in India, then RBI will convert that many rupees into $10 billion without any restriction for import purpose. As a part of the economic reforms initiated in 1991, rupee was made fully convertible at current account in 1993. Capital account convertibility. RBI does not allow full conversion of rupee into foreign currencies and foreign currencies into rupee for transactions falling under capital account of BOP. There are restrictions limits imposed by the RBI and government on the value of transactions that anybody can do under capital account. This is called rupee is partially convertible at capital account. There are restrictions on how much ECB can be raised in a particular year. There are restrictions on how much foreign investors can invest in government securities. There are restrictions on how much individuals' companies can do capital account kind of transactions, etc. Capital account convertibility leads to free exchange of currency at market rates and an unrestricted mobility of capital. It is beneficial for a country because it increases inflow of foreign investment. But the flip side is that it could destabilize an economy due to massive capital flows in and out of the country. Rupee will move to full capital account convertibility once the macroeconomic parameters like current account deficit, fiscal deficit, external debt, inflation become stable at low range, and there is resilience to absorb shocks related to capital outflows. Since capital convertibility is risky and makes foreign exchange rate more volatile, it is introduced only sometime after the introduction of convertibility on current account when exchange rate of currency of a country is relatively stable, deficit and balance of payments is well under control, and enough foreign exchange reserves are available with the central bank. Moving in the direction of allowing full capital account convertibility, in March 2020 RBI introduced Fully Accessible Route, FAR, under which it removed the cap ceiling and allowed full non-resident, foreign, investors' investments in government securities. There is a plan to remove the limit on corporate debt too. There is no international authority which directs that trade between two countries should happen only with some specific currencies. Any two countries are free to transact with any currency if they are willing. Generally, any country will accept that currency for its trade, exports, if that currency is not losing value, less inflation, and it is stable and it is freely convertible in other currencies. Internationalization of rupee, an international currency, is one that is freely available to non-residents, essentially to settle cross-border transactions. It is a process that involves increasing use of the local rupee currency in cross-border transactions, i.e., international markets. Money and banking part 1. 110. In this process, first current account transactions are allowed, and then capital account transactions between resident Indians and non-resident Indians. The last step is use of rupee for transactions between non-residents. An internationalization of a currency is an expression of external credibility in the currency as well as in the economy. All truly international currencies belong to large, advanced economies, and their use for international transactions confers substantial economic privileges to the host countries. The privileges advantages include: all of the above privileges flow from its status as the preeminent reserve currency. Clearly, very few countries can enjoy such privileges at any given point of time in history. And the preconditions: size of the economy and a dominant share of global GDP, globally dominant businesses, extraordinary military capabilities, etc., limit the prospects of owning an international currency to any but the largest few economies. And the preconditions for owning an international currency are size of the economy and a dominant share of global GDP, globally dominant businesses, extraordinary military capabilities, etc. And these preconditions limit the prospects of owning an international currency to only few largest economies. Hence, internationalization of rupee cannot just be achieved by financial regulation alone. Liberalized remittance scheme, LRS. Under LRS, all resident individuals in India can freely, without seeking specific approvals, send $250,000 overseas every financial year for a permissible set of current or capital account transactions. Remittances are permitted for overseas education, travel, medical treatment, and purchase of shares and property, apart from maintenance of relatives living abroad, gifting, and donations. Individuals can also open, maintain, and hold foreign currency accounts with overseas banks for carrying out transactions. The LRS represents India's baby steps towards dismantling controls on foreign exchange movements in and out of the country. It has allowed large numbers of Indians to study abroad and diversify their portfolios from purely desi stocks and property. Ideally speaking, capital controls in any form have no place in a liberalized economy. But for India, which is heavily dependent on imports of critical goods and perpetually spends more foreign exchange than it earns, it is difficult to free up remittances because of the havoc this can wreak on exchange rates. The LRS gives you the freedom to put your money to work anywhere in the world. Until India is ready to free all capital controls, the LRS remains the most viable way for individuals to legally remit money overseas. Money and Banking Part 1. 111. 2.28 Liquidity Trap. Nominal interest rate, deposit rate, equals inflation plus real interest rate. Nominal interest rate is the interest rate offered by banks on your deposits. People will be willing to keep money in bank deposits only if banks are offering interest rate higher than the inflation rate prevailing in the economy. Suppose inflation in the economy is 6%, then nobody will keep money in bank deposits at less than 6% interest rate, because at this rate effective earning for the individual will be either zero or negative. Until and unless banks offer higher deposit rates than the inflation rate, nobody will keep money in banks. This rate in addition to the inflation is called real interest rate, as it is the real or effective earning for depositors. For example, if inflation rate is 6% in the economy and banks are offering 8% on their deposits, this implies real interest rate of 2%. That means, effectively, the earning or return for the depositors is 2%. Consider an example. Nominal interest rate, deposit rate, equals inflation plus real interest rate. 8% equals 6% plus 2%, 6% equals 4% plus 2%, 4% equals 2% plus 2%, 2% equals 0% plus 2%, 0% equals minus 2% plus 2%. Suppose the economy is in recession slowdown and the inflation prices are falling as shown above. To pull the economy out of recession, i.e. to stimulate the economy, the central bank may reduce the repo rate to increase the supply of money and to push demand. When the repo rate is reduced, the banks will reduce the deposit rates and lending rate. But if the demand in the economy is not increasing, then central bank may further reduce the repo rate to increase the money supply and demand. But if still the economy is not pulled out of recession slowdown and the demand is not increasing, then central bank may keep on reducing the repo rate and the banks will keep on reducing their deposit and lending rates. At this point, the bank's deposit rate and lending rate will also reach almost zero. The central bank cannot reduce the repo rate beyond zero, and similarly banks also cannot reduce their deposit and lending rate beyond zero. Practically the lower limit on repo rate, lending rate, or deposit rates are zero. The central bank cannot stimulate the economy beyond this point, and it is trapped in a quagmire called the liquidity trap. At this point, the government should use its fiscal tools to pull the economy out of recession slowdown. In case of liquidity trap, people keep their funds in normal savings account, demand deposits, and do not want to lock their investment in fixed deposits at a very low interest rate. They hope that in future the interest in the market will rise, and then they will invest in bonds or fixed deposits. It is called a trap because if investors hold on to cash or in demand form, instead of spending or investing it because they expect the economy to be weak, the economy will stay weak. Additionally, it is a trap because the central bank cannot lower the interest below zero to stimulate lending or spending. Money and Banking Part 1. 112. 2.29 Inflation, the rate at which general level of prices of goods and services rises and subsequently purchasing power falls is called inflation. Depending on the level of severity, it can be classified into three categories. 1. Low inflation. Prices that rise slowly and predictably, and the rate is in single digit annually. In case of low inflation, people are willing to save money and put in bank deposits. People are willing to sign long-term contracts linked with inflation index in money terms because they are confident that the relative prices of goods and services they buy and sell will not get too far out of line. 2. Galloping inflation. Inflation in double-digit or triple-digit range of 20, 100 or 200% per year is called galloping inflation or very high inflation. It is found in countries suffering from weak governments, war, or revolution. In this case, people will hoard goods, buy houses, and never ever lend money at low nominal interest rates. People are not willing to deposit money in banks as banks offer less nominal interest rate, deposit rate, as compared to the inflation rate prevailing in the economy. Businessmen are also not willing to invest as the lending rates are high and demand declines. 3. Hyperinflation. Prices rise over 1,000,000% per year and relative prices become highly unstable. In early 1920s, Germany could not raise taxes and used monetary printing press to pay the government bills. People used to carry money in bags to purchase goods. In USSR in 1991, when prices were freed from the government controls, prices rose by 4,000,000% in next 5 years. There are mainly two causes of inflation. 1. Demand pull inflation. Demand pull inflation occurs when there is an increase in aggregate demand, categorized by the four sectors of the economy: households, private, governments, and foreign buyers. When these four sectors concurrently want to purchase more output than the economy can produce, then it leads to increase in prices. This excessive demand, also referred to as too much money chasing too few goods, usually occurs in an expanding economy. Demand pull inflation may be caused due to overexpansion of the money supply, government reducing tax and spending more, etc. 2. Cost push or supply shock inflation. Cost push inflation basically means that prices have been pushed up by increase in costs of any of the four factors of production: labor, capital, land, or entrepreneurship. Or there is a supply shortage which allows the producer to raise prices. Inflation occurs because of increase in cost of inputs, rather than because of increase in demand. Cost push inflation may be caused due to wage inflation, overall increase in the cost of goods due to rise in wages, monopoly situation, natural disasters, devaluation of exchange rates, leads to inflation in imported products, etc. Money and Banking Part 1. 113. Deflation. A general decline in prices, often caused by a reduction in the supply of money. Deflation can also be caused by a decrease in government, personal, or investment spending. The opposite of inflation, deflation, is bad because of the following reason. When prices start falling, i.e., there is deflation, people become less willing to spend and postpone their purchase decisions. This is because when prices are falling, just sitting on cash becomes an investment with a positive real yield. This decreases the demand in the economy and prices fall further and economy slows down. People are less willing to borrow, also even for a productive investment, because it has to be repaid in rupees that are worth more than the rupees borrowed. Deflation thus increases unemployment since there is a lower level of demand in the economy, which may also lead to an economic depression. Disinflation. Disinflation is the slowing down in the rate of inflation. It means there is inflation in the economy, but the inflation percentage is decreasing and is positive. For example, let us consider the prices of onions. 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Prices: Rs. 10 kilograms Rs. 11 kilograms Rs. 12 kilograms Rs. 12.5 kilograms. Inflation: 10%, 9%, 4.2%. So, in the above example, prices are rising but the rate of change of prices, i.e. inflation, is decreasing. In case of recession or slowdown, generally demand starts decreasing first, which can be because of any reason, and then companies reduce their production resulting in overall contraction in output, and then we say that there is recession. So, in case of economic recession, there should not be high inflation as the demand reduces first and then the output supply reduces. In exceptional cases, recession or slowdown can be triggered by supply-side factors like drought or lockdown of factories in case of COVID-19, in which case the inflation may be high, but it will be for short span of time, as the resulting loss of jobs will lead to reduction in demand and decrease in inflation. 2.30 Phillips curve, an economic concept developed by A. W. Phillips, which states that inflation and unemployment have a stable and inverse relationship, which means that higher the inflation rate in the economy, lower will be the unemployment rate, and vice versa. According to the Phillips curve, the lower an economy's rate of unemployment, the more rapidly wages paid to labor increase in that economy, and hence higher the inflation in the economy. The theory states that economic growth leads to more jobs and higher inflation and less unemployment. However, the original concept has been somewhat disproven empirically due to the occurrence of stagflation in the 1970s, when there were high levels of both inflation and unemployment. The implications of the Phillips curve are true only in the short term. Money and Banking Part 1. 114. 8%. Inflation rate. 6%. 4% Phillips curve. 2%. 0%. 2%. 4%. 6%. 8%. 10% unemployment rate. 2.31 Previous year's questions. 1. Consider the following actions which the government can take. 2011. I. Devaluing the domestic currency. The second. Reduction in the export subsidy. 3. Adopting suitable policies which attract greater FDI and more funds from FIs. Which of the above actions can help in reducing the current account deficit? A. I and 2. B. 2 and 3. C. 3. Only D. I and 3. 2. Microfinance is the provision of financial services to people of low-income groups. This includes both the consumers and the self-employed. Services rendered under microfinance ICOR. 2011. I. Credit facilities. 2. Savings facilities. 3. Insurance facilities. 4. Fund transfer facilities. Select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. A. I. Only. B. I. And 4. Only. C. 2. And 3. Only. D. I. 2. 3. And 4. 3. Economic growth is usually coupled with 2011. A. Deflation. B. Inflation. C. Stagflation. D. Hyperinflation. 4. The balance of payments of a country is a systematic record of 2013. A. All import and export transactions of a country during a given period of time, normally a year. B. Goods exported from a country during a year. C. Economic transaction between the government of one country to another. D. Capital movements from one country to another. Money and Banking Part 1. 115. 5. The Reserve Bank of India regulates the commercial banks in matters of 2013. I. Liquidity of assets. 2. Branch expansion. 3. Merger of banks. 4. Winding up of banks. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I. And 4. Only. B. 2. 3. And 4. Only. C. I. 2 and 3. Only D. I. 2, 3, and 4. 6. In India, deficit financing is used for raising resources for 2013. A. economic development, B. redemption of public debt, C. adjusting the balance of payments, D. reducing the foreign debt. 7. Which of the following constitute capital account? 2013. I. foreign loans, 2. foreign direct investment, 3. private remittances, 4. portfolio investment. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I. 2 and 3, B. I. 2 and 4, C. 2, 3 and 4, D. I. 3 and 4. 8. Disguised unemployment generally means 2013. A. Large number of people remain unemployed. B. Alternative employment is not available. C. Marginal productivity of labor is 0. D. Productivity of workers is low. 9. Consider the following students. 2013. I. Inflation benefits the debtors. 2. Inflation benefits the bondholders. Which of the statements given above are correct? A. I only, B. 2 only, C. both I and 2, D. neither I nor 2. 10. A rise in general level of prices may be caused by 2013. I. An increase in the money supply. 2. A decrease in the aggregate level of output. 3. An increase in the effective demand. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I only, B. I and 2 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. I. 2 and 3. Money and Banking Part 1. 116. 11. Which of the following is likely to be the most inflationary in its effect? 2013. A. Repayment of public debt. B. Borrowing from the public to finance a budget deficit. C. Borrowing from banks to finance a budget deficit. D. Creating new money to finance a budget deficit. 12. Supply of money remaining the same when there is an increase in demand for money. There will be 2013. A. A fall in the level of prices. B. An increase in the rate of interest. C. A decrease in the rate of interest. D. An increase in the level of income and employment. 13. With reference to balance of payments, which of the following constitute the current account? 2014. I. Balance of trade. 2. Foreign assets. 3. Balance of invisibles. 4. Special drawing rights. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. I and 3 only, D. I. 2 and 4. 14. What does venture capital mean? 2014. A. A short-term capital provided to industries. B. A long-term startup capital provided to new entrepreneurs. C. Funds provided to industries at times of incurring losses. D. Funds provided for replacement and renovation of industries. 15. In the context of Indian economy, which of the following is the purposes of statutory reserve requirements? 2014. I. To enable the central bank to control the amount of advances the banks can create. 2. To make the people's deposits with banks safe and liquid. 3. To prevent the commercial banks from making excessive profits. 4. To force the banks to have sufficient vault cash to meet their day-to-day requirements. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I only, B. I and 2 only, C. 2 and 3 only, D. I. 2, 3 and 4 only. 16. If the interest rate is decreased in an economy, it will, 2014. A. Decrease the consumption expenditure in the economy. B. Increase the tax collection of the government. C. Increase the investment expenditure in the economy. D. Increase the total savings in the economy. 17. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following. 2015. I. Bank rate. 2. Open market operations. 3. Public debt. 4. Public revenue, money and banking. Part 1. 117. Which of the above are components of monetary policy? A. I only, B. 2, 3 and 4 only, C. I and 2 only, D. I. 3 and 4 only. 18. The problem of international liquidity is related to the non-availability of 2015. A. Goods and services. B. Gold and silver. C. Dollars and other hard currencies. D. Exportable surplus. 19. There has been a persistent deficit budget year after year. Which of the following actions can be taken by the government to reduce the deficit? 2015. I. Reducing revenue expenditure. 2. Introducing new welfare schemes. 3. Rationalizing subsidies. 4. Expanding industries. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I and 3 only, B. 2 and 3 only, C. I only, D. I. 2, 3 and 4 only. 20. When the Reserve Bank of India reduces statutory liquidity ratio by 50 basis points, which of the following is likely to happen? 2015. India's GDP growth rate increases drastically. B. Foreign institutional investors may bring more capital into our country. C. Scheduled commercial banks may cut their lending rates. D. It may drastically reduce the liquidity to the banking system. 21. Convertibility of rupee implies 2015. A. Being able to convert rupee notes into gold. B. Allowing the value of rupee to be fixed by market forces. C. Freely permitting the conversion of rupee to other currencies and vice versa. D. Developing an international market for currencies in India. 22. With reference to IFC masala bonds, sometimes seen in the news, which of the statements given below are correct? 2016. I. The International Finance Corporation. which offers these bonds, is an arm of the World Bank. 2. They are the rupee-denominated bonds and are a source of debt financing for the public and private sector. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I, only. B. 2, only. C, both I and 2. D, neither I nor 2. 23. The term core banking solutions is sometimes seen in the news. Which of the following statements best describe this term? 2016. I. It is a networking of a bank's branches which enables customers to operate their accounts from any branch of the bank on its network regardless of where they open their accounts. Money and Banking Part 1. 118. 2. It is an effort to increase RBI's control over commercial banks through computerization. 3. It is a detailed procedure by which a bank with huge non-performing assets is taken over by another bank. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I, only. B. 2 and 3, only. C. I and 3, only. D. I, 2 and 3. 24. What is the purposes of the marginal cost of funds-based lending rate, MCLR, announced by RBI? 2016. I. These guidelines help improve the transparency in the methodology followed by banks for determining the interest rates on advances. 2. These guidelines help ensure availability of bank credit at interest rates which are fair to the borrowers as well as the banks. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I, only. B. 2, only. C, both I and 2. D, neither I nor 2. 25. With reference to bitcoins, sometimes seen in the news, which of the following statements is correct? 2016. I. Bitcoins are tracked by the central banks of the countries. 2. Anyone with a Bitcoin address can send and receive bitcoins from anyone else with a Bitcoin address. 3. Online payments can be sent without either side knowing the identity of the other. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I and 2, only. B. 2 and 3, only. C. 3, only. D. I, 2 and 3. 26. Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana is aimed at 2016. A. Bringing the small entrepreneurs into formal financial system. B. Providing loans to poor farmers for cultivating particular crops. C. Providing pension to old and destitute persons. D. Funding the voluntary organizations involved in the promotion of skill development and employment generation. 27. What are the purposes of government's sovereign gold bond scheme and gold monetization scheme? 2016. I. To bring the idle gold lying with Indian households into the economy. 2. To promote FDI in the gold and jewelry sector. 3. To reduce India's dependence on gold imports. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I, only. B. 2 and 3, only. C. I and 3, only. D. I, 2 and 3. Money and Banking Part 1. 119. 28. Consider the following statements. 2017. I. National Payments Corporation of India helps in promoting financial inclusion in the country. 2. NPCI has launched Rupee, a card payment scheme. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. I, only. B. 2, only. C, both I and 2. D, neither I nor 2. 29. What is the purpose of setting up of small finance banks, SFBs, in India? 2017. I. To supply credit to small business units. 2. To supply credit to small and marginal farmers. 3. To encourage young entrepreneurs to set up business, particularly in rural areas. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I and 2, only. B. 2 and 3, only. C. I and 3, only. D. I, 2 and 3. 30. Which one of the following best describes the term merchant discount rate, sometimes seen in news? 2018. A. The incentive given by a bank to a merchant for accepting payments through debit cards pertaining to that bank. B. The amount paid back by banks to their customers when they use debit cards for financial transactions for purchasing goods or services. C. The charge to a merchant by a bank for accepting payments from his customers through the bank's debit cards. D. The incentive given by the government to merchants for promoting digital payments by their customers through point of sale, POS, machines, and debit cards. 31. Which one of the following statements correctly describes the meaning of legal tender money? 2018. A. The money which is tendered in courts of law to defray the fee of legal cases. B. The money which a creditor is under compulsion to accept in settlement of his claims. C. The bank money in the form of checks, drafts, bills of exchange, etc. D. The metallic money in circulation in a country. 32. Consider the following statements. 2018. I. The Reserve Bank of India manages and services Government of India securities, but not any state government securities. 2. Treasury bills are issued by the Government of India, and there are no treasury bills issued by the state governments. 3. Treasury bills offered are issued at a discount from the par value. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. I and 2, only. B. 3, only. C. 2 and 3, only. D. I, 2 and 3. 33. Consider the following statements. 2018. I. Capital adequacy ratio, CAR, is the amount that banks have to maintain in the form of their own funds to offset any loss that banks incur if the account holders fail to repay dues. Money and Banking Part 1. 120. 2. CAR is decided by each individual bank. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. I only, B. 2 only, C. Both I and 2, D. Neither I nor 2. 34. Which of the following is not included in the assets of a commercial bank in India? 2019. A. Advances, B. Deposits, C. Investments, D. Money at call and short notice. 35. In the context of India, which of the following factors is contributors to reducing the risk of a currency crisis? 2019. I. The foreign currency earnings of India's IT sector. 2. Increasing the government expenditure. 3. Remittances from Indians abroad. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I only, B. I and 3 only, C. 2 only, D. I 2 and 3. 36. Which one of the following is not the most likely measure the government RBI takes to stop the slide of Indian rupee? 2019. A. Curbing imports of non-essential goods and promoting exports. B. Encouraging Indian borrowers to issue rupee-denominated masala bonds. C. Easing conditions relating to external commercial borrowing. D. Following an expansionary monetary policy. 37. The money multiplier in an economy increases with which one of the following? 2019. A. Increase in the cash reserve ratio. B. Increase in the banking habit of the population. C. Increase in the statutory liquidity ratio. D. Increase in the population of the country. 38. If another global financial crisis happens in the near future, which of the following policies are most likely to give some immunity to India? 2021. Not depending on short-term foreign borrowings. 2. Opening up to more foreign banks. 3. Maintaining full capital account convertibility. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only, B. 1 and 2 only, C. 3 only, D. 1, 2 and 3. 39. If you withdraw Rs. 1,000,000 in cash from your demand deposit account at your bank, the immediate effect on aggregate money supply in the economy will be 2020. A. To reduce it by Rs. 1,000,000, B. To increase it by Rs. 1,000,000, C. To increase it by more than Rs. 1,000,000, D. To leave it unchanged. Money and Banking's Part 1. 121. 40. Under the Kisan credit card scheme, short-term credit support is given to farmers for which of the following purposes? 2020. 1. Working capital for maintenance of farm assets. 2. Purchase of combined harvesters, tractors, and mini trucks. 3. Consumption requirements of farm households. 4. Post-harvest expenses. 5. Construction of family house and setting up a village cold storage facility. Select the correct answer using 3. Money and Banking. Part 2. 3.1 History of Indian banking and reforms. Modern banking in India began in the 18th century with the founding of the English agency houses in Calcutta and Bombay. Then in the first half of the 19th century, 3 presidency banks, viz. Bank of Bengal, 1806, Bank of Bombay, 1840, and Bank of Madras, 1843, were established. After the introduction of limited liability in 1860, private and foreign banks entered into the market. The beginning of 20th century saw the introduction of joint stock banks. In 1921, the 3 presidency banks were merged to create Imperial Bank of India. Imperial Bank of India performed all the normal functions which a commercial bank was expected to perform. In the absence of any central bank in India till 1935, the Imperial Bank of India also performed a number of functions which are normally carried out by a central bank. At the time of independence in 1947, the banking system in India was fairly well developed with over 600 commercial banks operating in the country. However, soon after independence, the view that the banks from the colonial heritage were biased in favor of working capital loans for trade and large firms and against extending credit to small-scale enterprises, agriculture, and commoners gained prominence. To ensure better coverage of banking needs of larger parts of economy and the rural constituencies, the government of India nationalized the Imperial Bank, which was established in 1921, and transformed it into the State Bank of India, SBI, with effect from 1955. Despite the progress in 1950s and 1960s, it was felt that the creation of SBI was not far-reaching enough since the banking needs of small-scale industries and the agricultural structure was still not covered sufficiently. This was partially due to the existing close ties commercial and industry houses maintained with the established commercial banks, which give them an advantage in obtaining credit. Additionally, there was a perception that banks should play a more prominent role in India's development strategy by mobilizing resources for sectors that were seen as crucial for economic expansion. As a result, the policy of social control over banks was announced. Its aim was to cause changes in the management and distribution of credit by commercial banks. The post-war development strategy was in many ways a socialist one, and Indian government felt that banks in private hands didn't lend enough to those who needed it most. In July 1969, the government nationalized all 14 banks whose nationwide deposits were greater than Rs. 50 crores. The bank nationalization in July 1969 with its objective to control the commanding heights of the economy and to meet progressively the needs of development of the economy in conformity with the national policy and objectives served to intensify the social objective of ensuring that financial intermediaries fully met the credit demands for the productive purposes. Two significant purposes of nationalization were rapid branch expansion and channeling of credit according to the plan priorities. The Indian banking system progressed by leaps and bounds after nationalization, and bank branches expanded rapidly both in rural and urban areas. There was a rapid growth in deposits mobilized by the banks, besides credit expansions, especially in the areas money and banking. Part 2. 126. Designated as priority sector. After nationalization, the breadth and scope of Indian banking sector expanded at a rate perhaps unmatched by any other country. In April 1980, the government undertook a second round of nationalization, placing under government control the 6 private banks whose nationwide deposits were above Rs. 200 crores, which increased the public sector bank's share of deposits to 92%. The second wave of nationalizations occurred because control over the banking system became increasingly more important as a means to ensure priority sector lending reached the poor through a widening branch network and to fund rising government deficits. In addition to the nationalization of banks, the priority sector lending targets raised to 40% from 33.3%. Besides the establishment of priority sector credits and nationalization of banks, the government took further control over banks' funds by raising the statutory liquidity ratio, SLR, and the cash reserve ratio, CRR. From a level of 2% for the CRR and 25% for the SLR in 1960, both witnessed a steep increase until 1991 to 15% and 38.5% respectively. In the period of 1969 to 1991, bank branches increased a lot, but banks remained unprofitable, inefficient, and unsound owing to their poor lending strategy and lack of internal risk management under government ownership. The major factors that contributed to deteriorating bank performance included too stringent regulatory requirements of CRR and SLR that required banks to hold a certain amount in government and eligible securities, low interest rates charged on government bonds, as compared to commercial advances directed and concessional lending administrated interest rates, and lack of competition. These factors not only reduced incentives to operate properly, but also undermined regulators' incentives to prevent banks from taking risks. While government involvement in the financial sector can be justified at the initial stage of economic development, the prolonged presence of excessively large public sector banks often results in inefficient resource allocation and concentration of power in a few banks. The policies that were supposed to promote a more equal distribution of funds also lead to inefficiencies in the Indian banking system. India's banking system until 1991 was an integral part of the government's spending policy. Through the directed credit rules and the statutory preemptions, it was a captive source of funds for the fiscal deficit and the key industries. Through the CRR and the SLR, more than 50% of the savings had either to be deposited with the RBI or used to buy government security. Of the remaining savings, 40% had to be directed to priority sectors that were defined by the government. Besides these restrictions on the use of funds, the government had also control over the prices of the funds, that is, the interest rates on saving and loans. Like the overall economy, the Indian banking sector had severe structural problems by the end of 1980s. The major of those problems were unprofitability, inefficiency, and financial unsoundness. By international standards, the Indian banks were, even despite a rapid growth of deposits, extremely unprofitable. Despite the impressive progress made by the banks in the 2 decades following nationalization, the excessive controls enforced on them by the government fostered certain rigidities and inefficiencies in the commercial banking system. This not only hindered their development, but also eroded their profitability. Money and Banking Part 2. 127. The need to correct the defects of financial sector was felt during the 1991 crisis. Hence, a high-level committee was constituted under the chairmanship of Shri M. Narasimhan, Committee on Financial System or Narasimhan Committee, I, to review the progress and working of the Indian financial sector and to suggest measures to reform it. The following were some of the recommendations of the committee. Statutory liquidity ratio, SLR, should be based on prudential requirement for banks and not viewed as a major instrument for financing government budget. Create a level playing field between the public sector, private sector, and foreign sector banks. An asset reconstruction company, ARC, should be established which could take over from banks and financial institutions a portion of the bad and doubtful debts at an appropriate discount, and the ARC should be provided with special powers of recovery. Select few large banks which could become international in character and 8 to 10 national level banks with a network of branches throughout the country. The duality of control over the banking system between the RBI and the Ministry of Finance should end, and RBI should be the primary agency for the regulation of the banking system. The government of India felt towards the end of 1997 that the time was ripe to look ahead and chart the reforms necessary in the years ahead so that India's banking system can become stronger and better equipped to compete effectively in a fast-changing international economic environment. Another committee specifically called Committee on Banking Sector Reforms was accordingly constituted in 1997 under the chairmanship of the same M. Narasimhan Committee 2. Following were the major recommendations of Narasimhan Committee 2. Autonomy in banking. Greater autonomy was proposed for the public sector banks in order for them to function with equivalent professionalism as their international counterparts. For this, the panel recommended that recruitment procedures, training, and remuneration policies of public sector banks be brought in line with the best market practices. Secondly, the committee recommended GOI equity in nationalized banks be reduced to 33% for increased autonomy. Stronger banking system. The committee recommended for merger of large Indian banks to make them strong enough for supporting international trade. Money and Banking Part 2, 128. Capital adequacy norms. In order to improve the inherent strength of the Indian banking system, the committee recommended that the government should raise the prescribed capital adequacy norms. This would also improve their risk-taking ability. Reform in the role of RBI. The committee recommended that the Reserve Bank as a regulator of the monetary system should not be the owner of a bank in view of a possible conflict of interest. Pursuant to the recommendations, RBI has transferred its shareholdings of public banks like SBI, NHB, and NABARD to Government of India. Most of the reforms as recommended by the two committees have now been implemented. The Committee on Comprehensive Financial Services for Small Businesses and Low-Income Households was set up by the RBI in September 2013 under the chairman Nachiket Moore. The committee gave its report in January 2014, of which some of the recommendations are listed below. Each Indian resident, above the age of 18 years, would have an individual, full-service, safe, and secure bank account. Aadhaar should be the prime driver towards rapid expansion in the number of bank accounts. Every resident in India should be within a 15-minute walking distance of a payment access point. Each low-income household and small business would have access to providers that can offer them suitable investment and deposit products. Such services must be available to them at reasonable charges. PJNAYK Committee Public Sector Banks, PSBs, has been established through the State Bank of India Act 1955 and the Banking Companies, Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act 1970, also referred as Bank Nationalization Act. These acts require Government of India to have majority shareholding and voting power in the PSBs, and this empowers the government to appoint board of directors and involve in the decision-making of the PSBs. It leads to governance issues as the people appointed on the board of these PSBs are not that qualified for their job but are close to government. Through this, government starts manipulating the decisions which lead to various kinds of frauds and corruption. In January 2014, PJ Nayak Committee was constituted for review of governance of boards of banks in India, which submitted its report in May 2014, to examine the working of banks boards, review RBI guidelines on bank ownership and representation in the board, and investigate possible conflicts of interest in the board representation. The following were the main recommendations. Government should set up a bank investment company, BIC, under Companies Act 2013. Government should transfer its present ownership in PSBs to BIC, and all the PSBs will be incorporated as subsidiaries of BIC and will be registered under the Companies Act 2013. And the PSBs will become limited companies. For example, State Bank of India will become State Bank of India Limited. This limited means now if the State Bank of India Limited will become bankrupt, then Government of India BIC will not be liable and may money and banking. Part 2, 129. Not have to put funds from their own resources to protect SBI Limited. Government should reduce its stake in PSBs through BIC to less than 50%. The BIC will become a holding company which will be owned by Government of India. BIC will have the voting powers to appoint board of directors and other policy decisions of the banks. Government will sign shareholding agreement with BIC, promising its autonomy. This means that even if the government will be majority shareholders in BIC, but it will not intervene in its working, and BIC will select banks directors and top management. And if required to preserve the autonomy of BIC, government may reduce its ownership to less than 50% in BIC. But since repealing of the Acts 1955, 1970, and establishment of BIC will take time, so for the time being government can establish Banks Board Bureau, BBB, through an executive order, and BBB will select and appoint directors top management in public sector banks and other public sector financial institutions like NABARD, SIDB, GALIC, etc. And once BIC is set up, BBB will be dissolved. In line with the recommendations of the PJ Nayak Committee and with a view to improve the governance of public sector banks, PSBs, the GOI appointed an Autonomous Banks Board Bureau, BBB, but it was later on replaced by Financial Services Institutions Bureau, FSIB, from July 1st, 2022. The following are the functions of the FSIB. To recommend persons for appointment as whole-time directors, WTDs, and non-executive chairpersons, NECs, on the boards of directors in public sector banks, financial institutions, and public sector insurers, hereinafter referred to as PSBs, FIs, and PSIs, respectively. To advise the government on matters relating to appointments, transfer, or extension of term of office and termination of services of the said directors. To carry out such process and draw up a panel for consideration of competent authority for any other bank, financial institution, or insurer for which the government makes a reference. FIs are basically public sector financial institutions like NABARD, NHB, SIDB, EXIM, Mudra, etc. Money and Banking Part 2, 130. 3.2 Relationship between RBI and Government of India. Reserve Bank of India. As per the RBI Act, the Central Board is made up of the following members: 21 Governor, 4 deputy governors, 4 directors, 1 each from the 4 regional boards of the RBI, 10 directors to be nominated by the center, and 2 government officials, also to be nominated by the center. The relationship between the board and the governor is not comparable to a corporate setup where the managing director, the corporate equivalent of the governor, reports to the board and draws his powers from it. While a managing director is an agent of the board in a company, in the RBI, the governor is not. He draws his powers from the RBI Act and not from the central board. He is appointed by the Prime Minister in consultation with the Finance Minister. The RBI board has no say whatsoever in his appointment. In a company, the board of directors chooses one of its own to be appointed as the managing director. In the RBI, the governor secures board membership only after he is appointed to the post. It is, thus, wrong to compare a corporate board to the RBI's and suggest that the governor is subservient to it. In RBI, policy decisions are taken by the governor with its 4 deputy governors, and the central board is just engaged in providing a broader vision to the RBI. RBI board has always functioned in an advisory role with the understanding that the governor would consider its advice while making policy decisions. In other words, there is mutual respect between the board and the governor, with both operating in a spirit of accommodation. Relationship between Center, GOI, and RBI Center, GOI, and RBI both has their task cut out, but they work in close coordination. But in case of a fundamental disagreement between the center and the governor, RBI management, where they are unable to arrive at a common ground, then Center has the upper hand and can use Section 7 of the RBI Act to give written direction to RBI, and in that case, RBI decision-making will pass on to the RBI, Central, Board, and then RBI Governor will have no say. Section 7 has never been unleashed in the 85-year existence of RBI. It is not as if there have not been any disagreements between RBI governors and governments before this, but things did not reach the brink and were sorted out quietly behind the scenes. Center also understands that using Section 7 will necessarily come with a price and will set a bad precedent. RBI has been kept at arm's length from the center and bestowed with ascertained independence. That is because the center is the spender and the RBI is the creator of money, and there has to be a natural separation between the two. The center arming itself with powers to run the RBI runs afoul of this precept. But there is also a clear reason why, even while it is conceded that control of the nation's currency should be with an independent authority removed from the sway of elected representatives, the RBI Act has the veto option to the government in the form of Section 7. And that's because it is not the technocrats and economists sitting in Mumbai's Mint Street who carry the can for the policies they frame. It is the rulers in Delhi who do. Ultimately, it is the elected representative ruling the country who is answerable to the citizen every 5 Money and Banking, Part 2, 131 years. The representative cannot split hairs before the voter while explaining the economy's performance. He has to own up for everything, including the RBI's actions, as his own. In a democracy, it is unthinkable that we will have an institution that is so autonomous that it is not answerable to the people. The risk of such an institution is that it will impose its preferences on society against the latter's will, which is undemocratic. Seen from this perspective, the limits to the RBI's autonomy will be clear. It is autonomous and accountable to the people ultimately, through the government. The onus is thus on responsible behavior by both sides. There is enough creative tension between the two built into the system. The governor has to be conscious of the limits to his autonomy at all times, and the government has to consider the advice coming from Mint Street in all seriousness. Interpretation of RBI Act regarding its autonomy by previous governors. Dr. Manmohan Singh. The dynamic between the RBI and the government is one of give and take, but if the finance minister insists on a certain course of action, his view need to prevail and the governor may not refuse, unless he is willing to quit his job. The governor of the Reserve Bank is not superior to the finance minister. Bimal Jalan. RBI is accountable to the government and should make policies within the framework set by the government. D. Subbarao. RBI does not have the absolute autonomy, but it is autonomous within the framework of RBI Act 1934. The existence of Section 7 in the RBI Act, even if it has never been used till now, proves that the RBI is not fully autonomous. The fact that it has never been used is testimony to the sense of responsibility that the government and the central bank have displayed. The central bank is autonomous within the limits set by the government, and its extent depends on the subject and the context. Y. V. Ready. RBI is independent, but within the limits set by the government. I believe that, in operational issues, RBI has total freedom. But, in case of policy-related matters, RBI should prior consult with the mandarins in the finance ministry. Coming to the issues that were thrown up in the recent past, these are mostly operational, and it would have been unwise for government to use Section 7 to issue instructions. It would have sent out the wrong signals both at home and abroad. It is good that the government has desisted from using Section 7. Nevertheless, one must say that Section 7 hangs like the sword of Damocles. It is important to have continuous and sustained dialogue and an atmosphere of give and take as much needed. 3.3 Should large corporate be allowed to open their own banks? Background. Even after 3 decades of liberalization and rapid growth, the total balance sheet of banks in India still constitutes less than 70% of the GDP, which is much less compared to global peers such as China, where this ratio is closer to 175%. Further, domestic bank credit to the private sector is just 50% of GDP when in economies such as China, Japan, The US and Korea, it is upwards of 150%. Money and banking part 2, 132. The Indian economy, especially the private sector, needs money, credit, to grow. Far from being able to extend credit, the government-owned banks are struggling to contain their NPAs. Government finances were already strained before the COVID crisis. With growth faltering, revenues have plummeted and the government has limited ability to push for growth through the public sector banks. Large corporates, with deep pockets, are the ones with the financial resources to fund India's future growth. But choosing this option is not without serious risks, of which some are mentioned below. 1. Conflict of interest. Technically, it is interconnected lending. Interconnected lending refers to a situation where the promoter-owner of the bank is also a borrower and, as such, it is possible for a promoter to channel the depositors' money into their own group companies. So corporate houses can easily turn banks into a source of funds for their own businesses and ensure that funds are directed to their cronies, and at more relaxed terms and conditions which will increase the cost for other borrowers. They can use banks to provide finance to customers and suppliers of their businesses. Adding a bank to a corporate house thus means an increase in concentration of economic power. 2. Even if we equip RBI with legal framework to deal with interconnected lending, RBI can only react to interconnected lending ex post. That is, after substantial exposure to the entities of the corporate house has happened. It is unlikely to be able to prevent such exposure. Corporate houses are adept at routing funds through a maze of entities subsidiaries in India and abroad. Tracing interconnected lending will be a challenge. Monitoring of transactions of corporate houses will require the cooperation of various law enforcement agencies. Corporate houses can use their political clout to thwart such cooperation. 3. Even if RBI gets hold on to interconnected lending, how is the RBI to react? Any action that the RBI may take in response could cause a flight of deposits from the bank concerned and precipitate its failure. The challenges posed by interconnected lending are truly formidable. 4. The recent episodes in ICICI Bank, Yes Bank, DHFL, etc., were all examples of interconnected lending. The so-called evergreening of loans, where one loan after another is extended to enable the borrower to pay back the previous one, is often the starting point of such lending. 5. Banks owned by corporate houses will be exposed to the risks of the non-bank entities of the group. If the non-bank entities get into trouble, sentiment about the bank owned by the corporate house is bound to be impacted and the depositors will have to be protected through the use of public safety net. 6. Unlike an NBFC, many of which are backed by large corporates, a bank accepts deposits from common public, and that is what makes this riskier. Hence, it is prudent to keep the class of borrowers, big corporates, separate from the class of lenders, banks. But if in case large corporates and industrial houses has to be allowed as promoters of banks, then this should be done only after the strengthening the supervisory mechanism for large conglomerates. Money and banking part 2, 133. FSDC is not a statutory body and was set up through a Gazette notification. The chairman of the council is the finance minister and its members include the heads of financial sector regulators, RBI, SEBI, PFRDA, IRDA, chairperson of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, IBBI, Chief Economic Advisor and secretaries from Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Information Technology and Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The Council can also invite experts to its meeting if required. 3.5 Development Financial Institutions, DFIs. An efficient and robust financial system acts as a powerful engine of economic development by mobilizing resources and allocating the same to their productive uses. In a developing country, however, financial sectors are usually incomplete in as much as they lack a full range of markets and institutions that meet all the financing needs of the economy. For example, there is generally a lack of availability of long-term finance for infrastructure and industry, finance for agriculture and small and medium enterprises, SME, development and financial products for certain sections of the people. The role of development finance is to identify the gaps in institutions and markets in a country's financial sector and act as a gap filler. The principal motivation for developmental finance is, therefore, to make up for the failure of financial markets and institutions to provide certain kinds of finance to certain kinds of economic agents and sectors. The failure may arise because the expected return to the provider of finance is lower than the market-related return, notwithstanding the higher social return, or the credit risk involved cannot be covered by high-risk premium as economic activity to be financed becomes unviable at such risk-based price. The vehicle for extending development finance is called Development Financial Institution, DFI, or Development Bank. The following are the important features of DFIs. Money and Banking, Part 2, 134. A DFI is defined as an institution promoted or assisted by government, mainly to provide development finance to one or more sectors or subsectors of the economy. The institution distinguishes itself by a judicious balance between commercial norms of operation, as adopted by any private financial institution, and developmental obligations. It emphasizes the project approach, meaning the viability of the project to be financed against the collateral approach. Its insurance against default is the integrity, competence, and resourcefulness of the management, the commercial and technical viability of the project, and above all the speed of implementation and efficiency of operations of the assisted projects. Its relationship with its clients is of a continuing nature and of being a partner in the project than that of a mere financier. Thus, The basic emphasis of a DFI is on long-term finance and on assistance for activities or sectors of the economy where the risks may be higher than that the ordinary financial system is willing to bear. DFIs may also play a large role in stimulating equity and debt markets by I. Selling their own stocks and bonds, 2. Helping the assisted enterprises float or place their securities, and 3. Selling from their own portfolio of investments. The success of various DFIs across the world provided strong impetus for creation of DFIs in India after independence, in the context of the felt need for raising the investment rate. RBI was entrusted with the task of developing an appropriate financial architecture through institution building so as to mobilize and direct resources to preferred sectors as per the 5-year plan priorities. While the reach of the banking system was expanded to mobilize resources and extend working capital finance on an ever-increasing scale to different sectors of the economy, the DFIs were established mainly to cater to the demand for long-term finance by the industrial sector. The first DFI established in India in 1948 was Industrial Finance Corporation of India, FCI, followed by setting up of state financial corporations, SFCs, at the state level after passing of the SFCs Act, 1951. Besides IFCI and SFCs, in the early phase of planned economic development in India, a number of other financial institutions were set up, which included the following. ICICI Ltd. was set up in 1955, LIC in 1956, Refinance Corporation for Industries Ltd. in 1958, later taken over by IDBI. Agriculture Refinance Corporation, precursor of ARDC and NABARD, in 1963, UTI and IDBI in 1964, Rural Electrification Corporation Ltd. and HUDCO Ltd. in 1969-70, Industrial Reconstruction Corporation of India Ltd., precursor of IBI Ltd. in 1971 and GIC in 1972. NABARD, NHB, SIDBI, Exim Bank are also treated as development financial institutions. As such, the term DFI is not standardized in any statute. 3.6 Categorization of loans. No need to go in detail on this topic. Just have a look on the terms which will help you in understanding other topics. Loans and advances given by banks are assets for them. The loan document signed by the borrower and kept with banks is an asset for the bank as based on this loan document the money and banking. Part 2. 135. Bank receives principal and interest back. Depending on the performance of such loans, i.e. whether banks are receiving interest and principal or not, they are classified as per the norms provided by RBI. The RBI's classification of assets is aimed to bring transparency and consistency in the accounts. There are different criteria for different types of loans, assets, for standard and non-performing classification, and there is no need to go into detail. But generally non-performing assets, NPA, are those assets for which interest and/or principal have remained overdue for a period of more than 90 days. Restructured asset or loan are that assets which got an extended repayment period, reduced interest rate, converting a part of the loan into equity, providing additional financing, or some combination of these measures. Hence, under restructuring, a bad loan is modified as a new loan, standard. A restructured loan also indicates bad asset quality of banks. This is because a restructured loan was a past NPA, and it has been modified into a new loan. Write-off. It is an accounting term. It means that the lender doesn't count the money you owe them as an asset of the company anymore, and it removes it from the balance sheet. The banks write off loan when they are sure that they won't be able to recover the money, and they reduce the value of the loan asset to zero. They're required to write off certain bad loans so as not to mislead investors, but you still owe the money. Default means non-payment of debt when whole or any part or installment of the amount of debt has become due and payable and is not repaid by the debtor. Stressed assets equals NPAs plus restructured loans plus written-off assets. Secured debt means a debt which is secured by any security interest. Security interest means right, title, or interest of any kind upon property, physical, financial, created in favor of any secured creditor. Secured creditor means any bank or financial institution holding any right, title, or interest upon any physical or financial, tangible or intangible asset. Security agreement means an agreement, instrument, or any other document or arrangement under which security interest is created in favor of the secured creditor, including the creation of mortgage by deposit of title deeds with the secured creditor. Money and banking. Part 2. 136. Secured asset means the property, physical like house or financial like shares, on which security interest is created. Asset Reconstruction Company, a company registered with RBI and regulated by RBI, for the purpose of carrying on the business of asset reconstruction or securitization. Asset reconstruction means acquisition by an ARC of any right or interest of any bank or financial institution in any debt loan advance for the purpose of realization recovery of such debt. Securitization. Acquisition of financial assets, debt or security interest by an ARC from any financial institution for the purpose of converting such assets into marketable securities. It refers to conversion of illiquid assets into liquid assets. ARCs can purchase both the rights interest, asset reconstruction, in a debt or the debt itself, for the purpose of securitization. 3.7 SARFACI Act 2002, the Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Securities Interest Act 2002. SARFACI Act 2002. Earlier, the banks and financial institutions in India did not have power to take possession of securities and sell them in case of a loan default. Rather, they had to enforce their security interest through the court process, which was extremely time-consuming. This had resulted in slow pace of recovery of defaulting loans and mounting levels of non-performing assets of banks and financial institutions. Nursing Home Committee 1 and 2, constituted by the central government for the purpose of examining banking sector reforms, had considered the need for changes in the legal system in respect of these areas. These committees, inter alia, suggested enactment of a new legislation for securitization and empowering banks and financial institutions to take possession of the securities and to sell them without the intervention of the court. Acting on these suggestions, the Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interest Act, 2002 was enacted to regulate securitization and reconstruction of financial assets and enforcement of security interest. The Sarfaci Act sanctions 3 processes to recover non-performing assets as follows. 1. Security enforcement without court's intervention. As per the Act, the financial institutions are entitled to issue notice to the defaulting loan takers as well as guarantors, asking them to clear the sum in arrears within 60 days from the date of issuing the notice. If the defaulter fails to act in accordance with the notice, the bank is entitled to enforce security interest, i.e., the Act allows banks and financial institutions to sell the security interest in case the debt loan is secured and it has become non-performing. 2. Asset reconstruction. It means acquisition by an ARC of any right or interest of any bank or financial institution in any debt loan advance for the purpose of realization recovery of such debt. Money in Banking Part 2, 137. 3. Securitization. Acquisition of financial assets, loans, by an ARC from any financial institution for the purpose of converting such assets into marketable securities. The provisions have enabled banks and financial institutions to improve recovery by exercising powers to take possession of securities, sell them, and reduce non-performing assets by adopting measures for recovery and reconstruction. 3.8 NPA crisis and bad bank credit-led boom of the 2000 decade followed by the global financial crisis of 2008 and then domestic issues in the UPA2 regime, 2009 to 2014. Resulted in huge NPAs in the economy. When the NPAs started surfacing in the post-2013 period, because of the RBI's strict supervision, then various measure schemes were announced by RBI to resolve the NPA mess, and IBC 2016 was also enacted. But every default cannot go to NCLT under IBC. So the Economic Survey in 2017 suggested for a different approach to set up a centralized public sector asset reconstruction company to resolve the NPA mess. And due to COVID-19, which is once in a century crisis, the problem of NPA is expected to aggravate, and the establishment of a bad bank is now more pertinent to handle the stressed asset crisis. Accordingly, Government of India created a bad bank named National Asset Reconstruction Company Ltd, NRCL, in 2021, which is basically an asset reconstruction company, ARC. NARCL will be 51% owned by public sector banks and financial institutions, and the remaining 49% stake will be held by private sector lenders. NARCL is government company, public company, and unlisted company. Another entity, India Debt Resolution Company, IDRCL, has also been set up, which is a non-government company. NARCL and IDRCL will together act as bad bank. NARCL will first purchase the bad loans from commercial banks, and then IDRCL will try to sell out the bad loans and recover money. A two-entity structure has been created for operational and governance purpose. Let us understand with an example. Suppose SBI had earlier given loan worth Rs. 1,000 crore and it turned into NPA. So, SBI would sell this NPA to the bad bank for recovery and would rather focus on its banking business. So, bad bank will purchase this NPA from SBI but not in Rs. 1,000 crore. The bad bank will try to estimate how much money it would actually be able to recover from the NPA, and accordingly it would quote a price for it. If SBI also agrees, then SBI will sell this NPA bond loan, paper, to bad bank, let us say in Rs. 300 crores. But the bad bank will not immediately pay in cash Rs. 300 crores to SBI. Rather, the bad bank will pay just 15% of the agreed amount of the Rs. 300 crore, i.e. Rs. 45 crores in cash, and the rest 85%, i.e. Rs. 255 crores in securities, a kind of debt paper, which will be paid once the bad bank recovers the money by resolution or liquidation of the bad asset. But what if the bad bank in future is unable to sell the bad loan or sells the bad loan at a loss, i.e. at less than Rs. 300 crore, and is not able to pay Rs. 255 crores to SBI? So, Government of India has agreed to provide government guarantee on the securities that will be issued by the bad bank. Money in Banking Part 2, 138. A bad bank conveys the impression that it will function as a bank but has bad assets, NPAs, to start with. Technically, a bad bank is an asset reconstruction company, ARC, or an asset management company that takes over the bad loans of commercial banks, manages them, and finally recovers the money over a period of time. The bad bank is not involved in lending and taking deposits, but helps commercial banks clean up their balance sheets and resolve bad loans. The bad bank concept is in some ways similar to an asset reconstruction company's, ARC, but is funded by the government initially, with banks and other investors co-investing in due course. The presence of the government is seen as a means to speed up the cleanup process. Bad bank will lead to freeing of the commercial bank's capital, which will lead to further lending and will promote investment and growth in the economy. And bad banks will have experts which will try to resolve the NPAs, bad loans, that it has acquired from all the banks. This will clean up the bank's balance sheet, but mere transferring the NPAs to bad bank will not reduce the overall NPA in the economy, which will have to be taken care of by the bad bank. 3.9 RBI Circular, June 2019. On resolution of NPAs, once a borrower is reported to be in default, lenders should start a review of the borrower account within 30 days of the default. During this review period of 30 days, lenders may decide on the resolution strategy, including the nature of the resolution plan, RP, the approach for implementation of the RP. If the RP is to be implemented, lenders have been asked to enter into an inter-creditor agreement, ICA, within the review period, to provide for ground rules for finalization and implementation of the RP. The ICA shall provide that any decision agreed by lenders representing 75% by value of total outstanding credit facilities and 60% of lenders by number shall be binding upon all the lenders. The RP will have to be implemented within 180 days from the end of review period. There is a disincentive for banks if they delay implementing a viable resolution plan. In case the plan is not implemented within 180 days from the end of review period, banks have to make additional provision of 20% and another 15% if the plan is not implemented within 365 days from the start of the review period. The additional provisions would be reversed if resolution is pursued under IBC Code. Half of the additional provisions could be reversed on filing of insolvency application, and the remaining additional provisions may be reversed once case is admitted for insolvency proceedings. This has been done so that more lenders move to IBC Code. The new guidelines are applicable to scheduled commercial banks, excluding RRBs, small finance banks, non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, and development financial institutions like NABARD, SIDB, EXIM Bank, and NHB. Amendments done in 2017 in Banking Regulation Act 1949. Regarding resolution of NPAs, the central government may, by order, authorize RBI to issue directions to any banking company to initiate insolvency resolution process in respect of a default, under the provisions of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 Money and Banking, Part 2. 139. RBI may from time to time issue directions to any banking company for resolution of stressed assets. As per Supreme Court judgment dated April 2, 2019, RBI can only direct banking institutions to move under the IBC Code 2016 if there is a central government authorization, and it should be in respect of specific defaults. Thus, any directions which are in respect of debtors in general would be ultra vires Section 35AA of Banking Regulation Act 1949 Inch. 3.10 Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. Insolvency is a situation when an individual or a company is unable to pay its debt, while bankruptcy is a legal procedure for liquidating, winding up, a business or property owned by an individual, which cannot fully pay its debts out of its current assets. Before the IBC Code, there were multiple overlapping laws and adjudicating forums in India like Company Law Boards, Debt Recovery Tribunal, Sarfaci Act 2002, Sick Industrial Companies, Special Provisions, Act 1985, and the Winding Up Provisions of the Companies Act 1956, etc., dealing with financial failure of companies and individuals, leading to significant delays in winding up a company. The legal and institutional framework did not help lenders in effective and timely recovery or restructuring of defaulted assets and caused undue strain on the Indian credit system. Recognizing that reforms in the bankruptcy and insolvency regime were critical for improving the business environment and alleviating distressed credit markets, the government enacted the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code in May 2016, making it easier to wind up a failing business and recover debts. The code makes a significant departure from the earlier resolution regime by shifting the responsibility on the creditor to initiate the insolvency resolution process against the corporate debtor. Under the previous legal framework, the primary onus to initiate a resolution process lied with the debtor, and creditor may pursue separate actions for recovery, security enforcement, and debt restructuring. Procedure. Under the IBC Code, a creditor, financial or operational, or the corporate debtor may initiate corporate insolvency resolution process in case a default is committed by corporate debtor worth more than Rs. 1 crore. An application can be made before the National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, for initiating the resolution process. The creditor needs to give demand notice of 10 days to corporate debtor before approaching the NCLT. If corporate debtor fails to repay dues to the creditor, or fails to show any existing dispute or arbitration, then the creditor can approach NCLT. Upon admission of application by NCLT, corporate insolvency process shall be completed within 180 days. In complex cases, it can be extended to 90 days, during which time NCLT hears the proposals for revival and decide on the future course of action. The corporate insolvency resolution process should be completed within 330 days if there are any legal proceedings involved, but in case of exceptional cases, tardy legal proceedings, it can be extended even beyond 330 days. NCLT appoints the insolvency professionals (IP) upon confirmation by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board (IBB). NCLT causes public announcement to be made of the initiation of corporate insolvency process and calls for submission of claims by any other creditors. After receiving claims pursuant to public announcement, IP constitutes the creditors committee called Committee of Creditors (COC), constituting all creditors. First interim IPs are Money and Banking Part 2, 140, appointed, and when the COC approves, then the IPs are confirmed as resolution professionals. Resolution professionals shall submit the insolvency resolution plan before the creditors committee for its approval. The COC has to then take decisions regarding insolvency resolution by a 66% majority voting by value. The resolution plan could either be a revised repayment plan, which is essentially a reorganization plan through debt restructuring, sale of assets, merger, takeover of the company, etc. for the company, or liquidation of the assets of the company. The resolution plan will be sent to NCLT for final approval and implemented once approved. If no decision is made during the resolution process or COC fails to approve the resolution plan, then the debtor's assets will be liquidated to repay the debt. The IBC process flow chart. The resolution plan is submitted by interested resolution applicants who can participate in the resolution process and submit resolution plans, which are basically instruments for taking over the corporate debtor, paying the dues of its creditors, and undertaking its revival and turnaround. The resolution plan is placed for consideration before the Committee of Creditors (COC) by the resolution professionals. If resolution happens, that means the company will exist and continue its business, and liquidation means company's assets will be sold and the company will cease to exist. Committee of Creditors (COC) consists of only financial creditors like banks, NBFCs, etc. But the proceeds money from the resolution process is shared by the financial and operational creditors both. Only COC will decide how the resolution proceeds will be shared among financial and operational creditors, and NCLT will not have any say. NCLT cannot interfere in the merits of the commercial decision taken by the COC, but a limited judicial review is possible to see that the COC had taken into account, inter alia, the fact that the interest of all stakeholders, including operational creditors, had been taken care of. A financial creditor, operational creditor, or a corporate debtor who has borrowed money, anyone can initiate insolvency proceedings upon any default made by the corporate debtor. The objective of the new law is to promote entrepreneurship, availability of credit, and balance the interests of all stakeholders by consolidating and amending the laws relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution of companies and individuals in a time-bound manner, and for maximization of value of assets. Some business ventures will always fail. Money and Banking Part 2, 141. But they will be handled rapidly and swiftly. Entrepreneurs and lenders will be able to move on instead of being bogged down with decisions taken in the past. The code has 4 pillars of institutional infrastructure, which is its most innovative feature, and are as following. 1. The first pillar of institutional infrastructure is a class of regulated persons, the insolvency professionals. They would play a key role in the efficient working of the bankruptcy process. They would be regulated by insolvency professional agencies. 2. The second pillar is a new industry of information utilities. These would store facts about lenders and terms of lending in electronic databases. This would eliminate delays and disputes about facts when default does take place. 3. The third pillar is adjudication. The National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, will adjudicate cases related to insolvency of companies, and Debt Recovery Tribunal, DRTs, will do the same for individual insolvencies. These institutions, along with their appellate bodies, viz., National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, NCLAT, and Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal, DRAT, will help in better functioning of the bankruptcy process. 4. The fourth pillar is a regulator, viz., the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board, IBB, of India. This body will have regulatory oversight over the insolvency professional agencies, and information utilities. The code also protects workers. Paying their salaries for up to 24 months will get first priority in case of liquidation of assets, in case of insolvency, and disqualifies anyone declared bankrupt from holding any public office. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, IBC, 2016 was not applicable for financial service providers, FSP, like commercial, cooperative, and regional rural banks, NBFCs, insurance companies, pension funds, securities market players, etc. But as there were a lot NBFCs like IL and FS, DHFL, etc. facing crisis, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, on November 15, 2019, notified Section 227 of IBC 2016, only temporary arrangement to enable the resolution of NBFCs, financial service providers, regulated by RBI through NCLT under IBC, as per Section 227 of IBC 2016. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary examined in this code or any other law for the time being in force, the central government may, if it considers necessary, in consultation with the appropriate financial sector regulators, notify financial service providers or categories of financial service providers for the purpose of their insolvency and liquidation proceedings, which may be conducted under this code. Ministry of Corporate Affairs, using the powers under Section 227, consulted the regulator, i.e. RBI, and notified that those NBFCs with asset size of more than Rs. 500 crores can be brought under IBC Code for resolution. The insolvency for financial service provider, NBFCs, can be initiated only on an application by the regulator, RBI. This is not applicable in other company cases where, in case of default, either the creditor or the debtor company, anyone can move for resolution under IBC 2016. DHFL was the first NBFC to be referred to NCLT under Section 227 of IBC 2016. Money and Banking Part 2, 142. Government is working on a new framework law to handle insolvencies of financial service providers, FSP, like commercial, cooperative, and regional rural banks, NBFCs, insurance companies, pension funds, securities securities market players, etc. This new framework law will be on the lines of Financial Resolution and Deposit Insurance (FRDI) bill, which government had planned to introduce in 2018 but did not do so because of the protests regarding the controversial bail-in clause. Important features of the code: time-bound and market-linked resolution of stressed assets. During the resolution process, management of the company passes on to resolution professionals who will prevent any siphoning off funds or manipulation by debtors. IBC tries for maximization of value of assets by prioritizing resolution, where the company will continue to function, rather than liquidation. Companies cease to exist and assets are sold in the market. Some business ventures will always fail, but they will be handled rapidly and swiftly, which will promote entrepreneurship, availability of credit, and balance the interests of all stakeholders. The code makes it easier to exit or attempt revival of a business, thereby improving the NPA scenario for the financial services sector. Entrepreneurs and lenders will be able to move on, instead of being bogged down with decisions taken in the past. The IBC has provided a major stimulus to ease of doing business, enhanced investor confidence, and has given a boost to both foreign and domestic investors as they now look at India as an attractive investment destination. The implementation of IBC has helped in pushing economic growth higher by a few percentage points by saving various companies from premature death. The success of the IBC is not just in numbers, rather its performance lies in the behavioral change of the company's debtors. Credible threat of the IBC process that a company may change hands has changed the behavior of the debtors. Thousands of debtors are settling defaults in early stages of the life cycle of a distressed asset. Challenges: out of all the cases admitted to NCLT under IBC, only 15% ended in resolution and rest went for liquidation. Very few benches of NCLT to admit the insolvency cases, resulting in delay in resolution. Cross-border insolvency has not yet been implemented. Comment: the code aims at early identification of financial failure and maximizing the asset value of insolvent firms. The code is thus a comprehensive and systemic reform, which will give a quantum leap to the functioning of the credit bond market. It would take India from among relatively weak insolvency regimes to becoming one of the world's best insolvency regimes, giving a big boost to ease of doing business in India. IBC 2016 was amended in 2021 to introduce a pre-pack scheme for MSMEs. If an MSME has defaulted and the default is of less than Rs. 1 crore, then pre-pack scheme can be used. Under this scheme, the previous promoters and the creditors will take up a resolution plan to NCLT for approval, rather than resolution plans suggested by outsiders through open bidding process, in which case the company may go to new owners. And during this resolution process, the management of the firm, MSME, will money and banking, Part 2, 143, remain with the original promoters. Under normal IBC proceedings, the management control of the firm passes onto resolution professionals. If the resolution plan does not offer full recovery for operational creditors, then an open bidding process for submission of resolution plan can be conducted, in which there will be chances that the company, MSME, may go to some other new owners, and this will force the original promoters to compensate the operational creditors. This is called Swiss challenge. Following are differences between pre-pack and corporate insolvency resolution process. Pre-packaged insolvency resolution process, PIR. Corporate insolvency resolution process, CIR. Only corporate debtors can initiate PRP. Corporate debtors or creditors, anyone can initiate CIRP. The owner of the distressed company, debtor, submits the resolution plan. Public bidding process happens wherein anyone can submit the resolution plan. Existing management retains control of the distressed firm under PRP. Management of the distressed firm is passed on to resolution professionals in CIRP. Applicable for defaults of less than Rs. 1 crore. Applicable for defaults of more than Rs. 1 crore. Should be completed in 120 days. Should be completed in 180 days. 3.11 Advanced Pricing Agreement, APA. XYZ and PQR companies are owned by ABC. XYZ, PQR, and ABC will be called related parties, and the directors owners of these companies are also called related parties. Any transaction happening between related parties are called related connected parties transaction, and this transaction should happen at market price, which is referred as arm's length principle. The pricing of goods and services between related parties is called transfer pricing, and it should follow arm's length principle. One of the disputed issues in taxation related to MNCs is the area of intra-group company transactions or related party transactions. Here, a parent company, say in Japan, may charge a convenient price from its subsidiary in India to minimize its tax payment in India. For example, suppose that Maruti Suzuki India Money and Banking Part 2, 144 has higher profit and has to pay higher tax to the government of India. In this case, if Suzuki Japan charges a high price for a component it sold to Maruti, then profit of Maruti in India will come down and the tax payment of the company to GOI will also come down. On the other hand, the revenue profit of Suzuki Japan will go up. Altogether, the Suzuki Motor Corporation (SMC) group improves its position, but GOI's tax revenue gets affected. This is a strategy manipulation to shift the profit from Maruti India to Suzuki Japan because the tax is favorable in Japan. This would be called base erosion and profit shifting, BPS. In recent times, MNCs are developing sophisticated and refined tax planning practices to avoid tax by shifting their income's profits to other countries, especially to tax havens. Such practices eroded the tax base. To avoid such a manipulation, Tax Department of India presets the price charged for different components between Maruti Suzuki India and Suzuki Japan. But this price should follow arm's length principle, i.e. market-based. An arm's length transaction refers to a business deal in which buyers and sellers act independently without one party influencing the other. These types of sales assert that both parties act in their own self-interest and are not subject to pressure from the other party. Furthermore, it assures others that there is no collusion between the buyer and seller. At the beginning of the year, the price charged for intra-company transactions will be determined in advance and will be kept for the coming 5 years or so. This price arrangement between Maruti and India's tax department is called Advanced Pricing Agreement. Agreement (APA). An APA is a contract, usually for multiple years, between a taxpayer and at least one tax authority specifying the pricing method that the taxpayer will apply to its related company transactions. These programs are designed to help taxpayers voluntarily resolve actual or potential transfer pricing disputes in a proactive, cooperative manner as an alternative to the traditional examination process. APAs give certainty to taxpayers, reduces disputes, enhance tax revenues, and make the country an attractive destination for foreign investments. These agreements would be binding both on the taxpayer as well as the government. Similarly, they lower complaints and litigation costs. In June 2019, India ratified the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, Multilateral Instruments (MLI), which was signed by the finance minister in Paris in June 2017 on behalf of India, along with representatives of more than 65 countries. The MLI is a result of concerted work by the G20 countries to tackle the issue of base erosion and profit shifting, something that affects them all. The MLI will modify India's tax treaties to curb revenue loss through treaty abuse and base erosion and profit shifting strategies by ensuring that profits are taxed where substantive economic activities generating the profits are carried out. The MLI will be applied alongside existing tax treaties, such as Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement, modifying their application in order to implement the BPS measures. The MLI came into force for India from October 1, 2019. Bilateral investment treaties, BITs, are agreements between two countries, states, for the reciprocal promotion and protection of investments in each other's territories by individuals and companies situated money and banking. Part 2. 145. In either state, when countries enter into a BIT, both countries agree to provide protections for the other country's foreign investments that they would not otherwise have. A BIT provides major benefits for investors in another country, including national treatment, fair and equitable treatment, protection from expropriation and performance requirements for investments, and access to neutral dispute settlement, international arbitration, etc. The first BIT was signed by India on March 14, 1994. Since then, the government of India has signed BITs with more than 80 countries. Recently, India has terminated its bilateral investment treaties (BIT) with 57 countries. In December 2015, the Union Cabinet gave its approval for the revised model text for the Indian Bilateral Investment Treaty. The revised model BIT will be used for renegotiation of existing BITs and negotiation of future BITs. The new model clarifies that it only covers investments that have a physical presence and substantial business activities in the territory of the host state. Foreign investors also claim that the new model BIT is protectionist in nature. Government budgeting. 146. For government budgeting. 4.1 Introduction budget is an estimate of income and expenditure for a future period of time. The estimated receipts and expenditure of the government of India in respect of each financial year is called the budget of GOI. Article 265 of the Constitution provides that no tax shall be levied or collected except by authority of law. And as per Article 266, no expenditure can be incurred except with the authorization of the legislature. Government takes the approval of the Parliament for the taxes receipts through the Finance Bill and the approval for the expenditures through the Appropriation Bill. Budget is prepared by the Budget Division, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. The Article 112 specifies that the President shall, in respect of every financial year, cause to be laid before both the Houses of the Parliament the annual financial statement budget of estimated receipts and expenditures of the government in respect of every financial year from April 1st to March 31st. Every budget gives three sets of figures. For example, the budget annual financial statement presented in February 2023 for the year 2023-24 will contain the following figures. Budget estimate B for the next FI 2023-24 budget and revised estimate RE for the current FI 2022-23 actual figures for the preceding FI 2021-22. There can be three kinds of budget based on time period presented by the government. 1. Full budget. It contains the government's estimate for expenditure and receipts for the entire financial year. 2. Interim budget. During an election year, the ruling government may present an interim budget which is a complete set of accounts, including both expenditure and receipts, but only for a part of the year. An interim budget gives the complete financial statement, very similar to a full budget. When the new government will be formed, it shall prepare the full budget. There is no such constitutional obligation to prepare an interim budget. It is just an unwritten convention that political parties have developed. Government budgeting. 147. 3. Vote on account. If the budget has not been passed and the government needs money to carry on its normal activities, then to overcome such difficulty, the Constitution has authorized the Lok Sabha to make any grant in advance in respect to the estimated expenditure for a part of the financial year, pending the completion of the voting of the demand for grants and the enactment of the appropriation bill. This provision is known as the vote on account. Vote on account deals only with the expenditure side of the government's budget. Through vote on account, the government obtains the vote of the Parliament for a sum sufficient to incur expenditure on various items for a part of the year. Normally, the vote on account is taken for 2 months for a sum equivalent to 1/6 of the estimated expenditure for the entire year under various demands for grants. Budget classification based on themes. 1. Zero-based budget. Zero-based budgeting is different from the incremental, conventional budgeting system in the sense that the former begins with a zero base, i.e., from scratch, and are not based on previous trends data. For example, if we are preparing the budget for any particular department or ministry, then all the expenses are calculated fresh, rather than taking the previous year expenditure and just incrementing it by some percentage. It ensures that the activities carried out are relevant for the accomplishment of objectives. Excessive and unnecessary expenditure on various activities is identified and eliminated. 2. Outcome budget. It reflects the endeavor of the government to convert outlays into outcomes by planning expenditure, fixing appropriate targets, and quantifying deliverables of each scheme. The outcome budget is an effort of the government to be transparent and accountable to the people. Outcome budget is presented in the Parliament. For example, suppose if government is budgeting Rs. 20,000 crores for the LPG subsidy for FI 2021 to 22, then and under the outcome budget, it may set a target that it is planning to distribute LPG cylinders to 9 crore households. 3. Gender budget. Gender budgeting includes gender-sensitive formulation of legislation, policies, plans, programs, schemes, resource allocation, implementation, monitoring, audit, and impact assessment of programs and schemes. Gender gaps persist in education, employment, entrepreneurship, and public life opportunities and outcomes. Gender budgeting is a way for governments to promote equality through the budget process. Gender budget ensures that gender commitments are translated into budgetary commitments. Gender budget statement was first introduced in the Indian budget in 2005 to 2006. Government publishes a gender budget statement annually along with the union budget. Government budgeting. 148. The gender budget has two parts. Part A includes schemes with 100% allocation for women, 4x, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Ujjwala, Mahila Shakti Kendra, Anganwadi, etc. Part B with schemes allocating at least 30% of funds for women, 4x, Midday Meals Program, PM Passion, etc. 4.2 Budget procedure. The budget is presented in the Parliament on the first working day of February at 11 o'clock a.m. The general budget is presented in Lok Sabha by the Finance Minister and Husha makes a speech introducing the budget, and after the speech it is presented in the Rajya Sabha. No discussion on budget takes place on the day it is presented to the Parliament. The main budget documents presented to Parliament comprise, besides the Finance Minister budget speech, of the following: Annual Financial Statement, Demand for Grants, Appropriation Bill, Finance Bill. Budget is discussed in two stages: the general discussion followed by detailed discussion. General discussion. The general discussion on the budget is held on the day subsequent to the presentation of the budget by the Finance Minister. Discussion at this stage is confined to the general examination of the budget and policies of taxation expressed during the budget speech. General discussion on the budget happens in both the houses of the Parliament. After the general discussion is over, the houses are adjourned for a fixed number of days. Detailed discussion. Discussion on demand for grants. During this period, the demand for grants of various ministries' departments are considered by the departmentally related standing committees, DRSC. There are 24 DRSCs and approximately 100 ministries. One DRSC needs to prepare reports on about 5 ministries' demands for grants. These committees are required to make their reports to the House within the specified period without asking for more time. After the reports of the standing committees are presented to the House, Lok Sabha, the House proceeds to the discussion and voting on demands for grants, ministry-wise. The time for discussion and voting of demands for grants is allocated by the Speaker in consultation with the Leader of the House. On the last day of the allocated days, the Speaker puts all the outstanding demands to the vote of the House. This device is popularly known as guillotine. It concludes the government budgeting. 149. Discussion on demand for grants. In Rajya Sabha, there is only a general discussion on the budget. It does not vote on the demand for grants. The demand for grants of union territories without legislature is among the several demand for grants of the center and is approved as part of the union budget. And the taxes from such union territories are received under Consolidate Fund of India. As per Article 113 of the Constitution, expenditure which is charged upon the Consolidated Fund of India shall not be submitted to the vote of the Parliament, but discussion can happen in either house of the Parliament on any of those estimates. The estimates which relate to other than charged expenditure shall be submitted in the form of demands for grants to the Lok Sabha, and the Lok Sabha shall have the power to assent or to refuse to assent to any demand, or to assent to any demand subject to a reduction of the amount specified therein. Appropriation Bill. After the voting on demand for grants is over, government introduces the Appropriation Bill as per Article 114 of the Constitution. The Appropriation Bill is intended to give authority to the government to incur expenditure and meet grants from and out of the Consolidated Fund of India. Finance Bill. The Finance Bill, Article 110, seeking to give effect to the government's taxation proposals, is introduced in the Lok Sabha immediately after the presentation of the general budget on the same day, but is taken up for consideration and passing after the Appropriation Bill is passed. However, certain provisions in the bill related to levy and collection of fresh duties or variations in the existing duties come into effect immediately on the expiry of the day on which the bill is introduced by virtue of a declaration under the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1931. The Parliament has to pass the Finance Bill within 75 days of its introduction. Appropriation and finance bills are money bills. These bills are sent to the Rajya Sabha for passing, but it is on the Lok Sabha whether to accept any recommendations of the Rajya Sabha or not. Whether Lok Sabha accepts the recommendations of the Rajya Sabha or not, the bills are deemed to be passed by both the houses. During the budget, to change direct taxes, amendment in the particular act is required through the Finance Act. But in case of indirect taxes like central excise, customs duty, a ceiling rate is specified in the particular act, and if the excise and customs duty are within that ceiling rate, then amendment in the particular act is not required. But if the duty has to be increased beyond the ceiling rate, then amendment in that particular act is required through the Finance Act. For amending GST rates, GST Council takes a decision and a Gazette notification is issued. Supplementary demand for grants. If the amount authorized to be expended for a particular service for the current financial year is found to be insufficient for the purpose of that year, or when a need has arisen during the current financial year for supplementary or additional expenditure upon some government budgeting. 150. New service not contemplated in the budget for that year, then the President causes to be laid before both the Houses of Parliament another statement showing the estimated amount of that expenditure, which is called supplementary demand for grants. Demand for excess grants. If any money has been spent on any service during a financial year in excess of the amount granted for the service for that year, the President causes to be presented to Lok Sabha a demand for such excess, which is called demand for excess grants. All cases involving such excesses are brought to the notice of Parliament by the CAG through a report on the appropriation accounts. The excesses are then examined by the Public Accounts Committee, which makes recommendations regarding their regularization in its report to the House. The supplementary demands for grants are presented to and passed by the House before the end of the financial year, while the demands for excess grants are made after the the expenditure has actually been incurred and after the financial year to which it relates has expired. 4.3 Government accounts. The accounts of Government of India are kept in three parts. 1. Consolidated Fund of India, CFI. All revenues received by the government by way of taxes, whether direct or indirect, and other receipts flowing to the government in connection with the conduct of government business like receipts from railways, post, transport, government PSUs, etc., are credited into the CFI. Similarly, all loans raised by the government by issue of public notifications, treasury bills, and loans obtained from foreign governments and international institutions are credited into this fund. All expenditures incurred by the government for the conduct of its business, including repayment of internal and external debt and release of loans to states, union territory governments for various purposes, are debited against this fund, and no amount can be withdrawn from the fund without the authorization from the Parliament. 2. Contingency Fund of India. This fund is in the nature of an imprest, a fixed fund for a specific purpose account, and is kept at the disposal of the President of India by the Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, to enable the government to meet unforeseen expenses pending authorization by the Parliament. The money is used to provide immediate relief to victims of natural calamities and also to implement any new policy decision taken by the government pending its approval by the Parliament. In all such cases, after the Parliament meets, a bill is presented indicating the total expenditure to be incurred on the scheme project during the current financial year. After the Parliament votes the bill, the money already spent out of the contingency fund is recouped, withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India to ensure that the corpus of the contingency fund remains intact. The corpus of the fund has been increased to Rs. 30,000 crores as proposed in Budget 2021-22. Earlier it was Rs. 500 crore and can be enhanced from time to time by the Parliament. 3. Public Account of India. All the public money received by the government other than those which are credited to the Consolidated Fund of India are accounted for public government budgeting. 151. Account. The receipts into the public account and disbursements out of it are not subject to vote by the Parliament. Receipts under this account mainly flow from the sale of savings certificates, contributions into General Provident Fund, Public Provident Fund, security deposits, and earnest money deposits, a kind of security deposits received by the government. In respect of such deposits, the government is acting as a banker or trustee and refunds the money after the completion of the contract event. State governments has their own consolidated fund, public account, and contingency fund as mandated by the Constitution. Union territory with legislative assembly has their own consolidated fund, contingency fund, and public account as per the Government of Union Territories Act 1963. The contingency fund of union territories lies with their administrators or lieutenant governors. 4.4 Budget classification. The Article 112 specifies that the budget must distinguish the expenditures on revenue account from other expenditures, capital account. Therefore, the budget comprises of the revenue budget and capital budget. Revenue receipts. Those receipts of the government which neither creates a liability for the government nor reduces the assets, physical or financial, of the government are called revenue receipts. Revenue receipts are non-redeemable, i.e., they cannot be reclaimed from the government. Revenue receipts can be of two types. Tax revenues consists of direct and indirect taxes of the central government. Non-tax revenue consists of interest receipts on account of loans given by central government, dividend and profits on investments made by the central government, i.e., PSUs, fees and fines, and other receipts for services rendered by the government like passport fees, etc. Cash grants and aid from foreign countries and international organizations are also part of the non-tax revenue. Revenue expenditure. Those expenses of the government which neither creates any asset, physical or financial, nor reduces any liabilities are called revenue expenditure. Revenue government budgeting. 152. Expenses relate to the expenses incurred for the normal functioning of the government departments and various services, interest payments on debt incurred by the central government, and grants given to the state government and local bodies. Capital receipts. Those receipts of the government which either creates liability or reduces the assets, physical or financial, are called capital receipts. The main items of capital receipts are loans raised by the government from the public, market borrowings, borrowing by the government from the RBI, commercial banks, and other financial institutions through the sale of government securities, treasury bills, dated securities, loans received from foreign governments and international organizations, and recovery of loans previously granted by the central government. It also includes small savings schemes, post office savings accounts, national savings certificates, etc., provident funds, and net receipts obtained from the sale of shares in PSUs. Disinvestment. Capital expenditure. Those expenses of the government which either creates assets, physical or financial, or reduces liabilities are called capital expenditures. Capital expenditures include acquisition of land, building, machinery, equipment, purchase of shares by the government, and loans and advances by the central government to state and union territory governments, PSUs, and other parties. 4.5 Government deficits. When a government spends more than it collects by way of revenue, it incurs a deficit. There are mainly three ways through which government captures this deficit. 1. Revenue deficit. Revenue deficit is the difference between the government's revenue expenditure and revenue receipts. Revenue deficit equals revenue expenditure, revenue receipts. Revenue deficit implies that government's current expenses are more than its current revenues and will have to use up the savings of other sectors of the economy to finance its consumption expenditure. Since a major part of the revenue expenditure, salary, pension, interest payments, subsidies, etc., is committed expenditure, it cannot be reduced. When the government is faced with revenue deficit, it generally reduces the productive capital expenditure and welfare expenditure to cover up the excess revenue expenses. This would mean lower future growth and adverse welfare implications. Revenue deficit is bad because it implies that government is spending more on its current and day-to-day needs, which may not give return in future than its current revenues. 2. Fiscal deficit. It is the difference between the government's total expenditure, revenue and capital, and its total receipts, revenue and capital, except the borrowings. Fiscal deficit equals total expenditure, total receipts except borrowing equals Rev EXP plus Cap EXP, Rev Rec plus Cap Rec, except borrowing equals Rev EXP, Rev Rec plus Cap EXP, Cap Rec, except borrowing equals revenue deficit plus cap exp cap rec, except borrowing equals total borrowing equals net borrowing at home plus borrowing from RBI plus borrowing from abroad government budgeting. 153. Let us understand fiscal deficit with an example. Suppose government's total expenditure equals 17 lakh crore and receipts equals 13 lakh crore. Then government will have to borrow 17 lakh crore minus 13 lakh crore, 4 lakh crores to meet its expenditure. And this 4 lakhs crore is called the fiscal deficit. That is why fiscal deficit is also equal to the total borrowing, i.e. 4 lakh crore. But this 4 lakhs crore which government borrowed is also part of capital receipt for the government, and it must be included in capital receipts. So, in actual sense, government's total receipts will become 17 lakh crores, i.e. 13 lakh crore plus 4 lakh crore borrowing. Hence, in the above example, fiscal deficit equals total expenditure, total receipts except borrowing. Otherwise, the difference of total expenditure and total receipts will always be zero. Fiscal deficit indicates the total borrowing of the government from all sources, i.e. domestic borrowing plus borrowing from external sources. Domestic borrowing includes government's debt securities like treasury bills and dated securities. Commercial banks purchase these securities on a major scale to meet their SLR requirements. Other financial institutions and RBI also purchases these securities. The fiscal deficit is a key variable in judging the financial health of the government sector and the stability of economy. It can be seen from above that revenue deficit is a part of fiscal deficit. A large share of revenue deficit in the fiscal deficit indicates that a large part of borrowing is being used to meet its consumption expenditure needs rather than investment. 3. Primary deficit. A large part of the government's fiscal deficit is because it needs to pay interest on its previous accumulated debt. If we want to measure the government's deficit excluding the interest payment on the previous debt, then it is called the primary deficit. The goal of measuring the primary deficit is to focus on present fiscal imbalances. Primary deficit equals fiscal deficit, net interest liabilities. So, primary deficit tells about the deficit in the government's budget excluding the interest liabilities on the government's accumulated debt. Effective revenue deficit and effective capital expenditure. The definition of the revenue expenditure is that it shall not create any physical or financial assets, but this creates a problem in accounts. There are several grants given by the central government to the states UTs which comes under revenue expenditure for the central government, but some of these grants create assets which are owned by the state government and not by the central government. Hence, for central government it is basically revenue expenditure, but ultimately it is creating asset for the state government. For example, under the MNREGA program, some capital assets such as roads, ponds, etc. are created. Thus, the grants for such expenditure shall not strictly fall in the revenue expenditure. Hence, the central government also calculates effective revenue deficit, which government budgeting 154 excludes such grants that are used for creation of assets, and effective capital expenditure, which adds such grants. Effective revenue deficit equals revenue deficit. Grants given to states for creation of capital assets. Effective capital expenditure equals capital expenditure plus grants given to states for creation of capital assets. Deficit financing is the budgetary situation where government expenditure is higher than its revenue. It is a practice adopted for financing the excess expenditure with outside resources by either printing of additional currency or through borrowing. 4.6 Fiscal policy. Fiscal means related to expenses and receipts of the government. Fiscal policy is the means by which government adjusts its spending levels and tax rates to monitor and influence a nation's economy. It is a sister strategy to monetary policy. Fiscal policy and monetary policy are used in various combinations to direct a country's economic goals. The main objectives of government's fiscal policy are economic growth, stabilization of business cycles, maintain high level of employment, control inflation, equitable distribution of wealth, welfare, subsidies, income support, health, education, etc. Spending in the form of buying services from the market, i.e. building roads, infrastructure, schools, etc. Pumping money into the economy by decreasing tax level and increasing government spending is also known as pump priming. With more money in the economy and fewer taxes to pay, consumer demand for goods and services increases. This in turn rekindles businesses and turns the cycle around from stagnant to active. Contractionary fiscal policy. In case of contractionary fiscal policy, government reduces spending and increases tax levels to suck the money out of economy and hence reduces the aggregate demand. For example, when the inflation in the economy is high, the economy may need a slowdown. In such a situation, the government can use its fiscal policy to decrease public spending and increase taxes to suck money out of the economy. Government budgeting 155, i.e. decrease the money circulation. This ultimately reduces the demand for goods and services in the economy as people have less money and lowers the inflation level. Government's fiscal policy has big role in stabilizing the economy during business cycles. The two important phases of business cycles are boom and recession. A recession should not be allowed to grow into a deep recession. Similarly, a boom should not explode bigger. We may say that amplifying the business cycle is dangerous. Growing boom and deepening recession. Practically, fiscal policy responses using taxation and expenditure can go in two ways in response to the business cycle: countercyclical and procyclical. A countercyclical fiscal policy refers to strategy by the government to counter boom or recession through fiscal measures. It works against the ongoing boom or recession trend, thus trying to stabilize the economy. Understandably, countercyclical fiscal policy works in two different during these two phases. During the boom phase, countercyclical fiscal policy tries to reduce the aggregate demand by reducing government expenditure and increasing tax levels. During the recession phase, countercyclical fiscal policy raises aggregate demand by increasing expenditure and reducing the tax levels. So, a countercyclical fiscal policy tends to cool down the economy when there is a boom and stimulate the economy when there is a slowdown. Procyclical is the opposite of countercyclical. Here, fiscal policy goes in line with the current mood of the business cycle, i.e. amplifying them. For example, during the time of boom, government makes high expenditure and doesn't hike taxes. Thus, boom grows further. Such a policy is dangerous dangerous and brings instability in the economy. And during recession, government reduces the spending and increases the tax, leading to further slowdown in the economy. This kind of fiscal policy is dangerous and brings instability in the economy. The Economic Survey 2016-17 has acknowledged that India's fiscal stance has an inbuilt bias toward higher deficits because spending rises pro-cyclically during growth surges boom period, while revenue and spending are deployed counter-cyclically during slowdowns. Business cycle fiscal policy. Boom recession outcome. Procyclical. Expenditure increases, tax decreases. Expenditure decreases, tax increases. Deepens recessions and amplifies expansions, thereby increasing fluctuations in the business cycles. Counter-cyclical. Expenditure decreases, tax increases. Expenditure increases, tax decreases. Softens the recession and moderates the expansions, thereby decreasing fluctuations in the business cycle. Fiscal consolidation policy. It is an effort by the government to bring down fiscal deficit. It is an effort to reduce public debt, raise revenues, and bring down wasteful expenses. Government budgeting. 156. 4.7 Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management (FRBM) Act 2003. India has a multi-party parliamentary system where electoral concerns play an important role in determining expenditure policies. In 2000, the fiscal situation of Government of India had worsened, and the gross fiscal deficit reached to 6% of GDP. It was argued that a legislative provision that is applicable to all governments, present and future, is likely to be effective in keeping the deficits under control. The Government of India set up a committee, chaired by Dr. E.A.S. Sharma, in 2000 to recommend draft legislation for fiscal prudence responsibility. Based on the recommendations of the committee, the Government of India enacted the FRBM Act 2003, which became effective from July 2004. The main objectives of the FRBM Act 2003 were to ensure intergenerational equity, equality, long-term macroeconomic stability. The above two objectives were to be achieved broadly by achieving sufficient revenue surplus, removing fiscal obstacles to monetary policy, effective debt management by limiting deficits and borrowing. Some of the important features of the FRBM Act 2003 are: 1. The central government shall a. take appropriate measures to limit the fiscal deficit up to 3% of GDP by March 31, 2021. B. Endeavor to ensure that the general government debt equal to central government debt plus state government debt does not exceed 60% of GDP by 2024 to 25. The central government debt does not exceed 40% of GDP by 2024 to 25. C. Not give additional guarantees. Central governments sometimes give guarantees for loans raised by state governments and PSUs with respect to any loan on security of the Consolidated Fund of India in excess of 0.5% of GDP in any financial year. D. Endeavor to ensure that the fiscal targets specified in A and B above are not exceeded after stipulated target dates. 2. The central government shall prescribe the annual targets for reduction of fiscal deficit in case it has crossed the above specified limit. 3. Any deviation from fiscal deficit target under the above clause 2 shall not exceed 0.5% (0.5%) of the GDP in a year. Government budgeting. 157. 4. The central government shall, in case of increase in real output growth of a quarter by at least 3% points above its average of the previous 4 quarters, reduce the fiscal deficit by at least 0.25% of the GDP in a year. 5. The central government shall not borrow from the RBI except by way of advances to meet temporary excess of cash disbursements over cash receipts. 6. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 5 above, RBI may subscribe to the primary issues of the central government securities on grounds specified in Clause 2, escape clause. 7. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 5 above, RBI may buy and sell central government securities in the secondary market. 8. Measures for fiscal transparency. A. The central government shall take suitable measures to ensure greater transparency in its fiscal operations and public interest and minimize, as far as practicable, secrecy in the preparation of annual budget. B. The central government at the time of presentation of the budget make such disclosures and in such form as may be prescribed. 9. The finance minister shall review, on half-yearly basis, the trends in receipts and expenditure in relation to the budget and place before both houses of parliament the outcome of such reviews. 10. Except as provided under this act, no deviation in meeting the obligations cast on the central government under this act shall be permissible without approval of parliament. 11. The central government may entrust the CAG of India to review periodically as required the compliance of the provisions of this act, and such reviews shall be laid on the table of both houses of parliament. 12. Central government shall lay, in each financial year, before both the houses of parliament the following statements of fiscal policy along with the budget document: A. Medium-term fiscal policy statement. B. Fiscal policy strategy statement. C. Macroeconomic framework statement. D. Medium-term expenditure framework statement should be laid in the session immediately following the session of the parliament in which the budget has been presented. Like center, every state has also fixed fiscal deficit limit of 3% in their laws. Due to the unprecedented COVID-19 crisis, fiscal deficit and debt parameters have deviated from the target levels. Accordingly, the FRBM Act should have been amended. But government, through its statement on fiscal policy during the budget presentation, has informed that government budgeting. 158. While India's economic foundations remain strong, it is vital for the government to retain requisite fiscal flexibility to effectively respond to emerging contingencies till the pandemic-induced uncertainties ease. Hence, amendment to FRBM law is not being proposed. However, the government would pursue a broad path of fiscal consolidation to attain a level of fiscal deficit lower than 4.5% of GDP by FY 2025 to 26. 4.8 Perspectives on deficit and debt. One of the main criticisms of deficits is that they are inflationary. This is because when government increases spending or cut taxes, aggregate demand increases. Firms may not be able to produce higher quantities that are being demanded at the ongoing prices, resulting in an increase in price. However, if there are unutilized resources in the economy and the output is held back by lack of demand, then a higher fiscal deficit will be accompanied accompanied by higher demand and higher supply output, and therefore it may not be inflationary. If the economy is in boom phase and the economic resources are fully utilized, then if government incurs fiscal deficit, there is a decrease in private investment due to reduction in the amount of savings available to the private sector. This is because if the government decides to borrow from the private citizens by issuing bonds to finance deficits, these bonds, which are risk-free, will compete with corporate bonds and other financial instruments for the available supply of funds. If people decide to buy government bonds, the funds remaining to be invested in private sector will be less. Thus, some private corporate borrowers will get crowded out, displaced of the financial markets as the government claims an increasing share of the economy's total savings. Opposite of crowding out is crowding in, where private investment increases as debt-financed government spending increases. If in the economy there are unutilized resources or the economy is in slowdown recession, then an increased government spending boosts the demand for goods, which in turn increases the private sector demand for new output sources such as factories, equipment. Thus, the private sector crowds in, gets pulled in to satisfy increasing consumer needs. Do economies really need fiscal deficit? Many economists, including Lord Keynes, had advocated the need for small fiscal deficits to boost economy, especially in times of crisis. What it means is that government should raise public investment by investing borrowed funds. The basic purpose of whole exercise is to accelerate the growth of the economy by government-public intervention. Hence, there is nothing fundamentally wrong with a fiscal deficit, provided the cost of intervention does not exceed the emanating benefits. Also, if the government invests in infrastructure, future generations may be better off, provided the return on such investments is greater than the rate of interest. The actual debt can be paid off by the growth in output and the resulting increase in tax resources. The debt should not then be considered burdensome. The growth in debt shall be judged by the growth of the economy as a whole. The darker side of the story is the borrowed funds, which always remain on tap, have to be repaid, and pending repayment, these loans have to be serviced. Ideally, the return on investments on borrowed funds must be higher than the cost of borrowing. Government budgeting 159. For example, if government borrows Rs 100 at 10%, it must earn more than 10% on investment of Rs 100. In that situation, fiscal deficit will not pose any problem. However, the government spends money on all kinds of projects, including social sector schemes, where it is impossible to calculate rate of return, at least in monetary terms. So, one will never know whether the borrowed funds are being invested wisely or not. Findings from previous years' economic surveys: debt sustainability depends on the interest rate growth rate differential, IRGD, i.e. the difference between the interest rate and the growth rate in the economy. Since the interest rate on debt paid by the Indian government has been less than India's growth rate, in the Indian context, growth leads to debt sustainability, but not necessarily vice versa. As the IRGD is expected to be negative in the foreseeable future for India, a fiscal policy that provides an impetus to growth will lead to lower, not higher, debt to GDP ratio. This was the reason economic survey demonstrated countercyclical fiscal policy to enable growth during economic downturns like COVID-19. In general, fiscal policy must be countercyclical to smooth out economic cycles instead of exacerbating them. While countercyclical fiscal policy is necessary to smooth out economic cycles, it becomes critical during an economic crisis. This is because fiscal multipliers, the effect of government expenditure on GDP growth, are greater during economic crisis. Most of the studies concur that fiscal policies are considerably more effective in recessions than in expansions. Studies have established that following a procyclical fiscal stance leads to lower economic growth, higher volatility in output, and higher levels of inflation. In contrast, a countercyclical fiscal policy stance with policy actions against the cycle acts as a stabilizer by reducing output volatility and keeping growth on a steady path. It has also been established that industries have grown faster both in terms of output and productivity in economies where fiscal policy has been more countercyclical. Evidence over the last 2.5 decades demonstrates clearly that in India, higher GDP growth causes the ratio of debt to GDP to decline, but not vice versa. In India and other emerging market economies, evidence shows that the direction of causality between the two variables is higher growth leads to lower public debt as measured by their debt to GDP ratios, but not vice versa. In contrast, when the GDP growth rate is low, no such causal relationship is reflected between growth and public debt. This is because higher growth enables the IRGD to be negative and thereby ensuring debt sustainability. The phenomenon of crowding out of private investment is based on the notion that supply of savings in the economy is fixed. Therefore, higher fiscal spending may increase the demand for loanable funds and hence exert an upward pressure on interest rates, thereby discouraging private investment. Government budgeting 160. However, for emerging economies such as India, an increase in public expenditure in areas that boost private sector's propensities to save and invest may enable private investment rather than crowding it out. In other words, in an economy that has unemployed resources, an increase in government spending increases the aggregate demand in the economy, which may induce the private sector to increase their investment in new machinery to cater to the increased demand, and hence put the unused resources to productive uses. This may have multiplier effects on aggregate demand, resulting in higher growth rates. In fact, if the public expenditure is directed to sectors where the fiscal multipliers are large, for instance for building infrastructure, such spending may significantly crowd in private investment as well. Recent research puts further doubt on the phenomenon of crowding out in rapidly growing economies by showing that the supply of savings is not fixed but expands with income growth. In an economy operating below full capacity, the supply of savings may grow from greater government spending through demand creation and thereby greater employment. This is because, as highlighted by recent research, favorable demographics, in the form of a large population of working age, would enhance savings through meaningful jobs. While public investment is complementary to private investment in developing countries, the opposite holds true for developed countries. Whether an increase in government expenditure for goods and services crowds out domestic private investment may depend upon how close the economy is to full employment. In India, there is no evidence of crowding out over the last 3 decades post-liberalization. Trends in fiscal deficit of center and states. Central government fiscal deficit 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. 4.1%, 3.9%, 3.5%, 3.5%, 3.4%, 4.6%, 9.2%, 6.9%, 6.4%, 4.1%, 3.9%, 3.5%, 3.5%, 3.4%, 4.6%, 9.2%, 6.9%, 6.4%, 0%, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%, 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. Fiscal deficit of center as 8% of GDP. Government budgeting 161. State government fiscal deficit 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. 3.5%, 2.4%, 2.5%, 2.6%, 4.7%, 3.7%, 3.4%. As per Article 293 of Constitution, states need to take prior approval from the center for borrowing if states have taken debt from center and there are pending dues, or there is any outstanding loan on states with respect to which central government has given guarantee. But as almost every state has taken loan from the center and there are pending dues, so they take permission from center before borrowing. If states are breaching their FRBM limits, then they do not require center permission. Center has allowed states a fiscal deficit of 3.5% of GSDP in 2023 to 24, of which 0.5% will be tied to power sector reforms. For 2023 to 24, Rs. 1.3 lakh crore has been allotted for this scheme of financial assistance to states for capital investment. These 50-year interest-free loans are over and above the normal borrowings, 3.5% of GSDP, allowed to states. States can use these funds through this channel for implementing projects under Gati Shakti, rural roads, digitization, and better town planning, etc. Debt Article 292 of the Constitution states that the Government of India can borrow amounts specified by the Parliament from time to time. Article 293 of the Constitution mandates that the state governments in India can borrow only from internal sources. Thus, the Government of India incurs both internal and external debt, while state governments incur only internal debt. As per the recommendations of the 12th Finance Commission, access to external financing by the various states is facilitated by the central government, which provides the sovereign guarantee for these borrowings. From April 1, 2005, all general category states borrow from multilateral and bilateral agencies. World Bank, ADB, 3.5%, 2.4%, 2.5%, 2.6%, 4.7%, 3.7%, 3.4%, 0%, 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%, 2%, 2.5%, 3%, 3.5%, 4%, 4.5%, 5%, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. Fiscal deficit of states as percent of GDP. Government budgeting 162, etc. On a back-to-back basis, viz. the interest cost and the risk emanating from currency and exchange rate fluctuations are passed on to states, but central government acts as a guarantor. Debt is basically in the name of central government. Government of India, central government. Total debt liabilities equals 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. 1. Internal debt. It is basically what Government of India borrows by issuing debt securities like treasury bills and dated securities in the domestic market. It is also called domestic market borrowings. 2. External debt. It is basically borrowing from other governments, bilateral debt, and multilateral agencies like World Bank, ADB, etc. and FPI purchasing GSECs. 3. Public account liability. It includes national small savings schemes like Public Provident Fund, Kisan Vikas Patra, etc. 4. Off-budget liabilities. Such financial liabilities of any corporate or other entity owned controlled by the central government, which the government has to repay or service from the annual financial statement. Internal debt and external debt combined together is also called public debt of Government of India, and it is contracted on the security of against the Consolidated Fund of India. All figures in Rs. lakh crore. Components of central government debt as on December 31, 2022. 1. Internal debt 122.62, external debt 8.63, public AC liabilities 11.94, extra budgetary resources 1.39, total 144.5. As on end December 2022, the total debt of Government of India was Rs. 144.5 lakh crore, and out of this, public debt, internal plus external, was Rs. 131.2 lakh crores, which is around 90% of the total debt. As per Economic Survey 2022 to 23, public debt in India is primarily contracted at fixed interest rates, with floating internal debt constituting only 1.7% of GDP. The debt portfolio is, therefore, insulated from interest rate volatility, which also provides stability to interest payments. The following chart represents debt to GDP ratio of center and states for the last few years. Debt GDP 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23. Center 51.4%, 51.5%, 49.6%, 46%, 45.9%, 47.8%, 59.3%, 57%, 56%. State 22%, 23.7%, 25.1%, 25.1%, 25.2%, 26.3%, 31.1%, 28.7%, 29.5% government budgeting. 163. External debt of India equals external debt of India refers to the debt owed to non-residents by the residents of the country, i.e., government and the private sector. As on September 30th, 2022, external debt of India was $610.5 billion, 19.2% of GDP. External debt of India, as on September 30th, 2022, $610.5 billion equals 19.2% of GDP. Sovereign debt, non-sovereign debt, $124.5 billion, 3.9% of GDP. $486 billion, 15.3% of GDP. Sovereign debt is also called government of India. External debt, state government. External debt is in the name of GOI only. It includes FIFI investments in G securities loans under bilateral assistance, loans under multilateral assistance. It includes commercial borrowing, external commercial borrowing ECB, plus FI investments in Indian corporate bonds, NRI deposits. India's external debt can also be classified as short-term, 21.6%, and long-term debt. Commercial borrowings remain the largest component of external debt, followed by non-resident deposits. Currency-wise, India's external debt includes O US dollar denominated 55.5%, O Indian rupee denominated 30%, O, and then some is SDR, yen, euro 51.4%, 51.5%, 49.6%, 46%, 45.9%, 47.8%, 59.3%, 57%, 56%, 22%, 23.7%, 25.1%, 25.1%, 25.2%, 26.3%, 31.1%, 28.7%, 29.5%, 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 2014 to 15, 2015 to 16, 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, 2018 to 19, 2019 to 20, 2020 to 21, 2021 to 22, 2022 to 23 government budgeting. 164. The rupee denominated debt is basically FP is FIIs purchasing Indian government bonds and Indian companies bonds in Indian market and masala bonds raised by Indian companies in abroad market and some NRI deposits in Indian rupees. Loan from IMF has been included under other government debt. Bilateral assistance includes loans from Japan, Germany, US, France, Russia. Major portion of external debt is denominated in US dollars. Rest is in other currencies like yen, euro, rupee, masala bonds, etc. But all the external debt is expressed in US currency, i.e. dollars. So, if €1 has been raised as external debt and exchange rate is $1 equals 0.8 euro, then external debt will become $1.25, 10.8. Now, if US dollar appreciated such that it becomes $1 equals €1, then the same external debt of €1 will become $1. So, basically our external debt will decrease. 4.9. Monetization of deficit and deficit financing. Before 1997, government of India used to finance its deficit directly from RBI by issuing ad hoc treasury bills to RBI. So, government used to issue bonds to RBI, which in return used to print currency and gives it to government, which used to create a debt on government of India. This is called direct monetization of deficit from RBI, and it's a primary market transaction between government and RBI. But this practice was stopped in 1997 by signing a historic agreement between government of India and RBI, and a scheme of Ways and Means Advance (WMA) was started wherein government can take advances to accommodate temporary mismatches in the government's receipts and payments. So, basically direct monetization of deficit was stopped since then, 1997. Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management (FRBM) Act 2003 also prohibits direct monetization of deficit but allows it in exceptional circumstances. And it was also agreed that henceforth the RBI would operate only in the secondary market through the open market operation (OMO) route. The implied understanding also was that the RBI would use the OMO route not so much to support government borrowing, but as a liquidity instrument to manage the balance between the policy objectives of supporting growth, checking inflation, and preserving financial stability. When government should go for direct monetization? Answer: when the banks do not have sufficient liquidity, i.e., there is shortage of liquidity in the economy, then if government will try to borrow from banks, then it will further deteriorate the liquidity situation and will result in increase in interest rate, which will hamper the investments for which government is trying hard presently in the economy, and recovery may be slow. So, in this situation, government can go for direct monetization. But if banks are flush with liquidity, then first government should try to borrow from banks. Government budgeting. 165. 4.10. Fiscal Council. A fiscal council is a permanent agency with a mandate to independently assess the government's fiscal plans and projections against parameters of macroeconomic sustainability and put out its findings in the public domain. The expectation is that such an open scrutiny will keep the government on the straight and narrow path of fiscal virtue and hold it to account for any default. The Fiscal Council would provide forecasts and advise the government on whether conditions exist for deviation from the mandated fiscal rules. The Council will also provide independent assessments of budget proposals. Following are some arguments in favor and against Fiscal Council. Research suggests that countries with independent fiscal councils tend to produce relatively more accurate budget forecasts and stick better to fiscal rules. While most of the Fiscal Council projections are not binding but are able to discipline lawmakers through comply or explain obligations, ultimately resulting in better fiscal performances. Fiscal Council will give an independent and expert assessment of the government's fiscal stance and thereby aid an informed debate in Parliament. Deficit financing. It generally means that government is having deficit as expenses are more than receipts, which can be financed from different sources like from market borrowing or borrowing from abroad, or there can also be the case that government may ask RBI to finance finance its deficit by printing more money. So, in deficit financing, there can be various options to finance government's deficit, and one of the options could be from RBI by printing cash. Government budgeting. 166. We have CAG, but it audits the accounts once government has done with the expenditures, and it has no role in forecasting and verifying the sustainability of the budget numbers. According to IMF, about 50 countries around the world have established fiscal councils with varying degrees of success. Against as of now, both the NSO and the RBI give forecasts of growth and other macroeconomic variables, as do a host of public, private, and international agencies. Why should there be a presumption that the Fiscal Council's forecasts are any more credible or robust than others? Why not leave it to the Finance Ministry to do its homework and defend its numbers rather than forcing it to privilege the estimates of one specific agency? Besides, forcing the Finance Ministry to use someone else's estimates will dilute its accountability. If the estimates go awry, it will simply shift the blame to the Fiscal Council. As per FRBM Act 2003, government is required to submit to Parliament a Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement (FPSS) to demonstrate the credibility of its fiscal stance for the coming year. Yet, seldom have we heard an in-depth discussion in Parliament on the government's fiscal stance. If the problem clearly is lack of demand for accountability, how will another instrumentality such as a Fiscal Council for supply of accountability be a solution? 14. Finance Commission had recommended for establishment of an independent Fiscal Council. 4.11 India's tax system. Taxes can be classified in several ways. One way is to classify them in progressive, proportional, and regressive way. Progressive tax. Tax percentage increases with increase in income. Proportional tax. Top percentage remains same constant irrespective of income. Regressive tax. Tax percentage decreases with increase in income. Another way of classification is specific tax and ad valorem tax. Specific tax is the tax which is fixed as per each unit of good or service rather than based on its value. Ad valorem tax is levied as a percentage of value of the item it is imposed on, and not on the item's quantity, size, weight, or other such factor. Another way of classification is production and consumption-based tax. This classification is only for indirect taxes. Production tax or origin-based tax is levied where goods and services are produced. Consumption tax or destination tax are levied where goods and services are consumed. Government budgeting. 167. Another way of classification is direct and indirect taxes. Direct taxes are those which are paid directly by an individual or organization to the imposing entity, i.e., the government. For example, a taxpayer pays direct taxes to the government for different purposes like income tax, property tax, etc. An indirect tax is a tax collected by an intermediary, such as a retail store, from the person who bears the ultimate economic burden of the tax, such as the consumer. For example, taxes levied on goods and services. Following is the classification of the various taxes levied in India based on direct and indirect nature. Before GST came into effect on July 1, 2017, indirect taxes were classified in following way. Following are certain basic features of the above taxes. Personal income tax is imposed by combining all sources of the individual's income like salary, rental income, interest income, etc. Presently, there are two tax regimes, new tax regime and old tax regime, and individuals are free to choose either the old or new tax regime for tax payment, but the new tax regime is the default one. Government budgeting. 168. In the new tax regime till Rs. 7 lakh income people will not have to pay any tax, but no exemptions rebates are allowed in the new tax regime. If the income is more than Rs. 7 lakhs, then the following slab will be applicable in the new tax regime. Rs. 0 to 3 lakhs nil. Rs. 3 lakhs to 6 lakhs 5%. Rs. 6 lakhs to 9 lakhs 10%. Rs. 9 lakhs to 12 lakhs 15%. Rs. 12 lakhs to 15 lakhs 20%. Above Rs. 15 lakhs 30%. In the old tax regime till Rs. 5 lakh there is no tax, but individuals can claim exemptions related to savings under various schemes like PPF, NPS, etc. up till certain limit. But if income is more than Rs. 5 lakhs, then the following slab will be applicable. Rs. 0 to 2.5 lakhs nil. Rs. 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs 5%. Rs. 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs 20%. Above Rs. 10 lakhs 30%. Corporate income tax (CIT) is imposed on the profits of the corporate's company's entities. All profit-making companies need to pay a flat rate of corporate income tax. Presently, two structures of CIT exist, and the companies can opt anyone. If a company does not claim any tax exemptions, then it needs to pay 25.17% CIT, but if a company claims tax exemptions, then it needs to pay 34.94% as CIT. Exemptions allowed, exemptions not allowed. CIT standard rate equals 30%. Surcharge equals 12% on 30%. 3.6%. CIT plus surcharge equals 33.6%. cess equals 4%. CIT plus surcharge 1.344%. CIT plus surcharge plus cess equals 30% plus 3.6% plus 1.34%. CIT effective equals 34.94%. CIT standard rate equals 22%. Surcharge equals 10% on 22%. 2.2%. CIT plus surcharge equals 24.2%. cess equals 4%. CIT plus surcharge 0.97%. CIT plus surcharge plus cess equals 22% plus 2.2% plus 0.97%. CIT effective equals 25.17%. Government budgeting. 169. Minimum alternate tax. MAT. At times it may happen that a taxpayer, being a company, may have generated income during the year, but by taking the advantage of various provisions of exemptions under the income tax law, like depreciation, etc., it may have reduced its tax liability or may not have paid any tax at all. Zero tax companies. Due to increase in the number of zero tax-paying companies, MAT was introduced by the Finance Act 1987. The objective of introduction of MAT was to bring into the tax net zero tax companies, which in spite of having earned substantial book profits and having paid handsome dividends, do not pay any tax due to various tax concessions and incentives provided under the income tax law. As per the concept of MAT, the tax liability of a company will be higher of the following, i.e. A or B. A. Tax liability of the company computed as per the normal provisions of the income tax law, i.e. tax computed on the taxable income of the company by applying the tax rate applicable. Tax computed in above manner can be termed as normal tax liability. B. Tax computed at 15% plus cess and surcharge 17.16% on book profit called the MAT. Consider an example of a company named XYZ Private Ltd. For a particular year 2019 to 20. Turnover sales equals Rs 1,000,000,000. Costs equals Rs 60,000,000. Booked profit equals Rs 40,000,000. Exemptions rebates equals Rs 25,000,000. Taxable income equals Rs 15,000,000. The tax liability of the company XYZ will be higher of A. Normal tax liability equals 34.94% of taxable income equals 34.94% of Rs 15,000,000 equals Rs 40,000,000 equals Rs. Thus, the tax liability of the company will be Rs 686,400, i.e. the company will have to pay MAT rather than the normal tax liability. The companies claiming for the new tax rate of 25.17% CIT would not be eligible for claiming tax exemptions rebates, and hence MAT will not be applicable on them. Those which will claim exemptions, the tax rate of 34.94% or MAT will be applicable. Capital gain tax. Capital gains tax is a tax on capital gains, i.e. the gain profit realized on the sale of an asset that was purchased at a cost amount that was lower than the amount realized on the sale. The most common capital gains are realized from the sale of share stocks, bonds, precious metals, artwork, and property. Government budgeting. 170. Dividend distribution tax. DDT. Dividend is the distribution of a portion of company's profits earnings to its owners' shareholders. DDT was abolished in the budget 2019 to 20 and dividend was made taxable in the hands of the shareholders. Securities transaction tax. STT is a tax levied at the time of purchase and sale of securities like shares, bonds, debentures, mutual funds, etc. listed on stock exchanges in India. The rate of STT differs based on the type of security traded and whether the transaction is a purchase or a sale. Purchaser and seller both pay STT. For example, while buying or selling an equity share, purchaser and seller both need to pay 0.1% of share value as STT. Equalization levy. Before 2016, only those companies who were registered permanent residents in India used to pay tax in India as per the Income Tax Act 1961. This is because those companies who used to earn from a business activity in India, they had to register their business office, physical presence, here, then only they could do business in India as there were hardly any digital online services. But with the advent of information technology, it became possible that Google Corporation is registered in US and has a permanent resident status in US, but their source of revenue is from India through digital advertisements on their websites platforms. So, Income Tax Act 1961 was not applicable to the income generated to Google through sale of advertisements in India because they did not have any registered office permanent residence in India and their status was non-resident in India. So, to tax such income generated from India or Indian people to such firms, Google. In 2016, India brought equalization levy, also called Google tax. So, if a company A is registered permanent residence in US and its subsidiary B is registered in India and doing business in India and B is providing digital services, advertisements, commerce platform, then equalization levy will not be applicable on B and B will pay normal income tax under Income Tax Act 1961. But if B is not registered in India and has no physical presence but still selling digital services, advertisements, e-commerce platform in India, then equalization levy will be applicable on B but no income tax. So, if XYZ, an educational institute in India, is asking Google, registered in US, to do advertisements on its platform website, then XYZ will pay to Google, but before making payment, XYZ will deduct 6% equalization levy, 6% on sale revenue, from its payment to Google and will pay to government. Equalization levy is not under the income tax law as tax on income, rather as an independent levy introduced through Finance Act 2016. There are various kinds of services under it, and the clauses of equalization levy have been made effective with different dates. 3 years back, the sale of digital services, ads, was notified, and from April 1st, 2020, equalization levy of 2% is applicable on e-commerce firms also. So, if an e-commerce firm, say Amazon, which is registered in US and in India its status is non-resident, earns a revenue and not profit of say Rs 100 from its online government budgeting 171 platform e-commerce by sale to Indian people, Indian resident, then out of Rs 100 they need to give Rs 2% to government of India as equalization levy but no income tax under Income Tax Act 1961. C. If Amazon would have a permanent establishment in India, physical presence, then they would automatically pay income tax on their profits as per Income Tax Act 1961. Equalization levy is a direct tax and is levied on revenue and not profit. This is because for India it will be very difficult to check the profit of Amazon as it has a lot of operations in US and other countries. Global minimum corporate tax. GMCD. Big technology companies shift their profits to such countries where the corporate tax rate is less. The companies do not shift the actual business but mostly financial transactions are involved. As the competition among the countries is increasing, to attract more business investment, countries also resort to reduction in corporate taxes. This has led to the loss of tax revenue to the home country government. That is why countries have agreed to implement a global minimum corporate tax. Let us say there is a company XYZ in the US where corporate tax is 20%, and the company shifts its business revenues to another country to avoid avoid tax. Same Mauritius where corporate tax is 5%. Now as per GMCT, as agreed to be 15%, U.S. government will have the authority to collect tax from XYZ equals 15%-5% equals 10%, which will be in addition to the 5% tax payable to Mauritius. This means that now if companies shift their business revenues to tax havens, then also they will have to pay a minimum tax. If there is another company which is based in Mauritius, then they can pay 5% tax. GMCT is applicable on companies which have shifted their business to tax havens where tax rate is less. The global minimum corporate tax framework has two-pillar package. Pillar 1 will ensure a fair distribution of profits and taxing rights among countries with respect to the largest multinational enterprises, MNEs, including digital companies. It would reallocate some taxing rights over MNEs from their home countries to the markets where they have business activities and earn profits, regardless of whether firms have a physical presence there. So, because of this pillar, equalization levy may not be required anymore. Pillar 2 seeks to put a floor on competition over corporate income tax through the introduction of a global minimum corporate tax rate that countries can use to protect their tax bases. This is related to GMCT of 15%. Once the global minimum corporate tax kicks in, India may have to abolish the equalization levy, which it imposes on multinational technology companies such as Google, Facebook, etc. Land revenue is levied as per the different state government acts. Generally, the fixation of land revenue is done on the basis of classification of different types of land and cash value of the average yield of the land. Factors affecting productivity and value terms are taken into account. The land revenue tax is levied as Rs per acre hectare of land. Government budgeting 172. Property tax in India is paid on real property, which includes land and improvements on land, with the government appraising the monetary value of each such property and assessing the tax in proportion to its value. This tax amount is used to develop local amenities including road repairs, maintenance of parks and public schools, etc. Property tax varies from location to location and can be different in different cities and municipalities. Urban local bodies like municipal boards, municipal corporations, town area committees levy property tax under the relevant acts. All indirect taxes are regressive in nature. Let us consider an example. Suppose a rich person, income 10 lakhs, is purchasing bread worth Rs 25, including Rs 5 tax, then he is paying tax 5 rupees. But if the same bread is purchased by a poor person whose income is Rs 1 lakh, then he is also paying the same tax of Rs 5. This means the poor person is paying higher tax percentage with respect to his income, Rs 5 rupees 1,000,000 equals 0.005%, and rich person is paying less tax percentage with respect to his income, Rs 5 rupees 10,000,000 equals 0.005%. In that sense, it regressive. Excise duty was imposed on manufactured goods and was levied when the goods moved out of the factory area. Customs duty is imposed on export and import of goods. Service tax was imposed on sale of services. Central sales tax, CST, was levied by the center on sale of goods from one state to another, but the tax proceeds were collected and kept by the origin state, so it was also called origin-based tax. Value-added tax, VAT, was imposed on the sale of goods within the state. Central government could not impose taxes on sale of goods within the state, and it was imposed only on the value addition. In case of VAT, every entity in the value chain need to pay tax to the government according to their value addition. Consider an example to understand VAT in a better way. Consumer, 100 plus 10, 300 plus 30. Tax equals Rs 10, Rs 30, Rs 10. Tax equals Rs 20. Government. In the above example, A is doing value addition of Rs 100 and selling the product to be in Rs 110 and paying Rs 10 as VAT to the government, and B is doing value addition of Rs 200 and is paying Rs 20 VAT to the government. Practically, B first pays the total VAT of Rs. A value add equals Rs 100. Cost of inputs equals 0. Value addition equals Rs 100. VAT refund equals 0. Sale price equals Rs 100. VAT 10% equals Rs 10. Invoice equals Rs 110. Cost of inputs equals Rs 110. Value addition equals Rs 200. VAT refund equals Rs 10. Sale price equals Rs 300. VAT 10% equals Rs 30. Invoice equals Rs 330. B value add equals Rs 200. Government budgeting 173. 30 to the government on the total value addition of the product, and when B shows the tax receipt of Rs 10, which B has paid to A on the purchase of inputs and A in turn has paid to the government, then the government credits refunds the Rs 10 amount tax already paid by B to A on the purchase of inputs from A. This is called input tax credit mechanism, and it prevents tax avoidance because every entity in the value chain would ask for the tax receipt from the previous entity in the value chain to get credits of the taxes paid on the purchase of inputs. Entry tax was a tax on the movement of goods from one state to another imposed by the state governments in India. It was levied by the recipient state to protect its tax base. Stamp duty is a tax imposed on all legal property transactions. A physical stamp had to be attached to or impressed upon the document to denote that the stamp duty had been paid. Since it is imposed by states, the rate varies from state to state. 4.12 Goods and Services Tax, GST. To understand GST, first we need to understand the basic problem under the indirect taxation system which was present before GST, i.e. July 1, 2017. So, let us consider an example. Suppose the central excise duty is 12.5% and VAT rate is 10%. A sell a product to B. Value addition sale price equals Rs 100. Excise duty 12.5% is equal to 100 by 12.5% equals Rs 12.5. VAT 10% equals 100 plus 12.5 asterisk 10% equals Rs 11.2. 5 invoice price equals Rs 123.75. So in the above example, VAT is being imposed even on excise duty, creating tax on tax and cascading cascading effect and increasing the effective tax rate to 23.75%. Till June 30th, 2017, central government used to impose its own indirect taxes like service tax, excise duty, etc., and the state governments imposed their own indirect taxes like VAT, entertainment tax, etc. So, when a producer used to produce a product, then he used to pay excise duty to the center as well as VAT to the state, which used to create tax on tax, and when he used to sell the product to some other supplier, it resulted in cascading effect and makes the product more costly in the market. Even in case of VAT, the credit was not available across the states. Further, different states had different VAT rates, 1%, 4%, 12.5%, 20%, and gave exemptions on different category of products. Due to the above issues, effective tax used to be different in different states on the various goods and services, and ultimately resulted in different prices of goods and services in different states. This fragmented the whole of India into a heterogeneous market affecting business and investment. AB Government Budgeting 174. Goods and Services Tax. GST. The introduction of GST across the nation is the most important indirect tax reform since independence. It has taken almost 16 years from the date of inception of the idea, formation of a task force, to passage in Parliament. It represents a Herculean, nationwide, multi-party consensus-building exercise and is the best example of the so-called cooperative federalism. It is an outcome of a grand bargain struck together by 29 states and 7 UTs with the central government. The states agreed to give up their right to impose sales tax on goods, VAT, and the center gave up its right to impose excise and services tax. In exchange, they will each get a share of the unified GST collected nationally. The anticipated additional gains in efficiency, competitiveness, ease of doing business, and overall tax collections are what drove this bargain. GST has subsumed 17 central and states indirect taxes, viz. Central excise duty, additional excise duty, service tax, and state taxes like VAT, entertainment tax, entry tax, purchase tax, luxury tax, etc., which used to be imposed on sale of various goods and services. So, GST is one indirect tax on the supply of goods and services for the whole nation, which will make India one unified common market. So now, when a product or service will be sold to the consumer across India, only one indirect tax will be imposed, i.e. GST, which consists of central GST, CGST, and states GST, SGST. And if a product is sold across state, then integrated GST, IGST, will be levied by the center. GST is basically a value-added tax imposed only in case of value addition. To introduce the Goods and Services Tax, GST, the Constitution 101 Amendment Act 2016 was passed in September 2016. As per the Act, the central government has enacted Central GST, CGST, Act, and every state government has enacted State GST, SGST, Act in their respective states. Central government has also enacted Integrated Goods and Services, IGST, Act, which is applicable on interstate transactions, and GST, Compensation to States, Act 2017 to compensate for the revenue shortfall of the states. As per the Constitution 101st Amendment Act 2016, GST Council has been created, which consists of the following: the Union Finance Minister, the Union Minister of State in charge of Revenue or Finance, the Minister in charge of Finance or Taxation, or any other minister nominated by each state government. Any other matter relating to the GST, as the Council may decide government budgeting. 175. Every decision of the GST Council shall be taken at a meeting by a majority of not less than 3/4 of the weighted votes of the members present and voting. The vote of the central government shall have a weightage of 1/3, and the vote of all the state governments taken together shall have a weightage of 2/3 of the total votes cast. Supreme Court Judgment, May 2022. The recommendations of the GST Council are recommendatory in nature and not binding on the Union and states. The Parliament and state legislatures possess simultaneous power to legislate on GST. The recommendations of the GST Council are binding on the government for only secondary subordinate legislations like changes in tax rates or framing of rules under CGST, SGST, IGST, but not for primary legislations. For primary legislations, like amendment in acts, CGST, SGST, the recommendations have only persuasive value. Consider an example to understand GST in a better way. Consumer 100 plus 118 300 plus 54. Tax equals Rs 18 Rs 54 Rs 18. Tax equals Rs 36. CGST equals 9. SGST equals 9. CGST equals 18. SGST equals 18. Government. In the above example, A is doing value addition of Rs 100 and selling the product to be in Rs 118 and paying Rs 18 GST to the government. B is doing value addition of Rs 200 and is paying Rs 36 GST to the government. Since GST is a value-added tax, so every entity in the value chain shall pay to the government tax only on their value addition. Practically, B shows the invoice of Rs 354 to the government and pays a tax of Rs 54 to the government, but when it produces the tax receipt obtained from A to the government worth Rs 18, then government credits refunds Rs 18 to B. This is called input tax credit mechanism, as the tax is paid by B on the purchase of inputs from A, i.e. Rs 18 is credited by the government back to B. Since there is only one tax, i.e. GST, and credits of input taxes paid at each stage is available in the subsequent stage of value addition across India, whereas in case of VAT, input credit was available only within the state. Hence, it will prevent the dreaded cascading effect of taxes. This is the basic feature and advantage of GST. Important aspects regarding implementation of GST: if A belonged to one state, say A, and B and the consumer belonged to another state, say Bihar, then all the state GST, i.e. Rs 9 and Rs 18 equals Rs 27, will be passed on to the A. Value add equals Rs 100. Cost of inputs equals 0. Value addition equals Rs 100. GST refund equals 0. Sale price equals Rs 100. GST 18% equals Rs 18. Invoice equals Rs 118. Cost of inputs equals Rs 118. Value addition equals equals Rs 200 GST refund equals Rs 18 sale price equals Rs 300 GST 18% equals Rs 54 invoice equals Rs 354 B value add equals Rs 200 government budgeting 176 state where the product is being consumed by the consumer, i.e. Bihar, and the state where it belongs, i.e. will not get any SGST. This is why GST is also called consumption-based and destination-based tax, as all the SGST is passed on to the consuming state, i.e. Bihar. If A and B belong to different states, then rather than GST, IGST will be levied by the center on the transaction between A and B, which is again equal to the sum of CGST and SGST, and ultimately distributed to the center and the consuming state equally. If B, rather than selling the product to the consumer in India, exports the product, then IGST will be imposed, as IGST is levied on interstate supplies. The GST paid in the entire value chain and the IGST paid at the border is refunded, credited back to the suppliers. So effectively, there is no tax on exports, and hence we say that exports are zero-rated supplies. Supplies to SEZs are also zero-rated. In case of imports, first customs duty and then on top of it IGST is imposed, as imports are also considered to be interstate supplies. Electronic waybill. Electronic waybill, e-waybill, is a document issued by a carrier giving details and instructions relating to the shipment of a consignment of goods, like name of consignor, consignee, the point of origin of the consignment, its destination, and route. If the value of goods transported is more than worth Rs 50,000, then generation of e-waybill is mandatory. E-waybill is basically a compliance mechanism wherein, by way of a digital interface, the person causing the movement of goods uploads the relevant information prior to the commencement of movement of goods and generates e-waybill on the GST portal. E-waybill is a mechanism to ensure that goods being transported comply with the GST law and is an effective tool to track movement of goods and check tax evasion. The e-waybill under the GST regime replaces the waybill, which was a physical document, which was required under the VAT regime for the movement of goods. Composition levy is an alternative method of levy of tax designed for small businesses whose turnover is up to Rs 1.5 crore. The objective of composition scheme is to bring simplicity and to reduce the compliance cost for the small businesses. Moreover, it is optional, and the eligible person opting to pay tax under this scheme can pay tax at 1% flat rate of his turnover instead of paying tax at normal GST rate. Similarly, small service providers with turnover of Rs 50 lakhs can opt for composition scheme and pay GST at 6%. In case of composition scheme, the businesses can't claim input tax credit, and it is an optional scheme, as they will always have the freedom to pay standard GST rate. GST compensation cess. When central government was planning to introduce GST, states were worried that after the implementation of GST, tax revenue of states may fall, and they will not have the freedom under GST regime to impose extra taxes. So, Government of India calculated the tax revenue growth of states' indirect taxes from 2012 to 13 to 2013 to 14, 2013 to 14 to 2014 to 15, and 2014 to 15 to 2015 to 16, i.e. for 3 years, and it found an average annual growth of 14%. So, Government of India promised states that if after implementation of GST, the state's indirect revenue growth is less than 14% annually from 2015 to 16, base government budgeting 177 year onwards, then Government of India, through GST Council, will impose cess on luxury and demerit goods, and that money it will give to states as compensation for the next 5 years, July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2022. For this purpose, Goods and Services Tax Compensation to States Act 2017 was enacted. Center collects GST compensation cess in Consolidated Fund of India and then transfers it to GST Compensation Fund under Public Account of India, and then it goes to states' consolidated fund. So, after GST kicked in, there was some shortfall and states were compensated. But in COVID, shortfall increased too much, and it was not possible to increase the cess on demerit and luxury goods to compensate the huge shortfall. So, a tussle started in November 2020 regarding how to handle that situation. So, ultimately it was decided that center will borrow the additional shortfall amount due to COVID, and it will give loan to states on back-to-back basis, and states will have to pay for the principal and interest amount in future. When center borrows, the cost of borrowing is less as compared to states, as center can't default and its credit rating is better. But from where the states will repay this amount, principal and interest, in future. So, it has been decided that for the payment of this principal and interest amount, the cess will be imposed even after June 30th, 2022 till March 31st, 2026. States were demanding that in general the cess should be allowed to continue for the next 5 years, starting from July 1st, 2022. But center said no. The cess will continue only for the repayment of principal and interest which was borrowed by center and passed to states on back-to-back basis because of the COVID crisis. GST is a radical transformation from a complex, multi-layered, and cascading tax system to a single and unified tax system that allows for tax set-off across the value chain, both for goods and services. This would help lower product costs and thereby make Indian goods competitive in comparison to imports, increasing profitability of companies. GST will create an unfragmented, unified national market for goods and services and will result in friendly tax structure over a common base of goods and services. There will be common rules and administration procedure across the nation. It will widen the tax base and simplify tax procedures, bringing in clarity and transparency. There are various benefits of GST which are summarized as under. For business and industry, easy compliance. A robust and comprehensive IT system is the foundation of GST regime in India. Therefore, all taxpayer services such as registrations, returns, payments, etc. are available to the taxpayers online, which makes compliance easy and transparent. Under pre-GST regime, separate returns had to be filed for VAT to states and for central excise to center, but now under GST, only one return need to be filed. Uniformity of tax rates and structures. GST has ensured that indirect tax rates and structures structures are common across the country, thereby reducing compliance costs and increasing certainty and ease of doing business. In other words, GST has made doing business in the country tax neutral, irrespective of the choice of place of doing business. Previously, every good faced an excise tax levied by the center and a state VAT. Their government budgeting, 178, were at least 8 to 10 rates of excise and 3 to 4 rates of state VATs. So, a structure of multiple rates, as much as 10 times x 4 times, has been reduced to a structure of 6 rates. Removal of cascading, a system of seamless tax credits throughout the value chain and across boundaries of states, has ensured removal of cascading of taxes. This has improved competitiveness for the trade and industry, gain to manufacturers and exporters, the subsuming of major central and state taxes in GST, and complete set-off of taxes on input goods and services has reduced the cost of locally manufactured goods and services. This has increased the competitiveness of Indian goods and services in the international market and given boost to Indian exports. For central and state governments, furthering cooperative federalism, domestic indirect tax decisions to be taken jointly by the center and the states. Simple and easy to administer. Multiple indirect taxes at the central and state levels have been subsumed under one GST. Backed with a robust end-to-end IT system, GST is simpler and easier to administer than all other indirect taxes of the center and state levied so far. With the elimination of the interstate checkposts entry tax, GST has reduced the compliance scrutiny for interstate movement of goods, which used to be a major source of concern. Better controls on leakage and reducing corruption. GST is self-policing in nature, where invoice matching to claim input tax credit deeders non-compliance and foster compliance. Previously, invoice matching existed only for intrastate VAT transactions and not for excise and service taxes, nor for imports. GST has resulted in better tax compliance through a robust IT infrastructure. Due to the seamless transfer of input tax credit from one stage to another in the chain of value addition, there is an inbuilt mechanism in the design of GST that has incentivized tax compliance by traders. Increase in tax base. As a lot of new agents who were previously outside the tax net have sought GST registration, it has resulted in increasing in the tax base and tax buoyancy. Higher revenue efficiency. GST has decreased the cost of collection of tax revenues of the government and has led to higher revenue efficiency. For the consumer, single and transparent tax proportionate to the value of goods and services, due to multiple indirect taxes being levied by the center and state with incomplete or no input tax credits available at progressive stages of value addition. The cost of most goods and services in the country used to be laden with many hidden taxes. Under GST regime, there is only one tax from the manufacturer to the consumer, leading to transparency of taxes paid to the final consumer. Relief in overall tax burden. Because of efficiency gains and prevention of leakages and removal of cascading effect, the overall tax burden on most commodities has come down and has benefited consumers. Government budgeting, 179. GST has led to formalization of industry. The GST regime is particularly good at formalizing areas where India's formal sector interacts with the informal industry through its input tax credit mechanisms. India's biggest companies across various industries have incentives to bring their informal supply chain into the formalized tax net to avail the benefits of input tax credit. For example, textiles and clothing that have historically paid little tax, whether in the form of duty or VAT, now have a formal GST rate and has little choice but to register, formalize, and digitize their business. Previously, some parts of the value chain, especially fabrics, were outside the tax net, leading to informalization and evasion, but now the textile and clothing sector is fully part of the GST tax net. Another crucial aspect is that while the exemption threshold in GST is 40 rupees lakhs, for many small manufacturers it used to be 1.5 rupees crore before GST, which means that thousands of hitherto informal or unorganized MSMEs have now registered for GST and have come into the tax net. Hence, GST has brought these informal enterprises into the formal economy and curbed tax evasion practices and has expanded India's tax base. Challenges. The GST Council has decided a 4-rate structure: 5%, 12%, 18%, and 28%, in addition to the exempt category, 0%, and gold 3%, and additional cesses that are charged on top of certain products, making GST effectively a 6-7 tax rate slab structure. This makes the present GST structure a complicated. Alcohol, petroleum and energy products, electricity, land, and real estate transactions are outside the GST base but are taxed by the center and or states outside the GST. For example, keeping electricity out of GST undermines the competitiveness of Indian industry because taxes on power get embedded in manufacturers' costs and cannot be claimed back as input tax credits. India's current GST regime goes against one of the more basic principles of increasing revenue. The lower the rate of taxation, the greater number of people and businesses that will comply. In other words, if the ideal taxation regime is the one that taxes more items at lesser rates, our new GST regime is far from that. Another closely connected issue is the GST threshold limit, which exempts businesses from registration for GST that has turnover of under 40 lakhs per year. These exemption limits are exploited to underreport the sales figures by various business units. India has roughly more than 6 core firms in the informal sector, out of which 2.5 core businesses are quite small and will be exempt from GST as they won't cross the 40 rupees lakh threshold limit. But the remaining 4 core firms don't own a computer or are not digitally literate, and their operating costs has gone up as business owners have to hire accountants and computerize their operations to comply with the new GST regime, ultimately making some of the firms in this sector unviable. What makes matters worse are the heavy filing requirements for service providers under GST. Government budgeting, 180. One of the major issues still remaining in GST is the inverted duty structure. Let us understand with example. Suppose there is a supply chain, a -B consumer. Now if the product which is sells to B has more GST rates, say 18%, and the product which B sells to the consumer has less GST rates, say 12%, then we will say that the chain is having inverted duty structure. Ideally, the raw material should have less tax rate and final products should should have more tax rate, but if this is not followed, then it creates an inverted duty structure. 4.13 Direct tax reforms. There are around 7.5 crore direct taxpayers. They pay tax and file return tax document. Taxpayers use various ways to avoid paying taxes and showing their income way below the actual income. So, government has set certain parameters to pick for assessment review of these cases. For example, those taxpayers whose income is quite high, say 30 lakhs, but tax payment is very less, supposing only 2 lakhs, or suppose in any particular savings account more than Rs. 10 lakhs got deposited in a financial year, etc. Now suppose there are 5 lakh such cases, out of which government may pick randomly 50,000 cases for review assessment, as all cannot be reviewed because of resource constraints. So, government will send notice, and you will have to give clarifications. And government may scrutinize such cases in quite detail, and if some wrongdoings were found, you may be penalized. Remission of duties or taxes on exported products, RoDTEP, before GST. Any taxes on import customs duties of inputs required to manufacture exported products were refunded through Merchandise Export of India Scheme, MICE, by giving duty credit scrips to exporters. This means if I export goods worth Rs 100 crores, then government used to give me a paper duty credit scrip worth Rs 2 crore, some percent of export value, which I could use to pay adjust my customs duties on import of raw materials. There were certain exemptions on domestic taxes also in case of exports, but WTO said that the MICE scheme is not compliant with the WTO trade rules. No need to go into it, and in 2020 it was replaced by remission of duties or taxes on exported products, RoDTEP. Under GST regime, government exempts STIGs, taxes paid in case of domestic production and import of raw materials. In case of exports, and this is called exports, are zero rated, because first exporters pay STIGs, the standard rate, to the government, and then they provide a proof to the government that it is a case of export sold abroad, and the government reimburses the entire GST, hence effectively no tax on exports. However, certain products are outside GST, and the tax STDS levies imposed on these products are still not refunded in case of exports, even in the present GST regime. These taxes are VAT on fuel used in transportation, Mandi tax, taxes on electricity, petroleum products, etc., which becomes embedded in the product price. Under the new RoDTEP scheme, these taxes will be refunded to exporters in their ledger accounts with customs. The credits can be used to pay basic customs duty on imported goods raw materials. The scheme is available for all kinds of exports from January 1, 2021. Government budgeting. 181. 1. Faceless assessment. Earlier, before e-assessment scheme was launched, these cases were selected by tax officials, and there used to be face-to-face meetings between tax officials and taxpayers, and where taxpayers were used to be harassed. But now all such cases will be randomly picked by computer, and no face-to-face grilling would happen, but only through electronic mode of communication. So, this will improve transparency and efficiency in governance, and thus improves the quality of assessment and monitoring. 2. Faceless appeal. In case a taxpayer files appeal against any assessment by the tax authority, appeals to be randomly allotted to any officer in the country. The identification of the officers deciding appeal will remain unknown. The taxpayer will not be required to visit the income tax office or the officer. The appellate decision will be team-based and reviewed. Income Tax Act 1961 has been amended to introduce faceless assessment and faceless appeal. 3. Taxpayer's charter is a two-way document for the assessor, government, and the assessee, taxpayer. The taxpayer's charter also highlights the obligations of the taxpayer. These are as follows: to be honest, informed, and compliant, to keep accurate records, to know what your representative does on your behalf, to respond in time, and to pay in time. 4.14 Funds transfer from center to states. UT's Indian Constitution has divided the taxation powers as well as the spending powers and responsibilities between the union and the state governments. The subjects on which union or state or both can levy taxes are defined in the concurrent list of the Constitution. Further, limited financial powers have been given to the local governments, also as per 73rd and 74th Amendments of the Constitution. Government budgeting. 182. 1. Finance Commission grants. As per Article 280 of the Constitution, the President is required to appoint a Finance Commission after every 5 years, or such earlier time if President considers it necessary, which shall consist of a chairman and 4 other members appointed by the President. The Finance Commission is required to recommend to the President on the following matters: the distribution of the net proceeds of taxes to be shared between the center and the states, vertical devolution, and the allocation of such proceeds among the states, horizontal devolution; the principles that should govern the grants in aid to the states by the center out of the Consolidated Fund of India; the measures needed to augment the Consolidated Fund of a state, to supplement the resources of the panchayats and the municipalities in the state on the basis of the recommendations made by the state finance commissions; any other matter referred to it by the President in the interests of sound finance. The 15th Finance Commission has recommended the following transfers for 2021 to 26. As percentage share of central taxes, this is called vertical devolution, which will be 41% of the divisible pool of central taxes and will be distributed among 28 states. This never becomes part of the Consolidated Fund of India and is untied grants, which mean no restriction is imposed on states on how to spend. No UT either with or without assembly gets this vertical devolution. UTs without their own assembly are allocated funds by the central government from budgetary resources through demand for grants under Ministry of Home Affairs. The pool of tax resources of the union government to be shared with the states is called the divisible pool, and it excludes the following items from the gross tax revenue: cost of collection of taxes, cess and surcharge tax revenue of the union territories, national calamity contingency duty, government budgeting. 183. 2. As grants in aid, Article 275, in the form of, these are charged on Consolidated Fund of India and tied grants. Following 5 types. 1. Revenue deficit grants after the devolution of funds, 41%. Some states face revenue deficit, so FC recommends post-devolution revenue deficit grants. While recommending such grants, FC has ensured that deficiency in fiscal capacity is corrected, but inadequate revenue effort or excessive excessive expenditure is not encouraged. In the first year of the award period, 2021 to 22, FFC has recommended this grant for 17 states, but going forward, it has reduced the number of states to 6 in 2025 to 26. 2. Grants have been recommended to all the 3 tiers of panchayats, village, block, and district. 3. 4. Sector-specific grants. These are mostly performance-based incentives grants linked with certain performance benchmarks. This has been recommended for the following sectors. A. Sectoral grants for health government budgeting, 184. B. School education. C. Higher education. D. Implementation of agricultural reforms, performance-based incentives covering policies, investments, development initiatives, and outcomes in the following 4 areas will be rewarded viz. I. Land lease reforms. 2. Sustainable and efficient water use in agriculture. 3. Export promotion. 4. Contribution towards Atmanirbhar in terms of oilseeds, pulses, and wood-based products. E. Maintenance of PMGSY roads. F. Judiciary. G. Statistics. H. Aspirational districts and blocks. I. Power sector. A performance-based incentive has been developed for the power sector, and there is no grant, but opens up additional borrowing window for states. 5. State-specific grants. These are tied grants and help overcome special needs and cost disabilities of states that could not be covered under formula-based evolution, 41%, and other sector-specific grants. These grants are recommended to all the 28 states and fall under 6 broad themes. A. Social needs. B. Administrative governance and related infrastructure. C. Conservation and sustainable use of water, drainage, and sanitation. D. Preserving culture and historical monuments. E. High-cost physical infrastructure. And F. Tourism. This may be called Rashtriya Suraksha Naivitium Kosh or any other appropriate name. The proceeds of the fund will be utilized for the following 3 purposes. Capital investment for modernization of defense services, capital investment for CAFs, and modernization of state police forces, a small component as welfare fund for our soldiers and paramilitary personnel. The fund shall have the standard notified rules for its administration, public reporting, and audit by the CAG. 185. The framers of the Constitution were seeking to address the vertical imbalance between the taxation powers and expenditure and responsibilities of the federal government and the states, and the horizontal imbalance or inequality between states that were at different stages of development. Ensuring inclusiveness is, therefore, a key mandate of the Finance Commission. That means assigning weights to things like population, income distance between top-ranked states and others, etc. It is not that best-performing state will be allocated the highest share, even if delivery, execution, and governance are better. Rather, the effort will be to narrow the development gap between states. 2. Other grants, loans, transfers. Various other transfers from central government to states are special assistance grants, additional central assistance, grants and loans, assistance to states from National Disaster Response Fund, NDRF, etc. Central sector schemes and centrally sponsored schemes. Public finance, central, division under Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance in consultation with the Budget Division, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance communicates the outlays for both central sector schemes, CSs, and centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs, over a Finance Commission cycle. The Public Finance, Central Division is also responsible for preparation of outcome budgets for all central ministries departments in consultation with the NIDI AIOG. This output outcome framework, outcome budget, is for all CSSs and CSs dealing with identified measurable outcomes in the relevant medium-term framework, and physical and financial outputs are targeted on a year-to-year basis. Under centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs, a certain percentage of the funding is borne by the states in the ratio such as 50 to 50, 70 to 30, 75 to 25, or 90 to 10. It is implemented by the state governments. Centrally sponsored schemes are formulated on subjects under the state list to encourage states to prioritize in areas that require more attention. Till 2013-14, funds for CSS were routed through 2 channels, the Consolidated Fund of the states and directly to the state district level autonomous bodies implementing agencies. CSSs are a part of funds transferred to states UTs. In 2014-15, direct transfers to state implementing agencies were discontinued and all transfers to states including for the CSS were routed through the consolidated funds of the states. The Governing Council of NIDI AIOG set up a subgroup of chief ministers on rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes, CSSs. The subgroup has recommended that the number of CSSs should not normally exceed 30. The subgroup recommended that the CSSs should be categorized into 3 categories. Core schemes. Focus of CSSs should be on schemes that comprise the national development agenda where the center and states will work together in the spirit of Team India. X. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Core of the core schemes. Those schemes which are for social protection and social inclusion should form the core of core and be the first charge on available funds for the national development agenda. X. Mgnrega government budgeting. 186. Optional schemes. The schemes where states would be free to choose the ones they wish to implement. Funds for these schemes would be allocated to states by the Ministry of Finance as a lump sum. Central sector schemes, CSs, are generally those that are implemented by a central agency and 100% funded by the center on subjects within the union list. CSs are not part of funds transferred to states UTs. For example, Namami Ganj, Sagarmala, Pradhan Mantri Faisal Bima Yojana, etc. 4.15 Previous year's questions. 1. Which of the following statements appropriately describes the fiscal stimulus? 2. Which of the following is not a feature of value-added tax? 2011. A. It is a multi-point destination-based system of taxation. B. It is a tax levied on value addition at each stage of transaction in the production distribution chain. C. It is a tax on final consumption of goods services and must ultimately be borne by the consumer. D. It is basically a subject of the central government and the state governments are only a facilitator for its successful implementation. 3. Both foreign direct investment (FDI) and foreign institutional investor (FI) are related to investment in a country. Which of the following statements best represents an important difference between the two? 2011. A. FI helps bring better management skills and technology, while FDI only brings in capital. B. FI helps in increasing capital availability in general, while FDI FDI only targets specific sectors. C. FDI flows only into the secondary market, while FI targets primary market. D. FI is considered to be more stable than FDI. 4. The authorization for the withdrawal of funds from the Consolidated Fund of India must come from 2011. A. The President of India. B. The Parliament of India. C. The Prime Minister of India. D. The Union Finance Minister. 5. All revenues received by the Union government by way of taxes and other receipts for the conduct of government business are credited to the 2011 A. Contingency Fund of India. B. Public Account. C. Consolidated Fund of India. D. Deposits and Advances Fund. Government budgeting. 187. 6. When the annual union budget is not passed by the Lok Sabha 2011. A. The budget is modified and presented again. B. The budget is referred to the Rajya Sabha for suggestions. C. The Union Finance Minister is asked to resign. D. The Prime Minister submits the resignation of Council of Ministers. 7. Under which of the following circumstances may capital gains arise? 2012. I. When there is an increase in the sales of a product. 2. When there is a natural increase in the value of the property owned. 3. When you purchase a painting and there is a growth in its value due to increase in its popularity. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2 only. D. I. 2 and 3. 8. The Reserve Bank of India acts as a banker's bank. This would imply which of the following? 2012. I. Other banks retain their deposits with the RBI. 2. The RBI lends funds to the commercial banks in times of need. 3. The RBI advises the commercial banks on monetary matters. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. 2 and 3 only. B. I and 2 only. C. I and 3 only. D. I. 2 and 3. 9. Which of the following measures would result in an increase in the money supply in the economy? 2012. I. Purchase of government securities from the public by the central bank. 2. Deposit of currency in commercial banks by the public. 3. Borrowing by the government from the central bank. 4. Sale of government securities to the public by the central bank. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. A. I only. B. 2 and 4 only. C. I and 3 only. D. 2, 3 and 4 only. 10. A. I and 2 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 2 only. D. I. 2 and 3. Government budgeting. 188. 11. Which of the following is included in the capital budget of the Government of India? 2016. I. Expenditure on acquisition of assets like roads, buildings, machinery, etc. 2. Loans received from foreign governments. 3. Loans and advances granted to the states and union territories. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. I and 3 only. D. I. 2 and 3. 12. What are the most likely advantages of implementing Goods and Services Tax (GST) 2017? I. It will replace multiple taxes collected by multiple authorities and will thus create a single market in India. 2. It will drastically reduce the current account deficit of India and will enable it to increase its foreign exchange reserves. 3. It will enormously increase the growth and size of economy of India and will enable it to overtake China in the near future. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. I only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. I and 3 only. D. I. 2 and 3. 13. Consider the following statements. 2017. I. Tax revenue as a percent of GDP of India has steadily increased in the last decade. 2. Fiscal deficit as a percent of GDP of India has steadily increased in the last decade. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. I only. B. 2 only. C. Both I and 2 only. D. Neither I and 2. 14. Consider the following statements. 2018. I. The Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management (FRBM) Review Committee report has recommended a debt to GDP ratio of 60% for the general combined government by 2023, comprising 40% for the central government and 20% for the state governments. 2. The central government has domestic liabilities of 21% of GDP as compared to that of 49% of GDP of the state governments. 3. As per the Constitution of India, it is mandatory for a state to take the central government's consent for raising any loan if the former owes any outstanding liabilities to the latter. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. I only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. I and 3 only. D. I. 2 and 3. 15. Consider the following statements. 2019. I. Most of India's external debt is owed by governmental entities. 2. All of India's external debt is denominated in US dollars. Which of the statements given above is correct? Government budgeting. 189. A. I only. B. 2 only. C. Both I and 2. D. Neither I nor 2. 16. Which one of the following effects of creation of black money in India has been the main cause of worry to the Government of India? 2021. A. Diversion of resources to the purchase of real estate and investment in luxury housing. B. Investment in unproductive activities and purchase of precious stones, jewelry, gold, etc. C. Large donations to political parties and growth of regionalism. D. Loss of revenue to the state exchequer due to tax evasion. 17. With reference to the expenditure made by an organization or a company, which of the following statements is correct? Economy. 2022. 1. Acquiring new technology is capital expenditure. 2. Debt financing is considered capital expenditure, while equity financing is considered revenue expenditure. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 or 2. 18. With reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statements. 2022. 1. A share of the household financial savings goes towards government borrowings. 2. Dated securities issued at market-related rates and auctions form a large component of internal debt. Which of the above statements is correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer. 1. B. 2. D. 3. B. 4. B. 5. C. 6. D. 7. B. 8. D. 9. C. 10. C. 11. D. 12. A. 13. D. 14. C. 15. D. 16. D. 17. A. 18. C. Mains questions. The public expenditure management is a challenge challenge to the government of India in the context of budget making during the post-liberalization period. Clarify 2019 enumerated the indirect taxes which have been subsumed in the GST in India. Also, comment on the revenue implications of the GST introduced in India since July 2017. 2019 explain the rationale behind the Goods and Services Tax Compensation to States Act of 2017. How has COVID-19 impacted the GST compensation fund and created new federal tensions? 2020 distinguish between capital budget and revenue budget. Explain the component of both these budgets. 2021 land reforms 190 5 land reforms 5.1 land rights before independence in India during the Mughal period before 1765. Zamindars or revenue collectors collected revenue on behalf of the Mughal emperor whose representatives or diwans supervised their activities. The zamindar served as an intermediary who procured economic rent from the cultivator and after withholding a percentage for his own expenses made available the rest as revenue to the state. Under the Mughal system, the land itself belonged to state, people, territory, government, and sovereignty, and not to the zamindar, who could transfer only his right to collect rent. The Nawabs of Bengal ruled the area under the Mughal Empire through their feudal chiefs. In India, the rule of the British East India Company commenced from 1757 after the Battle of Plassey, in which the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, was defeated by the company. The Battle of Buxar consolidated the company's power and forced Emperor Shah Alam II to surrender the Diwani rights, the right to collect revenue, in 1765 in Bengal and Bihar. Later the company started exercising the Diwani rights over Orissa also. Warren Hastings, the first Governor-General of Bengal, 1772 to 1785. Warren Hastings, the first Governor-General, had introduced the 5-year settlement according to which the right of collection of land revenue was given to the highest bidder for 5 years on contract basis. But the problem with this system was that, at the time of auctions, the new contractors, who had no experience of realization of the tax, used to make such a high bid that they failed to deposit the amount of the bid in the royal treasury. This introduced instability in the company's revenue at a time when the company was hard-pressed for money. Though the amount of land revenue was pushed high by zamindars and other speculators bidding against each other, the actual collection varied from year to year and seldom came up to official expectations. Moreover, neither the peasant nor the zamindar would do anything to improve cultivation when they did not know what the next year's assessment would be or who would be the next year's revenue collector. Lord Cornwallis, Governor-General of Bengal, 1786 to 1793, in the Permanent Settlement of Revenue Administration. Since the earlier system introduced by Hastings proved effective for the peasants and the company both, Lord Cornwallis introduced the permanent settlement in Bengal, Bihar, and Odisha in 1793, which continued in India till India achieved its freedom. Its chief aim was to impart stability to the revenue system. He did exhaustive survey of the past records, and on the basis of past 10 years, he fixed how much revenue can be collected from the entire land and fixed the amount to be collected for future years. Emperor, Nawab Diwan, zamindars, revenue collectors, peasants, land reforms. 191 features. Before the commencement of the tenure of Cornwallis, the landlords were not considered to be the owners of the land. By the permanent settlement, the landlords were accepted to be the owners of the land in place of peasants. The revenue began to be realized from the landlords instead of from the farmers. The zamindars and revenue collectors were converted into landlords. They were not only to act as agents of the government in collecting land revenue from the peasants, but also to become the owners of the entire land in their zamindaries. Their right of ownership was made hereditary and transferable. Ryotwari settlement. The Ryotwari settlement was introduced by Thomas Monroe and Alexander Reed in Bombay and Madras presidencies in 1820. In these areas, there were no zamindars and land revenue settlement was made directly with the peasants called ryots, thus no intermediaries were involved. Features. The land revenue demand was fixed by the state, which was exorbitantly high. The cultivator or ryot was recognized as the owner of the land. Each peasant was given a pada by the government, which was a piece of document confirming the ownership right of the ryot peasant. While in theory, the ryotwari conferred rights on the actual landowners, in reality, the actual cultivator was often different from the owner. The ryotwari settlement was not made permanent and was revised periodically after 20 to 30 years. The government retained the right to enhance land revenue at will. Mahalwari system. Mahalwari system was a modified version of the zamindari settlement and was introduced in the Ganga Valley, the northwest provinces, parts of central India, and the Punjab. The revenue settlement was to be made at the village, which were called estates or mahal level, i.e. the village collectively paid revenue to the state. Common to all the systems in force was the fact that the British had unfairly distorted the land rights of the peasants in India. They had completed a scientific survey of land and recorded the rights of the owners in their revenue records, while leaving unrecorded the entitlements of the actual cultivators, sharecroppers, tenants, and lessees. During British rule, the owner's land could be attached and sold to collect revenue, and the purchaser could obtain sound title to the land. 5.2 Land reforms. Post-independence land is a state subject, and the system of land records management varies from state to state, often even within a state, depending upon their historical evolution and local traditions. Several departments are involved in managing land records in most of the states, and the citizen has to approach 3 to 4, even more, agencies for complete land records, e.g., Revenue Department for textual records and mutations, Survey and Settlement or Consolidation Department for the maps, Registration Department for verification of encumbrances and registration of transfer, mortgage, etc. The panchayats, in some states, land reforms. 192 for mutation, and the municipal authorities for urban land records, leading to waste of time, exposure to rent seeking, and harassment. Land reform usually refers to redistribution of land from rich to poor. More broadly, it includes regulation of ownership, operation, leasing, sales, and inheritance of land. In an agrarian economy like India with great scarcity and unequal distribution of land, coupled with a large mass of below poverty line rural population, there are compelling economic and political arguments for land reform. At the time of independence, ownership of land was was concentrated in the hands of a few. This led to the exploitation of the farmers and was a major hindrance towards the socio-economic development of the rural population. Equal distribution of land was therefore an area of focus of independent India's government, and land reforms were seen as an important pillar of a strong and prosperous country. Not surprisingly, it received top priority on the policy agenda at the time of independence. In the decades following independence, India passed a significant body of land reform legislation. The Constitution of 1949 left the adoption and implementation of land and tenancy reforms to state governments. This led to a lot of variation in the implementation of these reforms across states and over time. Following are the major land reforms introduced in India after independence. 1. Abolition of intermediaries, zamindars, jagirdars, etc. The main aim of the abolition of intermediaries was to bring the cultivator into direct relationship with the government. By 1949, zamindari abolition bills were introduced in a number of provinces, with the report of Zamindari Abolition Committee acting as the initial model for many others. The zamindars in various parts of the country moved to courts and challenged the constitutionality of the law permitting zamindari abolition and raised issues like violation of right to property and unjustness of the compensations. The government responded by getting the constitutional amendments passed 1st, 4th, and 17th, and strengthening the hands of the state legislatures by making the question of violation of any fundamental right or insufficiency of compensation not permissible in courts. Considering the entire process occurred in a democratic framework, with virtually no coercion or violence being used, it was completed in a remarkably short period, and most of the provinces passed the Zamindari Abolition Acts by 1956. This was partly because zamindar as a class had been isolated socially during the national movement itself, as they were seen as part of the imperialist camp. The abolition of zamindari was quite successful, and about 2 crore erstwhile tenants became landowners. A major difficulty in implementing the Zamindari Abolition Acts was the absence of adequate land records. The major weaknesses in the manner in which some of the clauses relating to zamindari abolition was implemented was that in various parts of the country, the zamindars were permitted to retain lands that were declared to be under their personal cultivation. What constituted personal cultivation was very loosely defined, making it possible for not only those who tilled the soil, but also those who supervised the land personally or did so through a relative or provided capital and credit to the land to call themselves a cultivator. There was no limit on the size of the lands that could be declared to be under the personal cultivation of the zamindars. Land reforms 193. 2. Tenancy reforms. Under the zamindari and ryotwari systems, tenancy cultivation had been quite common in India. There were broadly 3 categories of tenants. Occupancy tenants enjoyed permanent and heritable rights on land. They had security of tenure and could claim compensation from the landlords for any improvement effected on the land. Tenants at will did not have security of tenure, made to pay exorbitant rent to the landlords, and could be evicted from the land whenever landlords so desired. The subtenants were appointed by the occupancy tenants. The tenancy reforms were introduced in 1950s and 60s, and the main objectives of the reforms were to guarantee security of tenure to tenants who had cultivated a piece of land continuously for a fixed number of years, say 6 years, met only with limited success. To seek the reduction of rents paid by tenants to a fair level, which was generally considered to range between 1/4 to 1/6 of the value of the gross produce of the leased land. Only the upper stratum of tenantry, which had secured occupancy rights and was often indistinguishable from a landowner, was able to enforce the payment of legal rates of rent. The tenant should gain the right to ownership of the lands he cultivated subject to certain restrictions, achieved only partially. Tenancy reforms introduced in many states led to the tenancy being pushed underground, i.e., it continued in a concealed form. The tenants were now called farm servants, though they continued in exactly the same status. In the early years of land reform, tenants were often converted to sharecroppers, as surprisingly the latter were not treated as tenants and therefore were not protected under the existing tenancy legislation in some states as enough. Only cash rent payers were treated as tenants and not those who paid fixed produce rents or those who paid a proportion of total produce as rent, i.e. sharecroppers. Perhaps what contributed most to the insecurity of tenants was the fact that most tenancies were oral and informal, i.e. they were not recorded, and the tenants therefore could not benefit from the legislation in their favor. 3. Ceilings on size of landholdings and its distribution. The Land Ceiling Acts define the size of land that an individual family can own. The main objective of the ceiling legislation was redistribution of the surplus land to the landless so that to make land distribution more equitable. By early 1960s, all the state governments had passed the Land Ceiling Acts, but till 1970, not a single acre was declared surplus in most of the large states. The ceiling limits fixed under the act varied from state to state. To bring uniformity across the states, a new land ceiling policy was evolved in 1971. In 1972, national guidelines were issued with ceiling limits as 10 to 18 acres for best land, 18 to 27 acres for second-class land, and for the rest with 27 to 54 acres with a slightly higher limit in the hilly and desert areas. The ceiling reform met only with partial success, as one of the major weaknesses of the ceiling legislations was that a large number of exemptions to the ceiling limits were land reforms. 194. Permitted by for tea, coffee, and rubber plantations, orchards, specialized farms operated by sugar factories, and efficiently managed farms on which heavy investments had been made. A number of other factors such as exemptions for religious and charitable institutions, benami transfers, falsification of land deeds, judicial interventions, loopholes in ceiling laws, non-availability of land records, inefficient administration, and lack of political will, etc., account for the failure of the land ceiling. Further, generally poor quality of surplus lands and lack of financial and institutional support to bring these lands under cultivation was also a major issue in the implementation of the ceiling reform. 4. Consolidation of land holdings. Consolidation of land holdings means bringing together the various small plots of land of a farmer scattered all over the village as one compact block, either through purchase or exchange of land with others. The average size of holdings in India is very small. The size of the holdings is decreasing, but number of holdings is increasing over time. This is due to the inheritance laws, because of which farms are being subdivided and fragmented with every passing generation. Subdivision and fragmentation of holdings results in several disadvantages, such as wastage of land, difficulties in land management, difficulty in the adoption of new technology, disputes over boundaries, low productivity, etc. Legislation for compulsory consolidation of holdings was enacted in Bombay in 1947, in the Punjab in 1948, and in UP in 1953. Similar provisions were made in other provinces except Kerala and Madras. By 1964 to 65, a total area of 55 million acres was consolidated. Those who gained the most were the upper strata of the peasantry, for whom it facilitated the shift to capitalist farming. There were various obstacles to the speedy implementation of the consolidation program. These were poor response from the cultivators due to the perceived advantage of having land in fragmented parcels in the event of floods and other natural calamities or acquisition, complicated process of land consolidation, wide variation in the quality of land, lack of enforcing machinery, lack of political will, etc. Impact of land reforms. Tenancy reforms, in total, led to more than 1 crore tenants getting ownership right in Assam, West Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Gujarat. More than 10 lakh individuals became beneficiary, surplus land distributed to them from the ceiling laws implemented in West Bengal. The landlords had no personal interest in the lands they owned, and also did not take interest in investing on land improvement. But when the same land went into the hands of actual cultivators, they invested and multiplied the gains. Distribution of land to the actual cultivators provided an intangible incentive to convert the land into gold, which ultimately improved productivity of agriculture. It improved the social status of the landless and tenants. Land reforms. 195. 5.3 Land Acquisition Act 2013. The right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition. Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013. Introduction. Under the Constitution of India, land falls under the state list, while land acquisition comes under the concurrent list, empowering the center as well as the states to legislate on the matter. But the states have to frame their laws in conformity with the central legislations, and in case of any conflict, the central law prevails over the state's law. The original Land Acquisition Act 1894 was a colonial legislation enacted by the British primarily to acquire private land to lay railway lines and for other such construction works. When India got its independence, this act remained in force and was being used by the government, although with few amendments till December 31, 2013. The following were the major issues with the act. The Land Acquisition Act 1894 of late was felt by all concerned that it did not adequately protect the interest of the landowners, persons interested in the land. The act did not provide for rehabilitation of persons displaced from their land, although by such compulsory acquisition, their livelihood gets affected. The compensation given to the landowners as per the 1894 Act used to be substantially less than the actual market value of the land. It did not meet the evolving requirements, and gradually, the injustices caused by it began to generate resistance in the society, causing abandonment of several projects, including the Tata Motors small car project at Singapore. To say the least, the act had become outdated, 120 years old, and needed to be replaced by fair, reasonable, and rational enactment in tune with the constitutional provisions, particularly Article 300A of the Constitution. When we adopted the Constitution after independence, the right to property was a fundamental right. In the year 1978, the 44th Constitutional Amendment eliminated the right to acquire, hold, and dispose of property as a fundamental right. Article 31 was repealed and Article 19 was amended. However, in another part of the Constitution, Article 300A was inserted to affirm that no person shall be deprived of his property except by the authority of law. This power of compulsory acquisition is described by the term eminent domain. It is the power the government has to obtain the property of an individual even without the person's full consent. This allows the government to seize land to be used in public enterprises such as roads, schools, or utilities, and the landowner gets compensated for the land at fair market value. Government uses this eminent domain power for all forceful acquisitions of land. So now, the right to property is just a constitutional or statutory right. The right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013, shortly LA Act 2013. The LA Act 2013 was passed in September 2013 and came into force on January 1, 2014. The LA Act 2013 can be used for acquisition of land only for public purpose projects. The following category of projects comes under public purpose projects. Projects for strategic purposes relating to naval, military, air force including central paramilitary forces, or any work vital to national security, or projects of PSUs. Land reforms. 196. Projects for infrastructure like railways, highways, roads, ports, power plants, industrial corridors, mining, agro-processing, warehousing. Government-aided or administered educational and research institutions excluding private hospitals, private educational institutions, and private hotels. Projects for project-affected families for residential purposes for the poor and landless, etc. Applicability. The LA Act 2013 applies in the following conditions: when the appropriate central or state government acquires land for its own use, hold, and control, including PSUs, for public purpose, no consent required. When the appropriate government acquires land for public-private partnership (PPP) projects, ownership of land lies with the government for public purpose on the condition that prior consent of at least 70% of the affected families, owners of land, has been obtained. When the appropriate government acquires land for private companies for public purpose on the condition that prior consent of at least 80% of the affected families, owners of land, have been obtained. Salient features. The following are some important features of the LA Act 2013. I. Compensation. It is equal to the market value of land and immovable property multiplied by a factor of 1 in case of urban land and multiplied by 2 in case of rural land. In case the land lies between urban and rural area, then the multiplying factor will be between 1 and 2, depending on the distance of the project from the the urban area. In addition to the above, solatium, compensation for emotional attachment, equal to 100% of the above compensation shall also be given. So, the total compensation stands out to be twice the market value for urban area and 4 times the market value for rural area. 2. The Act prohibits acquisition of irrigated multi-crop land other than under exceptional circumstances. This restriction does not apply to projects which are linear in nature such as roads, irrigation canals, railways, and power lines. Multi-crop irrigated land can be acquired in case of exceptional circumstances as demonstrable last resort, and in that case, the Act empowers the state governments to fix the limits on the acquisition of multi-crop land, acquisition of agricultural land, and limits of private purchase. 3. Social Impact Assessment (SIA). Whenever the government intends to acquire land, it shall consult the panchayat municipality as the case may be in the affected area and carry out an SIA study in consultation with them, and it shall make available the report to the general public. The SIA report shall include the following: whether the proposed acquisition serves public purpose, estimation of affected and displaced families, extent of land, houses, settlements, and other common properties likely to be affected, whether the extent of land proposed for acquisition is the absolute bare minimum land reforms. 197. Whether land acquisition at an alternate place has been considered and found not feasible, study of social impacts of the project, its cost and overall cost of the project vis-a-vis the benefits of the project. The process of obtaining consent shall be carried out along with the SIA study. 4. Rehabilitation and resettlement (R&R). The project affected families shall be provided with the following in addition to the compensation mentioned in point I above: a job, where job is created, or one-time payment of 5 lakhs per affected family, or monthly payment of 2,000 rupees linked to CPI for 20 years one-time resettlement allowance of Rs. 50,000 for each affected family. Each affected family shall get monthly subsistence allowance of Rs. 3,000 for 1 year in case of displacement. If a house is lost, the person should be provided with constructed house. Comment: the new LA Act 2013 has sought to streamline the land acquisition procedure, bring about greater transparency, and safeguard the rights of landowners to be compensated and rehabilitated. In setting out to achieve a balance between promoting industrial growth and ensuring the rights of landowners, the new LA Act 2013 slant towards the protection of landowners' rights and getting the consent of 70% to 80% of the project-affected families is really challenging in times of rising population density. 5.4 Model Agricultural Land Leasing Act 2016. Land leasing laws relating to rural agricultural land in Indian states were enacted during decades immediately following the independence. At the time, the abolition of zamindari and redistribution of land to the tiller were the highest policy priorities. Top leadership of the day saw tenancy and subtenancy as integral to the feudal land arrangements that India had inherited from the British. Therefore, tenancy reform laws that various states adopted sought to not only transfer ownership rights to the tenant, but also either prohibited or heavily discouraged leasing and subleasing of land. However, politically influential landowners were successful in subverting the reform until as late as 1992. Ownership rights were transferred to the cultivator on just 4% of the cultivated land. In trying to force the transfer of ownership to the cultivator, many states abolished tenancy altogether. But while resulting in minimal land transfer, the policy had the unintended consequence of ending any protection tenants might have had and forced future tenants underground. Some states allowed tenancy but imposed a ceiling on land rent at 1/4 to 1/5 of the produce. But since this rent fell well below the market rate, contracts became oral in these states, with the tenant paying closer to 50% of the produce in rent. Many large states including Telangana, Bihar, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh ban land leasing, with exceptions granted to landowners among widows, minors, disabled, and defense personnel. Some states including Punjab, Haryana, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Assam do not ban leasing, but the tenant acquires a right to purchase the leased land from the owner after a specified period of tenancy. This provision too has the land reforms. 198. Effect of making tenancy agreements oral, leaving the tenant vulnerable. Only the states of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, and West Bengal have liberal tenancy laws, with the last one limiting tenancy to sharecroppers. A large number of states, among them Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu, which otherwise have liberal tenancy laws, do not recognize sharecroppers as tenants. The original intent of the restrictive tenancy laws no longer holds any relevance. Today, these restrictions have detrimental effects on not only the tenant, for whose protection the laws were originally enacted, but also on the landowner and implementation of public policy. The tenant lacks the security of tenure that she would have if laws permitted her and the landowner to freely write transparent contracts. In turn, this discourages the tenant from making long-term investments in land and also leaves her feeling perpetually insecure about continuing to maintain cultivation rights. Furthermore, it deprives her of potential access to credit by virtue of being a cultivator. Landowner also feels a sense of insecurity when leasing land, with many choosing to leave land fallow. The latter practice is becoming increasingly prevalent with landowners and their children seeking non-farm employment. Keeping these things in mind, central government got a model act drafted on land leasing by an expert panel under the Niti Aayog in April 2016 and has forwarded it to states to implement it. It secures the rights of landowners while allowing tenant farmers access to facilities like insurance, credit, and compensation for crop damage. The idea behind the model law is to allow owners to lease out agricultural land to tenant farmers without any fear of losing it. This will incentivize tenants to make investment in improvement of land. Landowner will also be able to lease land without fear of losing it to the tenant, and the government will be able to implement its policies efficiently. It would allow unused land to be used productively and enable tenant farmers to invest in the land and access credit and insurance. As per estimates, about 18% of land holdings and 13% cultivable area are managed by tenant farmers. Important features of the Model Act 2016. The model law allows that a person can take agricultural land on lease for cultivation, agriculture, and allied activities. The model law enables tenant farmers and sharecroppers to avail bank unemployment credit, crop insurance, and disaster relief benefits. The model law allows consolidation of farmland so that small plots of land that are economically unviable can be leased out. Using tractors and farm equipment is not economically viable for small plots of 2 to 3 acres. Large operational holdings will reduce the cost of cultivation and increase profitability of farming. The duration of the lease and the consideration amount will be decided mutually by the owner and the tenant. There will be no ceiling on the area of land that can be leased out or consolidated, as the government wants market forces to determine the size of operational holdings. Under the new law, land can also be leased out for allied activities like livestock or animal husbandry for a maximum period of 5 years. Land reforms. 199. The Model Act proposes quicker litigation process in case of disputes by suggesting recourse through criminal proceedings and special tribunals. The dispute settlement will be taken up at the level of the Gram Sabha, Panchayat, and Tahsildar and are kept outside the jurisdiction of courts. Current restrictions on land leasing have reduced the occupational mobility of landowners who want to take up employment outside agriculture but are forced to stick to their land due to the fear of losing it. Bans or restrictions on land leasing have led to concealed tenancy, where agreements between landowner and tenant are informal or tenancy agreements are not recorded, due to which tenant farmers do not have any incentive to invest in land improvement. Lease farming has now become an economic necessity and not a symbol of feudalism as it was thought before. The growth of an active land lease market would be helpful for the rural poor to get out of the poverty trap. Few examples. China has already revised its land leasing laws, where farmers can lease out their land even to corporate entities for cultivation for up to 30 years. Such a move can attract long-term investments in high-value crops. Andhra Pradesh and Kerala have liberalized their restrictive land leasing laws while fully protecting the land rights of the owners, and their innovative institutional experiences offer key lessons for policymakers at the center. Way forward. One reason landowners fear leasing out their lands for long is the absence of tamper-proof land records with the revenue departments. If the government digitize and geotag land records and link them with Aadhaar card and the bank accounts of farmers, then this will create a centralized, transparent, and easily accessible land records system which will go a long way in leasing out agricultural land. 5.5 Land pooling policy. Land pooling is a concept where small chunks of land owned by individuals are given to land pooling agency for the development of infrastructure like roads, drainage, park, etc. After the development of the land, the agency redistributes the land after deducting some portion of land as compensation towards infrastructure development costs. Generally, the people who give their land get 60 to 70% of their land holdings back after infrastructure is developed on it. The people are willing to surrender some part, 30% to 40% of their land for the development of infrastructure, because they also benefit from the better infrastructure in the locality, and because of development, the 60% to 70% of the land which they get back has higher valuation. This is being done to overcome challenges that come with unavailability of land due to surge in land compensation cost after right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition. Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013 came into force. In case of Delhi, the land pooling agency is the Delhi Development Authority (DDA), and it is urbanizing the villages and outskirts of Delhi and converting into a smart city. In land reforms. 200. This policy, DDA is launching an online portal where you submit your land to DDA. If a person contributes land between 2 to 20 hectares, then he will get 48% developed land, and landowners offering more than 20 hectares will get 60% of it back. Gujarat and Maharashtra have already implemented this policy. 5.6 Digitization of land records. Government of India, Ministry of Finance is nudging states to digitize their land records. States like Karnataka, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Gujarat have digitized their land records. This will help in creating online mortgage charge on the land, which will help in better credit loan delivery, and it will also help in reducing loan frauds, as now only those people will be able to take agriculture loan who are real farmers and own land. Creating mortgage charge means transfer of interest in the ownership of a property land for the purpose of securing repayment of any debt. Now, since land records will be digitized, so all this process will happen online. For example, earlier if a farmer wants loan, then he needs to provide his land records in the physical form, and then banks need to authenticate this land paper, where there were chances of fraud and required a lot of documents to be signed and then provide the loan. But now all this will happen online very fast with digitized land records. 5.7 Previous year's questions. How did land reforms in some parts of the country help to improve the socio-economic conditions of marginal and small farmers? 2021 Indian economy 1947 to 2014. 201. 6 Indian economy 1947 to 2014. 6.1 Impact of British rule on Indian economy. The economic policies followed by the British led to the rapid transformation of India's economy into a colonial economy. There were certain basic features of the colonial structure which characterized the Indian economy before independence. 1. Colonialism led to the complex but complete integration of the Indian economy with the world capitalist system, but in a subservient position. Since 1750s, India's economic interests were wholly subordinated to that of Britain. To suit British industry, a peculiar structure of production and international division of labor, by which Britain produced high technology, high productivity, and capital-intensive goods while India did the opposite, was forced upon India. It produced and exported foodstuffs and raw materials like cotton, jute, oilseeds, tobacco, minerals, and imported manufactured products of British industry, from biscuits and shoes to machinery, cars, and railway engines. 2. A basic characteristic to the process of economic development is the size and utilization of economic surplus or savings generated in the economy for investment and expansion of the economy. Net savings of the Indian economy from 1914 to 1946 was barely 3% of GNP. A very large part of the India's social surplus or savings was appropriated by the colonial state for military expenditure and colonial administration, and indigenous landlords and moneylenders, while only a very small part of it was spent on the development of agriculture, industry, or social infrastructure or nation-building activities such as education, education and healthcare. Tax system was regressive, i.e. peasants were burdened with high tax while bureaucrats, landlords, merchants hardly paid any taxes. And then there was drain, that is the unilateral transfer to Britain of social surplus and potential investable capital by the colonial state and its officials from India. 3. India's policy was determined in Britain and in the interest of the British economy and British capitalist class. An important aspect of the underdevelopment of India was the denial of state support to industry and agriculture. This was contrary to what happened in nearly all capitalist countries which enjoyed active support in the early stages of development, protection of their infant industries by imposing heavy import duty on the import of foreign manufacturers. The colonial state imposed free trade in India and refused to give tariff protection to Indian industries as Britain, Europe, and US had done. Accordingly, colonialism led to the complete backwardness and underdevelopment of the Indian economy. The situation of the economy at independence can be described as follows. 1. The agrarian structure which evolved during the British period was dominated by landlords, moneylenders, merchants, and the colonial state who appropriated more than half of the total agricultural production and whose interest in agriculture was primarily confined to collecting land revenue, and it spent very little to improve agriculture. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 202. 2. During the 19th century, there was a quick collapse of the Indian handicraft and artisanal industries largely because of two reasons. First, the competition from the cheaper imported manufacturers of Britain together with the policy of free trade imposed on India. And secondly, Britain and other European countries imposed high import duties on Indian goods. This led to the virtual closing of European markets to Indian manufacturers after 1820. The ruined artisans failed to find alternative employment and crowed into agriculture as tenants, sharecroppers, and agricultural laborers, which were followed by an extreme subdivision of land into small holdings and fragmentation. 3. Industrial development was confined to cotton, jute, coal, and tea in the 19th century and to sugar, cement, and paper in the 1930s. There had been some development in the iron and steel industry after 1907, but as late as 1946, cotton and jute textiles accounted for nearly 30% of all workers employed in factories. In 1950, India met about 90% of its needs of machine tools, machined for cutting and shaping metals, through imports. 4. A serious weakness of Indian industrial effort was the almost complete absence of heavy or capital goods industries, without which there can be no rapid and independent development of industries. In terms of production as well as employment, the modern industrial development of India was paltry compared with the other countries. 5. Foreign capital dominated the industrial and financial fields and controlled foreign trade. British firms dominated coal mining, jute industry, shipping, banking and insurance, and tea and coffee plantations. Moreover, through their managing agencies, the British capitalists controlled many of the Indian-owned companies. So, at the eve of independence, our country inherited the colonial legacy of economic underdevelopment, gross poverty, illiteracy, 84%, wide prevalence of diseases, and stark social inequality. Colonialism resulted in the underdevelopment and pauperization of the people, especially the peasantry and the artisans. 6.2 Economy. After independence, once the British left India, there was a general consensus among the national leaders that India shall be built on the values of nationalism, secularism, and democracy, and the goals of rapid economic development, which shall be within democratic political structure, as political stability was must for greater economic development. But the structural distortions created by colonialism in the Indian economy and society made the future transition to self-sustained growth more difficult. The leaders of independent India had to decide, among other things, the type of economic system most suitable for our nation, a system which would promote the welfare of all rather than a few. There are different types of economic systems, and among them, socialism appealed to Jawaharlal Nehru the most. However, he was not in favor of the kind of socialism established in the former Soviet Union, where all the means of production, i.e., all the factories and farms in the country, were owned by the government. There was no private property. It is not possible in a democracy like India for the government to change the ownership pattern of land and other properties of its citizens in the way that it was done in Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 203. In the former Soviet Union, Nehru and many other leaders and thinkers of the newly independent India sought an alternative to the extreme versions of capitalism and socialism. Basically, sympathizing with the socialist outlook, they found the answer in an economic system which, in their view, combined the best features of socialism without its drawbacks. So, they tried to cut out a middle path for development which combines the virtues of individual freedom and liberty with that of equality, while avoiding the evils of both capitalism and socialism. In this view, India would be a socialist society with a strong public sector, but also with private property and democracy. The government would plan for the economy with the private sector being encouraged to be part of the plan effort. The Industrial Policy Resolution of 1948 and the directive principles of the Indian Constitution reflected this outlook. In 1950, the Planning Commission was set up with the Prime Minister as its chairperson. The era of five-year plans had begun. Industrial Policy Resolution, IPR, 1948. Independent India's first Industrial Policy Resolution was issued in April 1948. It emphasized to the economy of securing a continuous increase in production and its equitable distribution, and pointed out that state must play a progressively active role in the development of industries. It marked the dawn of the mixed economy and outlined the role of the public and private sectors in India. The IPR 1948 classified the industries into broadly four categories based on whether government or private sector will play a major role in the establishment of these industries. State monopolies, manufacturing of arms and ammunition, atomic energy, and railway transport. These industries were under the exclusive monopoly of the government of India. Basic industries: coal, iron and steel, shipbuilding, aircraft manufacturing, telephone, telegraph and wireless, and mineral oils. These industries were considered basic in nature for the development of the economy and were under the central government. But the existing private companies operating in these sectors were allowed to continue. Regulated industries: automobiles, heavy machinery, chemicals, fertilizers, fertilizers, sugar, paper, cement, cotton, woolen textiles, etc. Government would regulate pricing, quantity of production, etc. These industries as they were important to the masses. Private industries. All other industries were left open to the private sector as well as cooperatives. Hence, the main thrust of the IPR 1948 was to lay down the foundation of a mixed economy, in which both public and private enterprises would coexist and accelerate the pace of industrial development. Planning in India's 5-year plans did not spell out how much of each and every good and service is to be produced. This is neither possible nor necessary. The former Soviet Union tried to do this and failed. It is enough if the plan is specific about the sectors where it plays a commanding role, for instance, power generation and irrigation, while leaving the rest to the market. Planning Commission used to recommend funds for various developmental expenditures, including schemes in every 5-year plan. Indian Economy, 1947 to 2014, 204. Objectives of planning economic growth. It refers to increase in the country's capacity to produce the output of goods and services, GDP, within the country. It is necessary to produce more goods and services if the people of India are to enjoy a more rich and varied life. Modernization. To increase the production of goods and services, the producers have to adopt new technology. Adoption of new technology is called modernization. However, modernization does not refer only to the use of new technology, but also to changes in social outlook, such as the recognition that women should have the same rights as men. Self-reliance. A nation can promote economic growth and modernization by using its own resources or by using resources imported from other nations. The first 7 5-year plans gave importance to self-reliance, which means avoiding imports of those goods which could be produced in India itself. This policy was considered a necessity in order to reduce our dependence on foreign countries, especially for food. It is understandable that people who were recently freed from foreign domination should give importance to self-reliance. Further, it was feared that dependence on imported food supplies, foreign technology, and foreign capital may make India's sovereignty vulnerable to foreign interference in our policies. Equity, growth, modernization, and self-reliance by themselves may not improve the kind of life which people are living. A country can have high growth, the most modern technology developed in the country itself, and also have most of its people living in poverty. It is important to ensure that the benefits of economic prosperity reach the poor sections as well instead of being enjoyed only by the rich. So, in addition to growth, modernization, and self-reliance, equity is also important. Every Indian should be able to meet his or her basic needs such as food, a decent house, education, and healthcare, and inequality in the distribution of wealth should be reduced. Types of planning. Imperative planning. This refers to centralized planning and implementation, as well as resource allocation. It is utilized by socialist countries, where the state has complete control over all aspects of planning. Indicative planning. It indicates a set of broad principles and recommendations for achieving a set of objectives. The government provides full support to the private sector, but does not have control over it. Rather, it directs the private sector to implement the plan in particular areas. India's plan documents not only specify the objectives to be attained in the 5 years of a plan, but also what is to be achieved over a period of 20 years. This long-term plan is called Perspective Plan. For the first 8 plans, the emphasis was on a growing public sector with massive investments in basic and heavy industries. But since the launch of the 9th plan in 1997, the emphasis on the public sector became less pronounced and the planning shifted to more of indicative in nature. After the 12th 5-year plan in 2012 to 17, government did not bring any new plan, and finally Planning Commission was abolished and Niti Aayog was established in January 2015. Indian Economy, 1947 to 2014, 205. First 5-year plan, 1951 to 56. The main focus of the first FY plan was on the development of agriculture. Many irrigation projects were initiated, including Bakra Dam and Hirakud Dam. Besides increasing food production, the other major emphasis of the plan was on the development of transport and communications and the provision of social services. In the 1950s, there was a considerable debate happening on what should be the model for economic development. There were 2 schools of thought. One is the Bombay and the other Calcutta school of thought on an appropriate theory of economic development for India. The Bombay school was driven by business, commercial, and industrial interests, while the Calcutta school was driven by academic, technical, and welfare interests, but both schools contained seasoned professionals of each genre. Calcutta school of thought. The Calcutta school of thought was propounded by Professor Prasantat Chandra Mahalanobis of the Indian Statistical Institute. Professor Mahalanobis was a Cambridge-educated physicist turned statistician turned economic planner. The core of the Calcutta school strategy was a move towards capital-intensive and heavy industrialization led by the public sector to build the key industries and control the commanding heights of a new modern industrial economy for India. The private sector would play a complementary role in the mixed economy. The Calcutta school was based on the setting up of very large plants in substantial state-owned enterprises in sectors such as steel and heavy machinery. These capital-intensive facilities, employing few people, would deliver low returns over long gestation periods, but they would be used for the purposes of building machines that built other machines. Without these other machines, which are the output of the important capital goods sector, downstream, and other consumer goods, industries could not be set up. Certain types of big industries were treated as basic because they made possible the emergence of other industrial enterprises, whether basic or not. The approach represented a means for the government to influence the speed and direction of economic growth. In this model, the capital good enters into the production of the consumer good and capital good both. As capital goods go into the production of both types of goods, a larger share of a given investment outlay allocated to the production of capital goods, if maintained indefinitely, would lead to greater final output, even of consumer goods, over time. In this capital goods model, the rise in overall output is postponed because there is a greater gestation lag between investment and the emergence of output. So, while a larger share of investment in consumer goods today may lead to a faster rate of growth of aggregate output, Indian Economy, 1947 to 2014, 206, initially, but this outcome is trumped in the longer term by a greater allocation to capital goods production production to start with. Bombay School of Thought in the 1950s, there was an alternative vision to that of Calcutta School of Thought or Mahalanobis model. It belonged to the Bombay economists C. N. Vakil and P. R. Brahmanand. Its starting point was that India lacked financial capital but had plenty of cheap human labor. There was huge disguised unemployment in the countryside. The thing to do was to put these people into productive work at the lowest capital cost. They suggested that we employ the surplus labor to produce wage goods or simple consumer goods, clothes, toys, shoes, snacks, radios, and bicycles for immediate mass consumption. This low capital, low risk businesses would attract lots of entrepreneurs as it would yield quick output and rapid returns on investment. Labor would produce the goods it would eventually consume with the wages it earned in producing the goods. They were called wage goods because the wage earner would create the demand for the goods that he produced. This Bombay strategy was exactly opposite to Mahalanobis's vision of huge state-controlled, capital-intensive industries such as steel plants, employing few people and delivering low returns over long gestation periods. The wage goods strategy would have pushed investments into agriculture, rural infrastructure, agriculture-based industries, and simple consumer manufacturers for both the home and export markets. It would have meant postponing the ambitious projects in capital and heavy industry. We would have imported the capital goods in the near term, and the foreign exchange for their import would have been earned from the export of simple consumer items, the sort of product that Japan and the Asian tigers like Taiwan, South Korea started with. The result would have been high economic growth, high employment, rising exports, and prosperity. Other plans models. Sarvodaya Plan. The plan was drafted by Jayaprakash Narayan in 1950 and emphasized small and cotton industries alongside agriculture and suggested freedom from foreign technology. It also stressed upon land reforms. Bombay Plan. Proposed by a group of industrialists including J.R.D. Tata, G.D. Birla, and others in 1944. It proposed presence of government in the core sectors of economy without diminishing the role of private sector. People's Plan. This plan was drafted by M. N. Roy in 1945 and gave greatest priority to agricultural production. It also emphasized on manufacture of consumer goods and development of communication and transport network. Gandhian Plan. In 1944, Shriman Narayan Agarwal authored the Gandhian Plan, in which he emphasized the promotion of agriculture and village and cottage industries based on Gandhian economic ideas. Indian Economy, 1947 to 2014, 207. Second Five-Year Plan, 1956 to 61. The leading economists of India were supporting the Calcutta School of Thought, and ultimately this model got accepted for building the Second Five-Year Plan document. This model was, among other things, an evocation of the old nationalist model of Swadeshi or self-reliance. The government shall develop the basic heavy industries for the manufacture of producer goods, capital goods, to strengthen the foundation of economic independence, and the household sector, village, and cottage industries shall focus on the production of consumption goods. It was a two-pronged attack on the problem of breaking through India's static economy, the creation of a large machine-building industry as a basis for the expansion of secondary industries, and decentralized cottage industries to create jobs for India's army of unemployed. The latter was expected to produce consumer goods at a low cost and create employment with minimum social dislocation. The essence of the model was shift in the pattern of industrial investment towards building up a domestic consumption goods sector. The strategy was in order to reach high standards in consumption. Investment in building capacity in the production of capital goods is firstly needed, for which the responsibility lies with the government. So, rapid development of heavy and capital goods industries was promoted in the public sector. Hydroelectric power projects, 3 steel plants at Bhilai, Durgapur, and Rourkela were established, coal production increased, and railway lines added. In the second plan document, Mahalanobis put into practice the socialist ideas of investment in a large public sector at the expense of the private sector, with emphasis on heavy industry at the expense of consumer goods, and a focus on import substitution at the expense of export promotion, besides other follies which were inspired by the USSR. This model continued in the third five-year plan, also till the death of Nehru. Business class view. The business class, who should have been the first to protest, was too timid. In the years after independence, people had been hard hit by inflation because of post-war dislocations and the partition of the country. As the prices of food rose, it was natural for the middle class to blame the usurious merchants and businessmen, calling them profiteers and black marketers. Hence, the businessmen were defensive. Industrial Policy Resolution, IPR, 1956. In December 1954, the Parliament accepted the socialist pattern of society as the objective of social and economic policy. Industrial policy, as other policies, was therefore to be governed by these principles and direction. Hence, the scope of public sector got widened. Mahalanobis's thinking on the second plan was logically extended to the Industrial Policy Resolution in 1956, which reserved 17 industries exclusively for the public sector. The reserved industries included iron and steel, mining, machine tool manufacture, and heavy electrical plants. The logic behind reservations was that these were industries of basic strategic importance and required investment on a scale which only the state could provide. The industries were divided into Schedule A, B, and C. Result of the Mahalanobis model: in the absence of serious opposition, the Calcutta vision won the day in the 1950s and 1960s. But it never did make sense to close an industry to the private sector. It was similar to discouraging entrepreneurship and competition. Even the industries which were allowed Indian Economy, 1947 to 2014, 208. For private sector, there were creeping controls through the licensing system. The industrial licensing framework was formalized under the Industries Development and Regulation (IDR) Act of 1951 to be the principal instrument for coordinating and controlling investments in industry. It controlled entry, expansion of capacity, technology, output mix, capacity, location, and import content, which infamously established License Raj in India. State supervision of development along plan lines, dividing activity between public and private sector, preventing rise of concentration and monopoly, protecting small industry, ensuring regional balance, canalizing resources according to plan priorities and targets, etc. All this involved the setting up of an elaborate and complex complicated system of controls and industrial licensing through the Industries Development and Regulation Act 1951. Further balance of payment, BOP crisis, and acute shortage of foreign exchange reserve that occurred in 1956 to 57 at the very start of Second Plan led to the imposition of stringent import and foreign exchange controls. The seeds of the license quota rules and regulations were thus laid, and in later years, it was found that it was not easy to dismantle a system that had acquired a vicious stranglehold over the Indian economy. The bureaucracy-politician nexus and certain sections of business that were beneficiaries of the system restricted such a change. The mixed economy ended in combining the worst features of both socialism and capitalism, the controls of socialism with the monopolies and lobbies of capitalism, and we got the worst of both the worlds. The controls suppressed growth by subduing the innovative energies of capitalism, and the mixed economy did not deliver social justice and welfare, which at least the socialist countries did. Instead of delivering quality education and public health to the masses, it delivered subsidies, which usually went to the better off and led to resource misallocation. Socialism was attractive to any sensitive person in the idealistic 1950s. The country had become free after 200 years, and there was a sense of hope. The class with money and influence was small and came entirely from the upper castes. It had monopolized power and privilege and the few scarce facilities for education, health, and infrastructure. It naturally wanted to preserve its privileges. The rest of the population had been left out in the cold. It was natural for the ordinary Indian to expect that independent India government should intervene on behalf of the masses. The spirit of the times offered socialism as the answer. The problem of the mixed economy was not a principle but a performance. It was a noble vision which led to the oppression by the state. Indians later learned from painful experience that the state does not necessarily work on behalf of the people. It works on behalf of itself, the politicians, bureaucrats, and the interests which directly supported them. State employees went on to become a powerful vested interest that was responsible to no one, and they often believed that they did not have to work. There were certain flaws with our socialism. We adopted an inward-looking, import-substituting path rather than an outward-looking, export-promoting route, and thus we did not participate in world trade and the prosperity that trade engendered in the post-war era Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 209. Ultimately, we paid a heavy price for our socialism. We did not trust our entrepreneurs and felt that only the state could assume the role to transform the country rapidly. We were mesmerized by the Soviet economic miracle, and this led to a bias towards heavy industry and against agriculture and light consumer industry. The strategy underlying the first three plans assumed that once the growth process gets established, the institutional changes would ensure that benefits of growth trickle down to the poor. But doubts were raised about the effectiveness of the trickle-down approach and its ability to banish poverty. Further, the growth itself generated by the planned approach remained too weak to create adequate surpluses, a prerequisite for the trickle-down mechanism to work. Public sector did not live up to the expectations of generating surpluses to accelerate the pace of capital accumulation and help reduce inequality. Agricultural growth remained constrained by perverse institutional conditions. There was unchecked population growth in this period. Though the growth achieved in the first 3 5-year plans was not insignificant, yet it was not sufficient to meet the aims and objectives of development. These brought into view the weakness of economic strategy. But Mahalanobis' model led to capital deepening in India. It led to the increased base of capital goods industries like machine tools, heavy electricals, transportation equipment, and the ultimate intermediate goods in the context of industrialization, namely iron and steel. The allocation of public expenditure on education at the time reveals a skewness towards higher education. The first IIT and IIM were started in the Nehru era and a privileging of its technical segment. Not only was there insufficient emphasis on primary education, but there was also no evident assault on illiteracy among adults. There is no trend increase or decrease in the incidence of poverty seen during this period. Rather, there was a pattern of fluctuation, with the incidence of poverty falling in periods of good agricultural performance and rising in periods of poor performance. Why did India build a large public sector after independence? With the benefit of hindsight, we can perhaps understand and interpret the actions of those policymakers. The key argument to have public sector companies occupying the commanding heights of the economy perhaps lay in a big push that was required to solve the coordination problem in economic development. The early industrialization required a large number of different elements of the economy to come about, and there was a coordination problem. The aluminium factory would not come about as the entrepreneur considering that project could not be convinced that another entrepreneur would surely build an aircraft factory, and vice versa. The big push by the government created a skeleton around which the market economy could get going in an incremental fashion. Key staff Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 210. Persons in most private banks have an employment history in public sector banks. Similarly, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL incubated aerospace knowledge in India, and Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited, IDPL, alumni laid the foundations of the private Indian drugs industry. 6.3. Economic situation after Nehru, 1965 to 1991. Two successive monsoon failures in 1965 and 1966 added to a burden on agriculture which was showing signs of stagnation. Rate of inflation rose to 12% from 1965 to 1968, and food prices rose to 20%. The two wars of 1962, China, and 1965, Pakistan, led to massive increase in defense expenditure which resulted in government's consolidated fiscal deficit of 7.3% of GDP in 1966 to 67. The balance of payment, fragile since 1956 to 57, deteriorated further, with foreign exchange reserve of about $340 million during 1964 to 65, enough to cover less than 2 months of imports. The US, the World Bank, and the IMF wanted India to liberalize its trade and industrial controls, devalue the rupee, adopt a new agricultural policy. Though there was considerable indigenous support for a new initiative in agriculture, there was plenty of suspicion about the first two measures. The rupee was nominally devalued to 36.5% and trade liberalization was initiated by Indira Gandhi in the mid-1960s, but it got associated with the continuing recession in industry, inflation, and failure of exports to pick up, all of which was at least partly caused due to exogenous, outside factors such as major drought of 1966 to 67, and partly by the inadequate manner in which these policies were initiated. These policies were condemned before their long-term effect could be realized. The perceived failure of the devaluation and liberalization of controls on trade and industry, combined with the resentment at the arm-twisting resorted to by the external agencies, World Bank and IMF, in favor of the policies using India's economic vulnerability, led to a reversal to the earlier policies of control and state intervention. The post-1967 period, therefore, saw the launching of a series of radical economic policies which were to have long-term effect on India's development efforts. Some of these policies accentuated the shortcomings that had begun to emerge during the first phase of planning itself, and others created new distortions. The major private commercial banks were nationalized in 1969. Monopoly and Restrictive Trade Practices Act (MRTP), severely restricting the activities of large business houses, was passed in 1969. A series of measures increasing government control and intervention were introduced. Insurance was nationalized in 1972. Indian economy, 1947 to 2014. 211.